Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Asian African Legal Consultative Organization Annual Arbitration Forum 2023, Resolving Differences in a Changing World by Staying True to the Bundle Spirit. Please be seated and turn your mobile phones or electronic devices to silent mode. For those who are attending the forum online, please mute your microphones. Please note that the simultaneous interpretation services will be provided in Putonghua and Arabic, with the headsets available at the help desk at the entrance. You may choose the preferred language by clicking the language button on the screen. For any inquiries, please type your message in the chat box and we will assist accordingly. We have also prepared an evaluation form for participants here at the venue. The form can be accessed through the QR code display on the desk. For the online participants, you are also invited to fill in the online evaluation form. Stay tuned and see you in a bit. Thank you so much for many guests attending today. And just Martin is our officiating guest today, which is His Excellency Dr. Kamani Piniparado, Secretary General of Asian African Legal Consultative Organization, and also Mr. Fang Jianming, Deputy Commissioner of Office of the Commissioner of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China in the Hong Kong Special Administration, and also Mr. Horace Jan Kwok Kwan, SBS JP, the Deputy Secretary for Justice of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, and also Mr. Nick Chan, MHJP, Honorary Fellowship, HKUSD. Welcome and welcome all the guests. Thank you so much. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Asian African Legal Consultative Organization Annual Arbitration Forum 2023, Resolving Differences in a Changing World by Staying True to the Bandung Spirit. It is my great honor to be the MC today. I'm Yoi Lau. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. To kick off the event, let's welcome the lion dance performers. May I now invite our honorable guest to come on stage to conduct the ice dotting ceremony. Let's welcome His Excellency Dr. Kamanin Piliperado, Secretary General of the Asian African Legal Consultative Organization. Mr. Fang Jianmin, Deputy Commissioner of Office of the Commissioner of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China in the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. 现在有请中华人民共和国外交部驻香港特别行政区特派员公署副特派员方建明先生。And also Mr. Horace Chan Kwok-Kwon, SBS JP, the Deputy Secretary for Justice of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. And also Mr. Nick Chan, MHJP, Honorary Fellowship, HKUST, Director of AALCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center. Please come to the stage. So now let's have a photo before the eye-dotting ceremony. Let's have a photo first. 好，我们先看一下中间的大会摄影师拍一张合影。Let's have a look first before the eye-dotting ceremony. Thank you. So now please conduct the eye-dotting ceremony. Eye-dotting ceremony actually symbolizes light up the spirit and then make the lions alive. So this is a very important ceremony. Please remain on stage. 请留步，我们再拍一张合影。Please remain on stage. We are going to have photo together. Please have a look to the center. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Continue to have a look to the center, please. Please remain on stage. May I now invite our VIP guests to be on stage and take photo together. Ms. Zhang Yunmei, Deputy Minister of Legal Department of Liaison Office of the Central People's Government in the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Welcome. Mr. Zhu Yong, Deputy Secretary General of AALCO. Professor Teresa Jan, GBM GBS SCJP, President of the 59th Annual Section of the AALCO. Continue big hands to our guests. May I invite, and also Mr. Dennis Chai, Deputy Director of the AALCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center. 好，我们现在准备好，我们看一下中间的大会摄影师。Let's have a look to the front and have a photo together. Please continue your big smile. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more at the back. Okay, please remain on stage. Now we are going to invite more important guests to the stage to have a photo together. Dr. Sun Jing, Director General, International Organization for Mediation Preparatory Office. The Honorable Dr. Junius Ho, JP, Legislative Council Member of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Mr. C.M. Chen, President, the Law Society of Hong Kong. Please come to the stage. Mr. Clifford Tiferes, Principal Government Counsel, the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China. Mr. Calvin Delph, Vice Consul, Political, British Consulate General, Hong Kong. Mr. Zhu Shuying, Founding Partner, City Development Law Firm. Mr. Alan Vivold, Vice Consul, Philippine Consulate General in Hong Kong. Please come to the stage to have a photo together. Mr. Chao Li Jun, Equity Partner, Zhonglun Law Firm. Mr. Mustafa Zabanipo, Consul, Consulate General of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Professor Philip Yang, BBS, Honorary Chairman, Hong Kong International Arbitration Center. Mr. Mojalepa Mogono, Consul General, Consulate General of South Africa in Hong Kong. The Honorable Carmen Kan, Legislative Council Member of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region and General Counsel of Bank of China. Mr. Lam Seng Ke, please also come to the stage to have a photo together. So now may I also invite our MOU signed organizations to join us on stage. Dr. Gaston Kenfrick to Ashney, President of the African Arbitration Association. Ms. Zhang Li, Secretary General of Beijing Arbitration Commission. Mr. Gao Wenjie, Council Member of Shenzhen Lawyers Associations. And also, we would like to invite all the consulate guests, representatives of our title sponsors, and supporting organizations to be on stage to have photo together. May I also invite Mr. Lai Tong Kwok, our VIP guest, please come to the stage. And also, we would like to invite the representatives of our title sponsors and supporting organizations. Please come to the stage to join the photo together. For the guests in the second row, we can just imagine in the cinema, you can find some space between people. If you can see the camera can see you. To make this event a success, we really can't make it without your great support. So now we are going to have our partners and also our sponsors representative to join us on stage for the photo together. So I think everybody. And may I also invite the overseas AALCO delegates, please also join us on stage. May I invite the overseas AALCO delegates also join us on stage. Thank you for coming to Hong Kong. Thank you for traveling from the other side of the world to Hong Kong. Thank you so much. So I'm inviting the guests on the first row step back, and then we can be closer. So everybody have a look to the front. So we can first have a look to the center, and then get ready. Don't forget your big smile. So imagine we're in the cinema. You can stand between people. If you can see the camera can see you. This photo will be a great memory because we really can't make it without your great support. Okay, so now please have a look to the front. 好，我们看一下中间的大会摄影师。1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Continue use your big smile. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Please continue your big smiles. 1, 2, 3. Okay, give thumbs up. 我们给一个赞 thumbs up. Continue to have a look to the center, please. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more at the back. Please continue your like. Continue your like. 好，继续给力，我们继续给力。Don't forget your big smile. Continue have a look to the front. We have some media friends also came join us today. OK? 好 OK 係嘛？好，仲有繼續影嘛？好，我哋影得啦，仲有 few more to go. Few more to go. To the middle. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. So please remain on stage again. Put down your hands and then we will. So we have one more because other than the lion and also you are also very important guest for us. Okay, am I? Okay, thank you so much. So now may I invite you all, please be seated and let's enjoy the lion dance performance. Welcome to Hong Kong! Touch the lion's head means that you can gain the fortune, so don't miss the chance. Yes, don't miss the chance to touch the lion's head. Thank you so much for a fantastic performance. Thank you very much. The lion is a traditional symbol of good luck in Chinese culture, and lion dancing is believed in usher in good luck and prosperity, and we hope to bring luck and prosperity to all our guests. We want to express our sincere appreciation to our sponsor, the Hong Kong Tourism Board, for this amazing performance. So now, to kickstart our event, may I first invite Mr. Nick Chan, MHJP, Honorary Fellowship, HKUST, Director of AALCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center, to be on stage and introduce the guest of welcome remarks. Mr. Chan, please.
Thank you. Hello, good morning. Yui, come over here. Good morning, everybody. Now, may I invite our many honorable guests. First of all, our first speaker of the day is the Honorable John K.C. Lee, GBM, SBS, PDSM, PMSM, the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China, to deliver the opening address. Thank you.
现在我们请受看中华人民共和国香港特别行政区行政长官李家超大紫金勋衔 SBS PDSM PMSM 为我们准备的开幕词视频，请收看。
Dr. Kamalin Pinipuvado, Deputy Commissioner Fang Jianming, Mr. Nick Chan, Consuls General, distinguished guests from around the world, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to speak to you at this annual forum of the Asian African Legal Consultative Organization. I'm glad especially to welcome you here in Hong Kong, as today is the first time for this high-powered forum to be staged in our city. The theme of today's forum is resolving differences in a changing world by staying true to the Bangdang spirit. The Bangdang spirit, containing the 10 principles of Bandung and the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, is a widely recognized set of norms for international relations, and is relevant and significant to modern society as it was back when it was formulated. Hong Kong is proud to have a long and established tradition of the rule of law. Our judiciary exercises its powers independently, free from any interference. We are the only common law jurisdiction in China, and ranked one of the world's top seats for arbitration. Our basic law authorizes us to participate in international organizations. At last count, Hong Kong, China is a member of over 230 international organizations and conferences, not limited to states. Over 260 multilateral agreements, including the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, continue to be enforced and applicable to the Hong Kong SAR. In short, ladies and gentlemen, we have a legal system that is similar to most major financial centers around the world, and our standard on rights and freedoms is the international standard. We therefore certainly uphold the Bandung spirit of mutual respect, peace, and equality. It is against this backdrop, and with the strong support from our Central People's Government, that the Asian African Legal Consultative Organization officially opened its Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center in May 2022. It is an acknowledgement of the Hong Kong SAR's position as a leading center for international legal and dispute resolution services in the Asia-Pacific region, in line with our positioning under the National 14th Five-Year Plan. AALCO represents almost all major states from Asia and Africa. A substantial number of AALCO member states are also active members of the Belt and Road Initiative, a visionary cooperation platform proposed by President Xi Jinping a decade ago. Hong Kong champions free trade, and we are committed to promoting regional and international cooperation. We endeavor to serve as a super connector and super value adder between the mainland of China and the rest of the world through the twin conduits of AALCO and Belt and Road networks. As I announced in my second policy address, we will continue to step up our efforts in excelling as an international legal center. This forum, I'm pleased to add, offers a perfect opportunity for you to connect and to forge partnerships that will drive our common future. It will also go a long way to supporting the rapid development of our legal prowess. I wish you all a successful forum and the best of health in the coming year. Thank you.
We are most grateful to the Chief Executive, John Lee, for his welcome address. Now let us invite the Secretary General of the Asian African Legal Consultative Organization, Dr. Kamalini Pinipurwatu. Thank you.
现在我们掌声有请亚非法律协商组织秘书长 His Excellency Kamani Pinipurwatu 为我们致开幕词，有请。
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by saying how pleased I am to see this AALCO Annual Arbitration Forum taking place in Hong Kong SAR. I deeply honored to welcome you to the third AALCO Annual Arbitration Forum in 2023. A significant event organized in association with the AALCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center. This prestigious gathering holds great importance as it signified our collective commitment to international cooperation, the resolution of disputes, and the unwavering adherence to the timeless principle of economic, cultural, and political cooperation embodied in the Bandung spirit. I convey my immense gratitude and appreciation to our co-organizer, the AALCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center, for their commendable effort in organizing this excellent conference. I also convey my sincere gratitude and heartfelt thanks to the Government of the People's Republic of China, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Department of Justice of Hong Kong SAR for the generous support to these important events. AALCO, as you may know, has a long history, established in 1956 as a tangible outcome of the 1955 Bandung Conference in an era marking the end of many foreign occupations and colonization and the rise of many then developing countries. It is an international organization with 47 member countries comprising of major states from Asia and Africa. I saw the flags here in the rooms which represent all 47 member states of AALCO. AALCO has also established itself as a major platform for Asian African legal exchange and the main center for harmonizing the action of Asian African legal exchange and harmonizing the action on international laws, especially with regard to international trade law, as well as arbitration law. In nearly 7 decades of its existence, the organization has grown into a forum for development of international law, reflecting the Afro-Africa and Asian views and experience in international law. As a forum, AALCO has consistently aimed to reflect the voice of member states from Asia and Africa in the codification and progressive developments of international law. The United Nations recognize the roles and influence of AALCO with a permanent observer status. AALCO also works and cooperates closely with the United Nations, its specialized agencies and other international organizations such as UNCTAD, the Hague Conference on Private International Law, and UNIDROIT, specializing in intertrade law and investment law, and in the fields of private international law. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the idea of setting up regional arbitration center to offer AALCO member states a platform for resolving disputes through arbitration and other legal means was the result of an integrated initiative of AALCO and UNCTAD in 1969, when the Special Rapporteur of UNCTAD on international commercial arbitration recommended measures for regionalization of arbitration center of Asian African countries. This led to the adoption of AALCO integrated scheme for dispute resolution, which proposed to establish regional arbitration center under the auspice of AALCO, which would function as international institution. The objective was to create stability and confidence in economic and commercial relations by providing suitable means of commercial dispute resolution under a fair, reasonable, and prompt procedure in the Asian African regions. 6 such regional centers have been established so far at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, in 1978 at Cairo, Arab Republic of Egypt, in 1979, respectively. Later, 3 more such centers were established in Lagos, Nigeria in 1989, Tehran, Islamic Republic of Iran in 2003, and Nairobi, Kenya in 2007. The AALCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center is the 6th and latest AALCO Arbitration Center. The center was officially established during the 59th annual session of AALCO held in 2021 in Hong Kong SAR on the basis of an international agreement between AALCO and the host country, the People's Republic of China. Following this, the center was officially opened in May 2023. Then, as independent and effective institution under the auspice of AALCO, the AALCO Regional Arbitration Center played a pivotal role in promoting alternative dispute resolution, or ADR, both within the regions and internationally. With their world-class arbitration facilities, conducive judicial environment, and the tendency to adopt to evolving practice leading of arbitration jurisdiction, the center play a pivotal role in ensuring a favorable environment for business and creating confidence amongst investors. The center are now developing and promoting several methods, such as multi-tier dispute resolutions process, by using mediation and adjudication in conjunction with arbitration, introducing online dispute resolution, which would offer the service to a larger user base spread across several locations in Asia and Africa, and offering tailor-made solutions for specific sector-based disputes such as international arbitration, mediation, adjudication for environment, social, and governance disputes, and mega infrastructure project disputes. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's forums, resolving difference in a changing world by staying true the Bandung spirit, resonate powerfully in our rapidly evolving global landscape. The Bandung spirit, originating from the historic 1955 Asian African Conference in Bandung, Indonesia, stands as a timeless beacon of unity, collaborations, and shared principles that guide us in confronting the complex challenge of the 21st century. The Bandung spirit embodies principles such as peace, non-alignment, respect of sovereignty, economic cooperation, and cultural exchange. This principle remains as relevant today as they were in 1955, serving as an enduring source of inspirations and a framework of effective international cooperation. The establishment of AALCO Arbitration Centers is intrinsically linked with the objective of the promotion of world peace and cooperation contained in the historic final communique of the Bandung Conference in 1955. The Dasasila Bandung, or the 10 principles, specifically call for the settlement of all international disputes by peaceful means such as negotiation, conciliation, arbitration, or judicial settlements, as well as other peaceful means of settlement, in conformity with the Charter of the United Nations. The Bandung Conference contributes to the idea of the Third World consciousness, emphasizing collaborations among countries in Global South to address common challenges. This concept was further developed within the framework of Non-Aligned Movement, or NAM, and Group of 77. It played a crucial role shaping the principle and fostering the spirit of cooperation that later influenced the formation and objective of NAM and Group 77, which became platform for developing countries to assert their collective interests and global stage. The AALCO Arbitration Forums underscore our collective dedication to peaceful means for dispute resolution and affirming AALCO and regional arbitration centers' greater roles in promoting regional trade, international investment, and dispute settlement. Through arbitration and legal mechanism, we have the capacity to settle trade and investment disputes in a manner that upholds the core principle of the Bandung spirit. In conclusion, I look forward to the rich deliberation and discussion that lie ahead. May this thus AALCO Annual Arbitration Forum serve as a catalyst for transformative change and a testament to the enduring power of the Bandung spirit in a world that is constantly evolving. Together, we have the ability to shape the course of international relations, overcome the challenge of our time, and leave a lasting legacy of cooperation, understanding, and peace. So I once again welcome you all to this third AALCO Regional Arbitration Conference. And last but not least, I'd like to convey my heartfelt thanks to the governments of the People's Republic of China for the unwavering support to the activities of AALCO. So I wish the successful of this AALCO conference on arbitration. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Kamalin. Please be seated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. We would now like to invite Mr. Fang Jianming, Deputy Commissioner of the Office of the Commissioner of the People's Republic of China, or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China. Please give your hand to Mr. Fan.
好，现在掌声有请中华人民共和国外交部驻香港特别行政区特派员公署副特派员方建明先生，有请。
尊敬的李家超行政长官、皮尼普瓦多秘书长、张国军司长、陈晓峰主任、各位嘉宾、各位朋友，大家上午好！很高兴受邀出席本次论坛，我谨代表外交部驻香港特派员公署，对论坛的召开表示热烈的祝贺。亚非法协始终致力于推动亚非国家以仲裁、调解等方式和平解决国际争端，迄今已成功举办2届仲裁论坛，为亚非国家加强法律制度协调和法律能力建设提供了助力。我们深信本次论坛的召开将借助香港在商事国际仲裁、网上争议解决等方面的专长优势，为促进亚非地区法律合作开启新的篇章。万隆会议召开60多年来，亚非国家充分协商、凝聚共识，为国际法发展做出了不可磨灭的亚非贡献。中国始终践行团结、友谊、合作的万隆精神，不断加强与亚非国家交流合作。中国亚非法协国际法交流与研究项目设立以来，已举办6期培训班，为来自亚非地区40多个国家200多名法律官员提供培训，为深化亚非国家国际法合作、推进亚非法协宗旨目标贡献了中国力量。各位嘉宾、各位朋友，当前全球治理体系正发生深刻的变化，国际经贸规则面临了重大的挑战。仲裁作为国际通行的争议解决途径，在处理国际商事纠纷、优化国际营商环境、推进国际法治建设中发挥着不可或缺的重要作用，同时也深受人工智能、数据经济等领域发展进步所带来的影响。仲裁是当事人平等自愿的选择，是实现公平正义的载体，也是各方凝聚共识的平台。仲裁的核心要义、价值追求与万隆会议精神相通，也与中国倡导的人类命运共同体理念本质相同。第一，主权平等、意识自治是处理国际关系的基本准则。主权平等的真谛在于国家不分大小、强弱、贫富，多有权自主选择社会制度和发展道路，都能在国家同意原则下自主选择争端解决方式。亚非国家的历史经验告诉我们，要反对恃强凌弱，反对霸权行径，才能真正平等独立。亚非国家要坚持独立自主、相互尊重、平等相待，捍卫各国权利平等、机会平等、规则平等。第二，公平正义、尊重法治是构建国际秩序的重要基石。 联合国宪章是当代国际法的坚实基础，是处理国际关系、稳定国际秩序的根本遵循，必须毫不动摇地加以维护。捍卫以联合国为核心的国际体系和以国际法为基础的国际秩序，需要更多亚非的声音、亚非参与和亚非的贡献。亚非国家要理直气壮，坚持发展中国家的正义主张，把我们的共同诉求和利益转化为共同行动。第三，沟通交流、对话协商是消弭分歧解争端的有效支持。协商一致既是仲裁的核心要义，也是和平解决国际争端的最佳选择。世界上的事情只能由各国政府和人民共同商量来办，这是处理国际事务的民主原则。亚非国家要加强团结，扩大在政策立场上的对话交流，密切在重大国际问题上的沟通协调，壮大维护世界和平、促进共同发展的中坚力量。第四，开放包容、交流互鉴是促进文明发展的必由之路。多元包容是国际仲裁的特色优势，也是繁荣法律文化的必然选择。各国历史文化、社会制度、价值观念的千差万别，共同构成异彩纷呈的文明画卷。差异不是对立对抗的理由，而是合作共赢的动力。亚非国家要坚持开放包容，在交流互鉴中取长补短，在求同存异中携手前进，让法律文明在交互融通中实现繁荣发展。亚非法协香港区域仲裁中心的设立，是中国与亚非法协合作的典范，也是不同法律制度和文化交融的基金。中心成立以来，对外推广香港优质法律服务，促进亚非国家法治交流，为仲裁服务创新发展贡献了力量，展示了香港法治在一国两制框架下的独特魅力。上周，习近平主席就加强涉外法律制度建设发表重要讲话，指出要积极发展涉外法律服务，培育一批国际一流的仲裁机构、律师事务所。我们相信，趁着国家推进涉外法治建设的东风，亚非法协香港区域仲裁中心未来前景广阔，必将为亚非国家参与国际规则制定、开展国际法治合作提供更多助力。外交公署将一如既往支持中心发挥更大作用，为加强中国与亚非国家法律合作做出更大的贡献。各位嘉宾、各位朋友，在当前形势下，万隆精神仍然闪耀着智慧的光芒，指引我们不断赋予其新的时代内涵。中国愿与亚非国家携手共进，守望相助，共同推动构建以合作共赢为核心的新型国际关系，推动全球治理朝着更加公正合理的方向发展，以国际良法促进全球善治，助力构建人类命运共同体，更好造福亚非人民及其他地区的人民。最后，预祝本次论坛取得圆满成功。 谢谢大家。
Thank you so much, Mr. Fong. Please be seated. And also, thank you so much, Mr. Chan. This is my privilege to have you to join me to introduce our guests. To make our event a success, we would like to thank the following organizations who play the pivotal role in this execution. First, we would like to express our appreciation to the generous support of Department of Justice. We would also like to express our appreciation to our sponsors, Platinum sponsors including the Law Society of Hong Kong, City Development Law Firm, Silver sponsor, Zhonglun, Bronze sponsor, Invest Hong Kong, airline partner, Cathay Pacific, and also our media partner, and also supporting organizations. Thank you so much for joining us to make this happen. Meanwhile, we would like to remind you, you should find an A5 leaflet on your table. There are 3 QR codes on there. You can find our e-brochure, then you can find our rundown and also speaker's profile. And also there is a Q&A form. Later on, you can insert your questions if you want to ask our speakers. And of course, we have a questionnaire, so please help us to do even better. So now to strengthen our friendship and further cooperations, there are 3 organizations will be entering into MOUs with AALCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center. May we now invite Mr. Fang Jianming, Deputy Commissioner, Office of the Commissioner of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China in the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, His Excellency Kamini Piniparado, Secretary General of the Asian African Legal Consultative Organization, and Mr. Nick Chan, MHJP, Honorary Fellowship, HKUST, Director of AALCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center. Please come to the stage for the MOU signing ceremony. Meanwhile, we would like to invite first organization, African Arbitration Association, to sign the MOU with AALCO. Please welcome Dr. Gaston Kevin Duashni, the President of African Arbitration Association. Welcome to Hong Kong. And also, we would like to invite Mr. Fang Jianming and His Excellency Dr. Kamini Piniparado to witness the signing of the MOU. Please be seated. So now let's get ready to sign the MOU for future cooperations and also friendship. After signing the MOU, we will exchange the MOU and then have a signature of both sides. Today we are having such a great honor to have 2 honorable guests to join us to witness the MOU. MOU is just a beginning of our journey. We're looking forward to have more collaborations. Please stay tuned. So let's exchange the MOU and with their signature. So now, after we're done, congratulations! Please rise. And then may I invite Mr. Chen to please set a plaque. And then together with the MOU to have a photo taking. 好，我们现在呢准备好，可以看一下我们中间的大会摄影师。Please get closer and then have a photo together. Please have a look to the front. Continue to have a look to the center, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. And also thank you, Mr. Kemfer Duashni. Please be seated. Thank you so much. Fang 先生请留步. Please remain on stage. And also Secretary General, please remain on stage. And also, Mr. Chan, please remain, because now we're going to have second organization. Thank you very much. So now, we're going to invite second organization, Beijing Arbitration Commission, and welcome Secretary General, Ms. Zhang Lili. Please come to the stage. "感谢你特意从北京来到香港。So now please be seated, 请就坐。So now let's start to sign the MOU together. We're so excited for the MOU signing ceremony because it means that it was signifies the friendship, and also we are going to have more projects and also working together. Please exchange the MOU. Thank you, congratulations. Please rise. And then I invite Mr. Chen to present a plaque to Ms. Zhang. 好，我们靠近一点。Please stand closer to have a photo together. Thank you, congratulations. Thank you so much. And also thank you, Ms. Zhang. Please be seated. Now we are going to invite the third organization, Shenzhen Lawyers Association, and their council member, Mr. Gao Wenjie. Please come to the stage. Mr. Gao, please. Thank you. Please be seated. 请就坐。So now let's start to sign the MOU. And then Mr. Fong also please sign for us. So now let's exchange. Congratulations! May I invite you all please rise. And then Mr. Chen would like to present a plaque to Mr. Gao. So now let's get closer and then have a look to the center, please. 好，继续看中间的摄影师。Thank you, congratulations, thank you so much. May I invite you all to give some big hands to our guests? Thank you very much. May I invite all the guests on stage, please exit the stage and return to your seats. Thank you very much. Before we start the next section, let me introduce some background of AALCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center. There are over 90% of the 47 AALCO member states are active participants of the Belt and Road Initiative. China has committed another 780 billion yuan, similar to 107 billion US dollars to the initiative. And China has the largest consumer market in the world. It's the largest trading partner with over 140 countries in the world. As an international city and special administrative region that operates common law, yet familiar with diverse laws, cultures, and languages in the region and the country with 1.4 billion eager consumers that are perhaps otherwise more familiar with civil law. Hong Kong offers many unique advantages under one country, two systems. And now it is our great honor to invite Mr. Horace Zheng Kwok Guan, SBS JP, the Deputy Secretary for Justice of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China, to deliver the keynote speech. Mr. Zheng, please.
His Excellency Dr. Pini Privado, Mr. Nick Chan, Deputy Commissioner Fang Jianmin, good morning. On behalf of the Department of Justice of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, I would like to express our warmest welcome to all of you, our eminent speakers and participants attending in person and online from all over the world. I also extend my congratulations to the organizer, AALCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center, AALCO Hong Kong, as well as all the 53 supporting organizations and sponsors for this first AALCO Arbitration Forum held in Hong Kong. With that many supporting organizations, it shows how popular AALCO is in Hong Kong and how the local community warmly welcomes the AALCO family with an open arm. AALCO Hong Kong is the latest addition to the other 5 AALCO regional arbitration centers, integrating itself in the AALCO dispute settlement system and performing a variety task, including providing facilities for alternative dispute resolution, the ADR services, assisting in the enforcement of the arbitral awards, and promoting the growth and effective functioning of arbitrations and other dispute resolution services, including online dispute resolution services, ODR. AALCO Hong Kong forged a perfect synergy with Hong Kong as a leading center for international legal and dispute resolution services in the Asia-Pacific region. Today, I wish to underscore 2 key aspects which contribute to Hong Kong's unique position as an international legal hub, namely our robust legal and technological infrastructures. As regards the legal infrastructure, Hong Kong's judicial system is open, independent, and enjoys a renowned international reputation. It's also uniquely the only common law jurisdiction in China. Our status are available in both English and Chinese, making them easily accessible to international investors, lawyers, and people around the world, and our civil and commercial laws align with international standards and practice. All these qualities promote the efficient resolution of cross-border disputes, installing confidence among businesses and investors in Asian, African regions and along the routes of the Belt and Road Initiative. Our legal framework, which is constantly being enhanced, strongly supports arbitration and mediation. For example, if you wish to institute legal arbitration proceedings against a party who is situated in or with assets located in the mainland of China, Hong Kong has signed 9 arrangements on mutual legal assistance in civil and commercial matters with the mainland of China, 3 of which are related to arbitration. One of these arrangements is the interim measures arrangement. Hong Kong is the first and only common law jurisdiction outside the mainland of China, where, as a seat of arbitration, parties to arbitral proceedings administered by the designated arbitral institutions would be able to apply to the mainland Chinese court for interim measures, including the preservation of assets, evidence, and conduct. As of October this year, the total values of assets preserved by 71 decisions issued by the mainland court amounted to approximately $2.2 billion. AALCO Hong Kong is the only qualified arbitral institution under the interim measure arrangement, which is established under international law with international organization status, providing parties with truly nationality-neutral institutional arbitration services. The ordinance, which is known as the Arbitration and Legal Petitioners Legislation, Outcome-Related Fee Structure for Arbitration Amendment Ordinance, has also already come into effect, which permits lawyers and clients to have an additional option to enter into outcome-related fee structure agreements for arbitration. The new regime allows a broad range of fee options, including conditional fee agreements, damages-based agreements, and hybrid damages-based agreements. The introduction of such new regime enables Hong Kong to keep up with the latest offerings in international arbitration. Along with the third-party funding regime for arbitration, Hong Kong now provides multiple funding options which enable flexible fee arrangements in arbitrations. Moreover, Hong Kong is home to an abundant pool of legal professionals with extensive experience handling complex legal disputes and international transactions. Their worldwide exposure cultivates a rich ground for people-to-people exchange. The Department of Justice, for instance, co-organized the 6th training session of the China AALCO Exchange Program on International Law in Hong Kong this summer. And AALCO Hong Kong conducted part of the training. These initiatives not only developed legal talents for international law practice, but also strengthens ties and connections among the various 47 AALCO member states. As regards technological infrastructures, the growing e-commerce sector and the widespread use of the technology in business transactions have created a desire for legal services that are not limited by linguistic, geographical, or cultural barriers. With the great diversity seen along the Belt and Road routes, this is especially relevant when it comes to deal-making and dispute resolution across the continents of Asia and Africa. The legal community in Hong Kong is quick to learn and incorporate artificial intelligence to improve access to justice and reduce costs of doing business and dispute resolution. Various international and regional organizations, including the APEC, are taking active steps to promote the use of ODR. ODR is a process that utilizes technologies in a full spectrum of ADR services. As recognized by the United Nations, ODR can assist parties in resolving the disputes in a simple, fast, flexible, and secure manner, without the need for physical presence at a meeting or hearing. To capitalize on the opportunities brought about by international and regional developments, the Department of Justice supports and promotes the development of ODR in Hong Kong. In recent years, in addition to ODR operated by traditional ADR institutions, a dedicated online platform has been established in Hong Kong, being the Electronic Business-Related Arbitration and Mediation Platform, eBRAIN platform, which provides an efficient, cost-effective, and secure platform for online deal-making and resolving disputes among parties in any part of the world by integrating state-of-the-art technology. We take pride in the fact that eBRAIN International Online Dispute Resolution Center, as a homegrown law tech center, is the first and only ODR provider from Hong Kong listed under the APEC Collaborative Framework for ODR of cross-border business-to-business disputes since May 2022. eBRAIN has laid a solid foundation for Hong Kong's research and development in the areas of law tech. We are pleased that AALCO Hong Kong has successfully launched their ODR platform, adopting a number of advanced law tech with the assistance of eBRAIN. Through the use of ODR and law tech, AALCO Hong Kong will be able to reduce error in repeated form fillings and to assist with using AI, in particular deep learning, to come up with legal domain-specific language set. This will enable accurate translations from multiple languages commonly used in more than 100 countries, copyright ownership, competition laws, and related ethical issues. And Hong Kong, as a special administrative region, has many unique advantages and opportunities to offer to how the ethical growth and deployment as a helpful tool to do good, not do harm. Ladies and gentlemen, we are confident that with the support of our Central People's Government and under the principle of one country, two systems, Hong Kong's cooperation with international intergovernmental organizations like AALCO and international connection among the Belt and Road routes will continue to flourish, fully embracing the Bandung spirit and with the aid of technology including NORTAD and ODR, Hong Kong will continue to play a leading role as a center for international legal and dispute resolution services in the Asia-Pacific regions for many years to come. On this note, I wish this AALCO Annual Arbitration Forum 2023 every success. For our overseas guests who join us in person, I wish you an enjoyable stay in Hong Kong. And to those of you who are from Hong Kong, District Council election will be held on 10th December. I appeal to all of you to vote together with your families and friends on the polling day in the hope of electing District Council members with talent, aspiration, and commitment to build a better commitment for Hong Kong. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chen, for your tremendous support and insightful sharing. Thank you very much. So this brings us to a close of the opening session as well as the TV coverage. We will now have a refreshment break before commencing the panel sessions. The first panel sessions will be start at 10 a.m. For the online participants, please stay in the same link and then don't log out the section. See you again in 10 a.m. Thank you. ladies and gentlemen, our forum will resume shortly. May I invite you all please be seated. May I invite you all please be seated. Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We have now come to the panel sessions of the forum. Have some housekeeping reminders. There will be Q&A session after the speakers sharing for each section. We welcome guests on site to scan the QR code for the Q&A to leave your questions for the speakers. The participants joined by Zoom may submit your questions in the Q&A box during or after the presentation. So now let's start the first panel, New Developments of Arbitration Laws in Asia and Africa. Please allow me to invite the moderator of this session, Mr. Nick Chan, MHJP, Honorary Fellowship, HKUST, Director of AALCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center. Mr. Chan, please. Please also welcome the following speakers to join Mr. Chan for the discussion. Ms. Jiang Li, Secretary General, Beijing Arbitration Commission, Beijing International Arbitration Center. Ms. Jiang, please. And also, we have some guests joining us by Zoom. Ms. Joy Medina, Manager, Case Management Department, Nairobi Center for International Arbitration, will join by Zoom. And also, Mr. Daduk Sendra Raju, Director, Asian International Arbitration Center, also joined by Zoom. And also, we have one more guest, Dr. Christopher To, Program Director, City University of Hong Kong, former Secretary General, Hong Kong International Arbitration Center, Barrister at Law, Guild Chambers. So our moderator and speakers, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, and good morning. We have a very distinguished panel here, and we might have friends joining online as well. Because of time difference, it's quite tough on our friends from overseas. But anyway, without further ado, this panel, these eminent speakers will talk about latest developments in arbitration law and development in Asia and Africa. And without further ado, should I... Ladies first? Lady, please put your hands together for Lily. Thank you. Oh, up to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Dear friends, I'm honored to present here today as a fresh General Secretary of BAC and a senior expert of the Working Group of Chinese Arbitration Law Reform. I would like to share some newest development of Chinese arbitration reform with all of you. Nowadays, the arbitration reform is a frontier issue, as Nick said, in the international society, and lots of countries have already accomplished the reform of its arbitration laws. China has been improving the arbitration system for several years, and following highlights, I analyze the ongoing reform of the commercial arbitration system. I will give a brief introduction. There are three parts of my reports: the legal system of China commercial arbitration, new development of commercial arbitration in China, and the future of commercial arbitration in Asia, Africa. Part one, the legal system of China commercial arbitration. The key point is the international convention. China is a party to the New York Convention. The convention adopted in 1986 and took effect in 1987. Since that time, we have always upheld a supportive and friendly judicial perspective in dealing with international cases. Let's see the chart. According to the statistics by the Supreme People's Court, last 3 years, among 111 cases, application for the recognition and the enforcement of foreign arbitration awards, only 1 case was refused, and 8 cases were recognized and enforced. This consistent and promotive implementation of the convention obligation has been applauded by the international society. Following the basic The fundamental arbitration legislation in China is the 1994 arbitration law, which was passed in 1994 and came into force in 1995. The 1994 arbitration law is recognized as the landmark in establishing the modern arbitration legal system in China. Until now, it has not been substantially reformed. Following the arbitration law, the Supreme People's Court issued a series of judicial interpretation concerning the proper application of the law. Taking a look at the events after 2017, the interpretations refer to issues ranging from judicial review procedures in enforcing laws, court power in supportive measures, and so on. Efforts and measures have been taken to interpret the arbitration legislation in a unified manner nationwide, which embodies the basic judicial philosophy and establishes the guiding orientation of Chinese court in supporting arbitration. Part 2, new developments of commercial arbitration in China. The most significant action is the review and reform of arbitration law. In 2021, the Minister of Justice published the draft bill of the amended arbitration law to the public for consultation. With reading to the consultation draft, a series of highlights could be acknowledged in the philosophy underlying the reform. It accords to the ancestral model law as a frame of reference, enhances the respect for party autonomy, and incorporates interim measures to support and promote arbitration proceedings. The revision emphasized the convergence with ancestral model law. For instance, in determining the validity of arbitration agreement, Article 21 contains only a substantial requirement of parties' intention to arbitrate. It has deleted the requirement of a designated arbitration commission. This change enables the parties' agreement on ad hoc arbitration to be considered legally valid in China. The draft bill is much more in line with the promotive approach in the New York Convention and the model law. One can reasonably expect that more arbitration agreements will be given effect by Chinese court. The draft bill enhances the acknowledgement of party autonomy. It provides an individual section which clarifies the due process and the party autonomy as the general principle in governing proceedings. The arbitration law directly provides that the chief arbitrator shall be designated by the arbitration institution if the parties cannot reach an agreement. This was for the purpose of improving the efficiency in forming the tribunal. Having summed up the experience over past decades, the draft bill introduced the mechanism that the arbitrators appointed by the parties are entitled to select the chief arbitrator. This revision is in line with the international rules and is an upholding of the parties' procedural right. It may also be conducive to promoting the formation of a professional community of arbitration. It's a key point to Chinese arbitration industry. As for supportive measures, the draft bill has added a single section providing for the interim measures. It ensures the power to order interim measures of arbitration tribunal to support arbitration proceedings. The draft bill also reflects the most advanced international arbitration practice by introducing a system of emergency arbitrator. We have 5 successful emergency arbitration cases in BAC, Beijing Arbitration Commission. The publication of the draft bill has been highly recognized by domestic arbitration institutions and has received positive comments from the international society. This has guided the advancement of institutional arbitration rules, which are revised following the arbitration promotive philosophy. For instance, Beijing Arbitration Commission, Shanghai Arbitration Commission, and the CMAC have applied the latest amended rules last year. CTEC and Shanghai International Arbitration Center have launched the new arbitration rules this year. Following what has been discussed above, commercial arbitration in China does have accomplished fruitful progress. From a nationwide perspective, with reference to the case data over the last 5 years, it could be revealed that the arbitration case volume has maintained a high profile, with only a shortfall result from the COVID hardship in 2020. The total sum in dispute has even gradually increased by years over that time, accounting the overall amount for over 1 trillion RMB, equivalent to 140 billion US dollars. It seems that the hardship does not substantially affect the arbitration market in China. Focus on Beijing, particularly, this arbitration destination has taken up a remarkably large proportion of the market in China. As you know, Beijing resides 3 leading arbitration institutions, CTEC, CMAC, and BAC. Summarizing their overall case data over the past 5 years, it's clear that the total sum in disputes holds up 1/4 of the entire Chinese market. As for the international caseload, the case volume takes over 1/3, and the total sum in disputes takes nearly 65% of the Chinese market. This chart. We could conclude that Beijing is a promising destination for arbitration of high market value and broad market prospect. Looking forward to the future, the promising development is not only for China, but should also picture the region-wide prospect of Asia-Africa. In order to promote cooperation between China and Africa, BAC, together with the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration, Arbitration Foundation of Southern Africa, the Organization for the Harmonization of Business Law in Africa, Shanghai International Arbitration Center, Shenzhen Court of International Arbitration, jointly established the China-Africa Joint Arbitration Center, CAJAC, and the center jointly signed and issued the Constitution, the rules, and the first panel of arbitrators in 2022. The center aims to constitute itself as an appropriate and effective mechanism to resolve disputes between China and Africa. Oh no. Meanwhile, BAC continuously provide dispute resolution service to parties from Africa. Especially, BAC has accepted 16 cases involving Africa. Where? Here. Parties of these cases are from Egypt, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Cameroon, Kenya, Mauritius, and Seychelles since 1990. It's hard for me. We can see the types of these cases from loan, investment, construction, trade, IP, energy, transportation, lease, and services. The current global arbitration system is experiencing a new wave of reform and improvement as the economic center of global development is shifting to Asia-Africa. The position of arbitration development both in China and widely in this region is getting increasingly important in the international arena. Asia-Africa's arbitration institutions are therefore bound to play an even more important role in the future development of the regional and global economy. And we hope that AALCO will continuously promote cooperation and communication between Asia and Africa. Beijing is promoting the construction of a demonstration zone and a pilot free trade zone for service industry. The pioneering policies are introduced in the two zones to support and explore the development of international arbitration. In addition, Beijing has initiated the research and the preparation work for the legislative project of regulation that manage and facilitate the promoting of Beijing into an international arbitration hub, which could be expected late next year. This will provide an international institutional support and governing to promote Beijing into a more attractive international arbitration destination. With the continuously promoting of the comprehensive opening up and the Belt and Road Initiative, there is a rapidly growing demand for diversified arbitration services in the Chinese market. BAC is willing to work with all of Asia-Africa's institutions to optimize the international arbitration environment in Asia-Africa region to improve the quality of the arbitration service and to build a mutually beneficial international arbitration service network in a friendly and sustainable manner. Efforts are made and will contribute to supporting the peaceful and stable development of Asia-Africa region. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary General Zhang, who came all the way from Beijing. We are most grateful. We've all learned a lot. BAC is a very reputable arbitration center. A lot of people go there with very good comments. So please, if you haven't tried them out, please try them out. And we really pleased as AALCO to work with BAC and just sign an MOU. We'll do more together. Next, we'd like to go online to our friend from Malaysia, Dr. Sandra Raju. He heads up our AALCO's, you've heard AALCO have 6 international arbitration centers, and Datuk heads up our arbitration center in Malaysia, and it goes by AIAC. I'll let Datuk introduce the center and his work and some new developments in Malaysia and other parts of the region. Over to you. Oh, we can't hear you yet.
Let me unmute.
Voice.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Thank you so much, Nick. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you and greetings from Malaysia. First, I would like to apologize that I'm not there in Hong Kong in person, which I usually do. But also extend my sincere appreciation of the understanding of the situation, and also for inviting me to be part of this panel. I think setting in context, the regional center, the first regional center for arbitration that was established under the auspices of AALCO was at that time in Kuala Lumpur in 1978. In 1978, AALCO's first regional center was named the Regional Center for Arbitration Kuala Lumpur. Thereafter, it was followed by the center in Cairo. The first one in 1978 was in July 1978. The second one in Cairo in Africa was in October 1978. So I think, as Nick has pointed out, the number of centers have grown. I think this is quite important because it's a testament of the emergence of Asia and Africa using international organizations as arbitral centers. There are three forms that arbitral centers can take. Basically, one is which is set up by, let's say, municipal, provincial, and central governments, which is basically the model that is adopted in China. The second one is the one which is set up by a company, a private company, limited by guarantee or a trust arrangement, which is the type that is in Singapore and in even ICC or in Hong Kong. And the third type is, of course, the AALCO centers, which is the international organization or international body under the auspices host in the country with immunities and privileges. The idea, I think, as Nick pointed out, is the Bandung Conference in the 1950s was aimed in a very difficult political era just after the war to bring together both Africa and Asia, and to some extent to deal with the decolonization that was going on at that time. So I think the importance of national independence and to promote peace at that time. And I believe that these principles still remain relevant. It remained relevant to our role as in dispute resolution institutions because peace is what parties look for other than time efficiency and cost savings. The ultimate aim of dispute resolution is to promote peace between the parties. So I've looked at the title of this forum, and I'm reminded of our shared history, our rich diversity, China, India, Asia, Africa, and more importantly, the values that we share as crystallized starting from the Bandung Conference. Today, I would always say that we are witnessing the Asian century and perhaps the African century. And there are many challenges to overcome. We, as the two continents, both Asia and Africa, are very diverse. We see tensions, but there's sometimes lack of cooperation. But the manner of cooperation is more extensive. The important thing is that it is an important point that we need to understand globalization both as a blessing and a curse, which exists in all global economic competition. So it is now very important, and this conference is timely for us, both in Asia and Africa, as arbitral institutions coming together towards a more cohesive partnership and benefit from our shared economic growth. Dispute resolution, particularly alternative dispute resolution, which is anything outside of the court, is a key area where we notice changes due to the economic changes actually in our region. There are new areas which niche disputes such as technology disputes, ESG, environment, social governance disputes, and even sports arbitration. We are also witnessing, as my colleague from Lily from Beijing Arbitration Commission showed, specific to China, changes in the law. And this is actually not limited. Changes in the law, changes in our institutional rules, and all kinds of other policies to promote and streamline ADR mechanisms. And I think one of the important things that we must realize that everybody is moving in tandem. All our structures are moving in tandem. The courts, our courts, are taking a more proactive, pro-arbitration, pro-ADR compared to the time past. And I will try to address some of these issues in both in Malaysia, India, and perhaps I'll look at the Middle East a little bit, and then I'll talk about new changes. Now, where Malaysia is concerned, the main change, legislative change, occurred in 2018 when we became completely model law compliant. we amended our arbitration act and completely made it very, very close to the model law as it is now. And I think of course the most important organization, the key organization where ADR is concerned is the Asian International Arbitration Center, which I head, and it has grown and it's evolved beyond. And we actually now represent the epicenter of dispute resolution in Malaysia. And we are hoping to emerge as a player in contributing to the global arena. This year, in August 2023, we introduced revisions to the arbitration rules, our mediation rules, and also we have one particular set of rules that not many people, many institutions have, which is the Islamic arbitration rules. We went back to our roots. We used the Ancestral Arbitration Rules 2021 as the base and amended it, institutionalized it by having the AALC arbitration rules, adopting and administering using the ancestral rules. So I think this is our response to the changing times. We wanted to make sure that the ADR process remains up to date and in line with the realities of the ground. Okay, some of the changes, the 2023 arbitration rules, which incorporates the Ancestral Arbitration Rules 2021, provides for transparency. This is something that we had a little bit more in third-party funding. That means we have disclosure requirements. Although we don't have any legislation in Malaysia to allow third-party funding, but the rules itself actually recognizes that third-party funding is a normal thing now in arbitration. Perhaps it will be a normal thing in litigation, and in our more advanced, more progressive jurisdictions like Hong Kong and Singapore, they have been dealt with in legislation. So we have allowed it in the rules. And the other one is the I rules, the Islamic arbitration rules. We cater for the Islamic community, more of the finance community, where they are actually raising money in terms of bonds called sukuk and other kinds of instruments using Sharia principles. Now, one change that we are doing, we are going to issue a new set of Sharia compliant building contracts. That's actually, we are shifting towards compliance, going for dispute avoidance. There are three parts what an ADR institution does: dispute avoidance, dispute settlement, and dispute resolution. So different methods of ADR fall under different ways. And I think one of the things that we did earlier was to issue standard form building contracts in Malaysia. Because the standard form, we've realized that, let's say, about half our work deals with the construction industry. And one of the reasons why disputes are so rife in the construction industry is due to poorly written contracts or contracts that are vague and or lopsided, so leading to further disputes. So I think dispute prevention is becoming one of the important things, and I'll talk about it in ESG later, which is a more of compliance. And then the other thing is that we continue to maintain our diverse panel of arbitrators. We do statutory adjudication, one of the few countries in the world that we have a statutory adjudication scheme to deal with payment issues in the construction industry. And then amendments that are now today, I'm supposed to attend a meeting in the government department to amend and set up a new mediation regime. So I think one of the commitments I think the country has, or the polity has, is a commitment to neutrality and upholding of procedural integrity. I think we have arbitrators on our panel from all over the world. The emphasis in reason months have been more to get Asian and African arbitrators so that we can deal with this issue of diversity by nationality and also gender diversity. I want to talk a little bit about Dubai because we have been actually quite, Malaysia being a majority Muslim country has very close links with the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Countries. And we have great interest and links with the Middle East. And one of the things that we watch the events and the activities, and I think also the unfolding of how their dispute resolution mechanism is working. And of course, we know in 2021 in Dubai, there was, earlier, Dubai has always had the DIFC, which is based on an aircraft carrier concept, the International Commercial Court, which is actually put in almost like what is now seen in Beijing, coming out with this pilot free trade zone area, which is basically an aircraft carrier concept detached from the rest of the jurisdiction. And I think DIFC is sitting in this aircraft carrier, which has common law in the sea of civil law. So I think one of the things that happened in 2021, all the institutions were in the Emirate of Emirate of Dubai was actually abolished and concentrated into the DIAC, which is the Dubai International Arbitration Center. I think that was quite drastic, and it is quite interesting to see the effects of it until now. And I think this is also a lesson for us not to do things in a drastic way, but to do it in a gradual way. And this is what we have some difficulties. The next jurisdiction I want to go to is India. India, unlike China, most of the arbitrations are ad hoc. And there are some arbitral institutions, but not as well established as in China. Because Chinese institutions, there are 247 institutions. India, I counted about 21, and at various degree of development. The main method of dealing with change in the arbitral and dispute resolution process is the use of legislation. And I think they have always used the Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996 and amended it. One main amendment where they tried to control the process of arbitration across the board in dealing with these delays and time efficiencies and cost issues by putting a statutory timeline for arbitrators to complete their work. So you are given 1 year plus 6 months. If you do not complete by that 1 year, 6 months, you have to apply for an extension to the Indian court. So originally, when in 2015, when this amendment came out, there was an outcry from the international community. And of course, now they amended it. It doesn't apply to the international arbitrations in India. But the second thing is the trying to use legislation to regulate the arbitral community regulations, setting up standards and all these things by the use of what is called, which is still not confirmed, is the Indian Council of Arbitration. 2019 Act came out, amendment came out with that, and then they actually abolished it recently in the 2021 arbitration amendment. But the real issue will, which way will India go? Will it be by internationalization in arbitration, or will it by nationalization? So I think we all are waiting to understand what it is. So I want to move on to certain two areas where this interesting development, the buzzword nowadays is environmental social governance, ESG, which is an umbrella term that refers to all kinds of environmental, social, governance issues and aspects of activity. Most important, it is related to what is known as corporate social responsibility, CSR. And in simple terms, it means that a business management and governance concept where the organization itself aims to create, by way of a strategy, a positive impact, and then sets out the objectives in its commercial activities and tries to do responsible investment. Now, it affects all of us, particularly I see it as an extension from the West. This concept came out from the West. I mean, some people, I'm a bit more critical, thinking that it is a Western concept that seems to extend power in a different way. But nevertheless, we are faced with it because it will lead to, at times, the cycles have to be actually, if you're having a supply cycle, you have to comply with the ESG requirement of the original source where it's going back to deliver the goods. So I think there is obviously going to be disputes coming out from it, especially for the compliance part. And I suppose we cannot run away from it. One way that may happen, my own reading, is that organizations, manufacturing people will start to integrate vertically within their own system. But I think now ESG has become part of our lives. We have to deal with it. It is part of the Paris Agreement in 2016, adopted by 196 countries on climate change. And then I think, this is going to be the one that we in Asia and Africa will have to look at it carefully and deal with it. So I think one of the things where I believe arbitration will play a great part is that because arbitrators are independent with special ability, it is better than the courts. So I think, and again, the enforcement under the New York Convention of Arbitral Awards makes it almost completely effective. And again, you can actually even obtain interim relief and injunctions where there is irreversible environmental damage or gross. That's one of the things that we have difficulty sometimes. Human rights. Gross human rights violation. I mean, what does that mean? To different countries means different things. So I think we will have to deal with that, and this is one of the things that it is coming. Of course, another one is I want to talk about. I'm using up my time. I want to talk about sports disputes. One of the things that is lacking in Asia and Africa, we are crazy about sports. I think you go to Africa, everybody knows FIFA. But if you go to Asia, we are all great sporting nations. But all our sports disputes seem to be resolved eventually in Switzerland or in Europe by CAS. So I think one of the things that we have been interested in Malaysia, we have come up with our sports arbitration rules. And in January this year, next year, we will be setting it up the Asian Sports Tribunal, and we will be empaneling arbitrators. And we already have the rules. We are building capacity, and we hope to actually retain, and also encourage for disputes in Asia and perhaps Africa to be resolved within the regions and before it goes elsewhere. The other thing that also we are becoming aware of is the issue of diversity. But the diversity is not gender diversity that I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about actually ethnic and nationality diversity. One of the things that we realize in Asia, while we produce the most number of disputes, for example, in LMAA, 50% of the maritime arbitration disputes in LMAA in London is actually Chinese. but I have not heard of a Chinese arbitrator on LMA. So LMAA. I'm not aware. I'm not aware. It's maybe my ignorance. But I think it just does call for more diversity in the sense that disputes coming from Asia, from Africa, not because it is we are xenophobic. There should be an opportunity for our Asian and African arbitrators to come up and decide these disputes. So Nick, I'm going to stop here. I've used up all my time.
No?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please put your hand together for Datuk Sanjay Raju. Very informative as always. He's a good brother. Next, I'd like to invite Dr. Christopher To. He is the program director of one of the best law schools in the world at City University here in Hong Kong. And he's also the former Secretary General for the Hong Kong International Arbitration Center. Over to you, Dr. To.
Okay, thank you very much, Nick Chan.
Thank you.
Thank you, honorable guests, fellow colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go through this very quickly. Now, I'm going to cover a few areas. This is what Nick told me. I had to cover 10 points. So that's why I've gone through 10 points. One is the compliance and multi-tier dispute resolution clauses, interim measures relating to mainland China and also Hong Kong, governing law of the dispute resolution clause, the conduct of arbitrators, the importance of the notice of arbitration, the role of arbitration in ESG, as Dr. Sandro has mentioned, outcome-related fee structures for arbitration, artificial intelligence and technology and dispute resolution, adjudication versus arbitration within the construction sector, and enforcement and setting aside arbitration awards. Now, let me start with the first one. I'm not going to go through all these cases. These are prominent cases in Hong Kong, and some of the solicitors and barristers are in the room here, and they can actually explain more, but I'm just going to give you a flavor of why Hong Kong is pro-arbitration. The first one is, for example, relating to admissibility and jurisdiction. In this case, C and D, this case, there's a tier dispute resolution clause. Like most businesses around the world would like to reduce their risks. They don't want to go straight into arbitration straight away, so they might want to actually use negotiation, mediation, and adjudication before they go into arbitration. What happens in this case was that the parties did not follow the procedure in terms of the tier dispute resolution process. And one of the parties tried to set aside the award, and subsequently the court said clearly this procedure should be decided by the tribunal rather than by the court. So you can see that the court is supportive in Hong Kong about arbitration. Now, the next one relates to interim measures. This is a gift from mainland China to Hong Kong. And I think this is wonderful because this creates a situation whereby, for example, it prevents the respondents from attempting to evade their assets or their claims, for example, in mainland China, so that, for example, those who want to pursue arbitration have an assurance that at the end of the day, they're going to get what they want. So you can see that in terms of the bodies approved, there are 6 bodies in Hong Kong approved to do this. And in terms of applications, according to the HKIAC's webpage, there's 194 of those applications were made for preservation of assets, whereas 2 were preservation of evidence and 4 were preservation of conduct, and assets totaling roughly 27.4 billion RMB. Now, and in terms of, for example, the other 100 applications, 96 decisions were issued by the mainland courts, 5 decisions relating to the preservation of assets upon the application provision of security, whereas 4 applications were rejected. So you can see that the courts in mainland China are also very supportive of this. Now, the next case I want to draw your attention to is this case in terms of the governing law of the contract. You can see that, for example, there are certain uncertainties about the governing law of the contract. And in Hong Kong, we've set the scene in terms of, for example, the governing law of the contract by following what a UK Supreme Court case said. And you can see that in China, Railway Hong Kong Holdings Limited, the basis says that the express choice of the governing law applicable to the main contract will generally also apply to the dispute resolution clause. So that's what another case. Another case in Hong Kong relating to the conduct of arbitrators. I just put it into a general title. And in this case, for example, this case relates to whether, for example, arbitrators are compelled to give evidence or to be basically brought before a court and so forth, but the courts in Hong Kong say that arbitrators are immune, subject to fraud and bad faith conditions. Now, next case relates to another case in Hong Kong, and these cases you can see are all very recent cases in Hong Kong. So you can see that Hong Kong is dealing with a lot of arbitration work, and also, for example, the courts, in a way, are supportive, but I'll tell you in a minute, the courts are supportive as long as you follow the procedures correctly. That's very important. It doesn't mean the courts in Hong Kong rubber stamp everything. It means that you have to follow procedures. So in this case, for example, CIC, basically, for example, the Court of First Instance refused to enforce an award because it's grossly unfair. The procedures were not followed properly. Okay? If the procedures were followed properly, the court would have enforced it. Another case relates to CMB. Another case, the court also set aside, for example, the award on the basis, for example, the arbitrator had no jurisdiction on certain parts, not the entire award, but only certain parts that the arbitrator did not have jurisdiction. Now, this important case is for clients to be aware of. Why? This is relating to the notice of arbitration. Before you engage lawyers, usually the clients will issue the notice themselves. Usually the clients will always say that the notice is pretty easy, we follow the rules of various organizations, and we just comply accordingly. But in this situation, it's not about just the notice per se, it's also about the delivery. So when you talk about in law school 101, about law is about the delivery as well. In this case, the email address was sent to the wrong email address, and subsequently the other party did not receive that notice of arbitration. So this client is faced with the dilemma of actually going back to arbitration again by issuing a proper notice. So you can see that they waste a lot of time and resources, and at the end of the day, they get nothing. So the key thing is procedures in arbitration must be followed to the teeth in order to get what you want. Now, our friend from Malaysia talked about ESG. This is a topic, for example, is growing in importance. Now, I looked at the internet, and I only found that, for example, the World Economic Forum, the ICC, has done studies and research into this area. But in this part of Asia, I couldn't find much information. And Hong Kong does have a climate governance initiative, basically whereby we're looking at, for example, climate initiative changes for Asia as well as Hong Kong. And I think that this is something that we can actually maybe focus on, because as our friend from Malaysia said, that it should not be just a Western sort of area they can focus on. I think maybe Asia and Africa should be focusing on this area because it has its flexibilities, as our friend from Malaysia said, in terms of, for example, expertise of the arbitrators, the New York Convention, and also I want to mention about the Singapore Mediation Convention. But nowadays, clients are not always want to go to arbitration. They also want to go to mediation. But the disadvantages are multinationals and governments. There's an imbalance between these. How do you address those? This is something that we need to go look forward to. Transparency versus confidentiality, that's another thing, relating to commercial versus public interest areas. Now, that's something that we need to actually maybe focus on going forward in terms of a new area that we can develop on. Now, another one relates to the outcome-related fee structures for arbitration. Our expert is here from Herbert Smith, and she basically, with a team of other people from also the Evokes Chambers, Benny and all that, they actually worked on this for Hong Kong in terms of, for example, setting a scene that, for example, those who do not have funds to pursue arbitration and so forth, at least you can actually do so with this new regime. And if you can look down at the very bottom of the PowerPoint, you can see that there are free arrangements, contingency-free arrangements, damages-based arrangements, and hybrid damages-based arrangements. And these are unique for Hong Kong. And I can tell you that the Department of Justice, I think 2 weeks ago, issued a guidelines for this. So for those who are interested in this area, please look at the guidelines, because the guidelines is very helpful because it does have a flow chart. And the flow chart, because usually clients want to look at the flow chart, what do I do next? So this is something that the DOJ, I take my hat off to in terms of developing this. Now, in terms of AI, and technology disputes. There's a case in Hong Kong whereby called Sky Power Construction, whereby the whole case was done basically online, not in Hong Kong, but overseas, but in terms of enforcement in Hong Kong. And the judge said in Hong Kong, we can enforce it. So you can see, for example, even doing things totally online, the chances are you can enforce an arbitration award. Now, when do we start with AI and technology disputes? I think Nick Chan knows very well on this area, domain name disputes. We started this area with domain name disputes, whereby WIPO was taking a lead on this, and so we decided to move into this area to see whether we can do it. And our friends from, for example, Malaysia, Korea, now hopefully Japan, and they will be working together, and also mainland China. The square trades and e-resolution and trading platforms, these were very popular around in the United States and also Canada. And what happens is these developed, but they did not have the funding to actually move forward in terms of, for example, what they're providing. And of course, you can see that Alibaba is very active in this area in terms of online disputes. And also, I know that AALCO and also EBRAM, under leadership of our Secretary of Justice at the time, Teresa Chang, basically moved this forward because this is an important area whereby if you want to resolve disputes going forward, we might not have to have physical meetings or facilities, but at least online platforms to do so. Now, the opportunities, most people always say, well, AI, what does it have? Data reviewing and also categorization, document analysis, and also reduced costs. So some people believe that the associates, the trainees might not have any work anymore. But in saying that, okay, we still need to input the data. We still have to categorize the data. But the challenges are unreliable content. Okay, how do you address that? Because you see in Facebook and you see in all these things, people talk about data is not correct. Okay, how do you correct this? Is there a police force or someone who's going to look after this? Lack of transparency and also bias and also ethics, whereby Herbert Smith, Free Hills, there was an event, ICC, whereby the managing partner talked about, for example, one of the biggest hurdles is, for example, client, professional, for example, relationship with client. How can you actually use the client's information and put it onto a platform? The chances are it could be risky. Now, another important area that the government has been working very hard on, which Malaysia has, is adjudication. Adjudication, and if you look at it, the date is the 28th of November, 2023. It just came out. So it went to AALCO, and what happens is we're now going to have some kind of format to resolve disputes within the construction sector in much more reduced time frame. Because clients in construction are always complaining that arbitration takes too long. But at the end of the day, we're trying to address the cash flow. Because at the end of the day, some of those disputes might not be multi-mega disputes, might be just small disputes. So they want to have a cash flow situation. So for example, they can actually move forward with their projects. So you can see that I just took from UK. This is Coulson, Lord Justice Coulson said in a case in 2021, he said that adjudication is the only game in town. Okay, so you can see that is construction, for example, moving away from arbitration to adjudication. Time will tell in Hong Kong. You can see that from our friend in Malaysia. It said that more and more cases are moving from arbitration to adjudication. Now, in relating to enforcement and setting aside awards, I must stress that our courts are very competent, our courts have very highly qualified judges, and they do look at things very carefully before they decide to enforce or not enforce. So if you look at this case, LY, the Court of Instance dismissed an application to set aside an award, okay, based on claims that the tribunal had failed to deal with key issues. So you can see that they basically decide to set aside the award. Another one is the case involving COG, one of the parties was not happy with it, and they tried to, for example, set aside, and the judge said very clearly that reasonable opportunity doesn't mean a full opportunity. So you can see that these are cases whereby judges were very pro-arbitration. Now, another case whereby, for example, whereby the judge looked at it very carefully. He did, or she did, for example, set aside this, and simply because the parties had two contracts, okay? The Fiona Trust case in UK basically doesn't mean that you handle everything by the same tribunal because the parties' intentions wanted to have two separate contracts. So you can see that that case was set aside. So you can see that the judges look at this very carefully. So on this note, I'd like to say that Hong Kong is very pro-arbitration. I like Hong Kong. I've been living in Hong Kong for all my life. And I can tell you that, for example, there's nothing wrong with our legal system in Hong Kong. And I fully support our judges and also the judiciary and also the Department of Justice in moving forward with arbitration as well as dispute resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. To. Let's go online. Let's go to Kenya to see our friend. Joy Maina, the manager at our Nairobi Center for International Arbitration, also a member of the AALCO family. Over to you, Joy.
Thank you, Nick. Distinguished participants and guests in Hong Kong. Good morning. I don't know what time it is there. I think it's morning still, so good morning. It's also morning in Nairobi. And it's a great pleasure for me to join you this morning, although virtually. Probably next time I'd wish to be there physically. And maybe my presentation is brief, and I will speak on the Kenyan perspective. To begin with, the substantive law in Kenya on arbitration is the Arbitration Act, which is modeled majorly, which is modeled on the UNCITRAL model law on international commercial arbitration. It's a law that was enacted in 1995, but has had a few amendments since then. A lot of the arbitrations in Kenya are mainly ad hoc, as opposed to administered arbitrations. And we have institutional rules. We have the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration Rules. We also have the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators Kenya branch rules that were enacted in the year 2020. And we've had a number of developments in Kenya in terms of the law. So the first instance is the Supreme Court decisions in some 2 cases, which clarified the positions on about setting aside of arbitral awards. We had situations where previously the law was not very clear on whether arbitral awards can be set aside or not, but the Supreme Court clarified that the arbitral awards can only be set aside in very limited circumstances, and that's where to avoid where the High Court had stepped out of the grounds that are provided for in the Act and had therefore made a decision that was very manifestly wrong and which closed the door of justice to either of the parties. We also have, in the recent past, in the year 2021, the NCIA midwifed a process of a policy known as the National Alternative Dispute Resolution Policy in Kenya. This policy has since obtained cabinet approval this year and is now awaiting parliamentary approval. It has a wide-reaching range of measures that are proposed in that policy. For starters, it has proposed to come up with a construction adjudication law. Presently in Kenya, there is no standalone law on construction adjudication, yet a lot of the disputes that find their way to arbitration are construction related. So the policy proposes to have a law that specifically deals with construction adjudication. The policy also proposes to incorporate some changes into the Arbitration Act, which is the substantive law of arbitration here in Kenya. And one of the proposals in that policy is to provide a mechanism by which decisions of the High Court can be appealed from in terms of setting aside of arbitral awards. It also proposes to incorporate mechanisms on incorporation of fast-track arbitrations. It also proposes to incorporate codes of practice for arbitrators into the Act. And it also proposes, among others, to incorporate the arbitral court into the Act. The arbitral court is a creature of the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration Act, and the NCIA is one of the AALCO centers. It is established by law, and it has, since its establishment in the year 2013 and formal operationalization in the year 2015, has seen a tremendous growth of arbitrations, administered arbitrations. And the center has also, in addition to the arbitration rules, the center also has mediation rules that were enacted, that were revised in the year 2022. We've seen situations where a number of parties want to opt for mediation. So we've had instances where parties opt for mediation first, And then for the issues that cannot be resolved fully in mediation, those are the issues that are taken to arbitration. The center has also come up with conciliation rules for parties that wish to solve their disputes through conciliation. I think majorly the change the center also proposes to amend its arbitration rules to incorporate things like fast track arbitrations, where arbitrations are only had through documents only pleadings. In instances where maybe the arbitrations are fairly straightforward arbitrations. So but the policy is the major change that is proposed in the Kenyan law, and hopefully that the same will be approved by the Kenyan Parliament for it to eventually find its way into the laws. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Please put your hands together. Thank you. That's wonderful. Joy, when she started the presentation, it's 6 a.m. her time. So I think when she joined us earlier today, it's probably 4 in the morning. Thank you, Joy. We have one question from the floor, or I should say we only have time for one question from the floor. It's about, I mean, China have CCAS, Switzerland have CAS, and our friend Datuk have mentioned new developments, Malaysia. The question received was, what kind of sports-related disputes can we expect to be resolved by these centers? Should we go to Datuk first? But we maybe a quick answer, like a rapid-fire 30 seconds answer.
Going back, it can be all kinds of sports disputes, starting from matters relating to selection. And also, I think the other very important thing is doping. And then the third thing will be commercial sponsorship arrangements. So there are 3 different kinds, but it relates to whatever is the sports law is about. So any disputes that can be resolved by sports law can be arbitrated.
Anything to add locally? No? Dr. To?
I think we should be focusing on this. I think CAS had a meeting last month in Switzerland relating to sort of encouraging more panelists to be more interactive. I think this is something that maybe our Malaysian friend can take the lead on in terms of Asia and Africa, how we can actually move forward.
And I know the Law Society and the Bar Association of Hong Kong are also focusing on this. So because of time, we have to draw this session to an end. Please join me in thanking our excellent speakers in sharing their wisdom. Thank you very much. And maybe we'll take a photo with our friends online, a panel photo.
Yeah,
Should we be
absolutely. Let's have
standing or
a
sitting?
please rise, and then we will also take a photo together with our guests from Zoom. Later on, I will count down. So get ready. So photographer, are you ready? Okay. So now for the guests from Zoom, please look at the camera, and also for the guests on stage, please stand closer. So now. Everybody have a look this center. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Few more to go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you so much for the insights, for sharing. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Thank you to guests from the Zoom. Thank you. So now we'll move on to the next panel section. The topic is Judicial Assistance in Arbitration, New Developments in Asia and Africa. Just a warm reminder, don't forget we have a QR code on your table. Please scan the QR code to fill in the questions if you have any questions to our speakers. And also, in order to do even better, you can also fill in the survey to let us know your idea, your advice, then we can do even better in the future. So now we will move on to the next session. We are going to, just I mentioned that will be Judicial Assistance in Arbitration, New Developments in Asia and Africa. We are going to invite our moderator and also our guests to be on stage to share with us. So now, please join me in welcoming the moderator of this section, Professor Teresa Zhang, GBM, GBS SCJP, President the 59th Annual Section of the AALCO, Co-Chair, Asian Academy of International Law, former Secretary for Justice, the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China. Please give the big hands to Professor Teresa Zhang. Thank you. Please also welcome the foreign speakers to join us for the discussion. We have a guest from Zoom, Mr. Christopher Adelbayo Oho, expert members, International Commercial Expert Committee, Supreme People's Court of the People's Republic of China, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, former Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Federal Republic of Nigeria. And also we have our sharing guests in here to share with us, including Judge Mohammed Jomra, Judge Court of Appeal, Egyptian Ministry of Justice. Thank you for joining us. And Dr. Gaston Canfric, Do Asheni, Magistrate Director of Legislation at the Ministry of Justice in Cameroon. Dr. Gaston, please. Yes. And then Ms. Catherine Sanger, partner, Herbert Smith Fairhills. Thank you for joining us. So our moderator and speakers, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I think it is a great honor to be here to look at the judicial assistance in arbitration that is in Asia and Africa. I think a lot of the times when we talk about judicial assistance, we tend to look at a few jurisdictions. But I don't think we have covered, and we should, cover a lot more with the Asian and African perspectives. And therefore, I think by choosing this particular topic with Asian African perspectives, of course, under AALCO as well, is very pertinent. We have already roughly, I think the MC has roughly introduced each of the speakers, so I think I will not be reproducing that. And I think we have one speaker who is going to go online. I believe he would be ready online now. If that is the case, we will start our presentation with Christopher Adebayo Ojo. Yes, and Christopher from Nigeria will be able to give us the perspectives from the Nigerian experience in judicial assistance. Christopher.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Moderator and my co-panelists. It's 4 a.m. here in Nigeria, so let me start by thanking the organizers of this event for inviting me to share a few thoughts on the topic under reference, which is judicial assistance in arbitration, new developments in Asia and Africa, including the legal framework and landmark cases in a relevant jurisdiction. I shall be concerning myself with the Africa jurisdiction, for this session. Now, judicial assistance in the process of arbitration varies from country to country. Some people see the involvement of courts as an interference, or in extreme cases, they see it as a hindrance. In other words, some people feel that by parties choosing to go to arbitration, they have indirectly decided to forego the national courts and rather put their trusts in the hands of a few chosen people who are chosen by them, and they agree to be bound by the outcome. And this is the principle of party autonomy, which we are all familiar about. So therefore, parties will only seek assistance from the courts if they need to remove some obstacles impeding the process, or what I would call smoothing the rough edges. However, this does not mean that there's no room for interaction between the courts and the arbitral process, as the courts invariably, as you will find, are an integral and indispensable part of the whole process. Hence, no arbitration can achieve its aims or objectives without some form of judicial assistance at various stages. Now, in spite of the theory of party autonomy, which I referred to earlier just now, which is the underlying foundation or essence of arbitration that should guarantee the minimal interference by the courts, the process cannot flourish without assistance, particularly in the enforcement of arbitration agreements and awards. In this regard, two cases that emanated from Africa recently come to mind. The first case is the tuna bond case, where on the 23rd of September 2023, the United Kingdom Supreme Court ruled in favor of Mozambique and overturned an earlier decision of the Court of Appeal, which partially granted a stay of litigation proceeding in favor of arbitration. Now, the UK Supreme Court held that the claims of bribery, conspiracy, and dishonest assistance did not fall within the scope of the arbitration agreement, and therefore allowed the claim of Mozambique for $1.5 billion as damages to proceed in the court unhindered, as against going to arbitration, which the respondents wanted. Now, this case involved a contract between the state-owned Mozambican companies and the shipbuilder Private Invest. Private Invest was funded by loans and bonds from the Credit Suisse, which is a bank in Switzerland, and backed by undisclosed Mozambican government guarantees to develop its tuna industry and the maritime security. But curiously, on the 1st of October 2023, the matter was settled by the parties out of court. We don't know the terms of the settlement. Now, the second case, which is more recent, is that of P&ID, which means Process and International Development, which was handed down by the United Kingdom Business and Property Court on 23rd October 2023, which is very recent, less than 2 months ago. And in that case, Nigeria successfully challenged an award of $11.4 billion in a grass processing plant project on the grounds that the contract had been obtained through fraudulent means and was therefore contrary to public policy. Incidentally, I was a member of that arbitration panel, but I wrote a dissenting award. Now, on recent developments with regard to legal framework, two new legislations readily come to mind. On the 6th of September 2022, which is last year, less than a year ago, the Republic of Sierra Leone enacted a new arbitration act and repealed the old one of 1960. And similarly, on 26th May 2023, just a few months ago, Nigeria also enacted a new Arbitration and Mediation Act to replace the old one, which was enacted in 1988. I was privileged to be part of the team that, put this act, recent acts together. Now, these acts, though based on the UNCITRAL model law of 2006, introduced significant changes in arbitration in the two countries I mentioned. That of Sierra Leone now provides for third-party funding, default Sierra Leone seat in the event that the parties have not designated it, default appointment process where the parties fail to determine the number of arbitrators. The Act also enshrines the principles of competence for the tribunal to rule on its own jurisdiction, and also included provisions for emergency arbitrator and interim measures, amongst others. The Nigerian Act, in addition to providing for the same items which I've mentioned concerning the Sierra Leone Act earlier, contains an innovation where an arbitral review board or tribunal is set up for parties that so desire it. So what it has done is that when the arbitration is concluded, an award is rendered by the arbitrators or arbitrator as is where, the parties have an option to submit that award to an arbitral review tribunal, which is, the acronym is ART. So this tribunal is expected to review the award and complete its akin to the annulment panel of the ICSID. So within 60 days, they're expected to give a decision on the award, whether the award is good or not. But one thing that has not changed in the two laws which I cited earlier is that judicial assistance is allowed where necessary. If you take a look at Section 53, 54, and 55 of the Sierra Leone Act, you will find that the courts are allowed to enforce peremptory orders of a tribunal, secure attendance of witnesses, and support arbitration generally. You all know that sometimes when a tribunal makes an order peremptorily, a party might not obey it, and there's no mechanism or machinery for the enforcement of such order. But this has now changed in Sierra Leone, as the courts there can ensure compliance with any such order given by a tribunal. With regard to Nigeria, sections 19 and 64 allow the courts to grant interim measures and also allow the courts to intervene in the process as provided within the Act. Now, this last provision of Section 64 is the same as Section 34 in the old Act, which provides that no court is expected to intervene in the arbitration process unless as provided for within the Act. So in a nutshell, these are the recent developments as far as cases are concerned, and also legal framework in Africa. They're all within the last 1 year, just a few months ago. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Christopher. That's a really new update, being in May of this year with the new arbitration law in Nigeria. Now, I think without further ado, I would like to move to Egypt so that we would have a presentation from actually the Court of Appeal, a judge, to share the views and experience and practice in Egypt. Egypt has also, if I am correct, also adopted the model law, adopting the 1985 one. Dr. Mohammed? Thank you.
I would like to thank you very much for your sincere welcoming as a beautiful city of Hong Kong, and also to giving me opportunity to be a part of such an impressive team of speakers, panelists, professionals, and attendees. My presentation will have my intervention today will have two aspects. First one, which is about the judicial assistant in arbitration, and second one will deal with the tech in courts. So for the first part regarding the judicial assistant in arbitration is obtaining support from national courts during an arbitration process. And we know that arbitration takes place outside the courts, so decisions made by the arbitral tribunal are not legally binding until recognized by the national country participating court. So we can find that there's many benefits of the judicial assistant in arbitration. For example, the quick enforcement, greater legal certainty, and more effective resolution. So here are the main benefits of the judicial assistance. It could be represented in reduced time and costs, confidentiality, and also enforceability of the awards. There are types of judicial assistance in arbitration. For example, interim measures, which national courts may grant interim measure with reference to the arbitral proceedings, and also assistance in taking evidence. Here, the third party may summon with the court's help to provide evidence and expert opinions, and also, of course, the enforcement of awards similar to the national court's decisions. The role of the national courts in judicial assistance should be represented in assistance, non-interference, and also no authority over the arbitral tribunals. There are procedures for seeking for the judicial assistance in arbitration. For example, it could be inquiry or filing through parties file a request in the court of the state in whose territory arbitration proceedings are held, or issuance of order by the court to issue an order granting the requested assistance, and arbitrators may be authorized to be present in court proceedings. The recent developments in Africa, because my colleagues talked a lot about Asia, so I would like to review the situation and the recent developments in Africa. We can find that judicial training programs, also harmonization of arbitration laws, and also facilitation of arbitral procedure as recent developments adopted in Africa. And of course, there is many case studies. I would like to provide some of them to show the recent challenges in this regard, the judicial assistant in arbitration. First one is Pro Electrica and Electrica. Here we find that the European Court ruled that domestic courts have the powers to take evidence via the Hague Convention despite parts dismissing arbitration clauses. And second case here is Renault versus Paninter. We find that the Dutch Supreme Court acknowledged foreign law as a binding source of law in the Netherlands. Also, the third case is the court application by the Abu Dhabi National Company, where we find that the UK court under Section 67 granted assistance to arbitrator conducting a seat challenge and upheld the challenge. There are many challenges face this question, face the obtaining judicial assistance in arbitration. I would like to mention the following. First, the breach of confidentiality, also the language barriers, and also unfamiliarity with international investment. Once we can find the local or the domestic laws and the regulations, may favor domestic investor, make foreign investor uncomfortable. Also, challenge could be represented in conflicting legal systems, political interference, and regulatory fragmentation. Overall, to end this perspective of my intervention, first perspective, I can say that as a judicial assistant in arbitration, continue to evolve, embracing the new developments in Asia and Africa, brings closer to a more robust and effective arbitration system worldwide. For my second part, of my presentation represented in the tech in Cortes. We know that the COVID affected many business around the world. And of course, the justice sector also affected by the COVID. And we can find many procedures adopted by the countries in this regard to find a solution. For example, changes in legislation, technical improvement. And I can mention here what happened in France, adopting what's called the Digital Republic to transform all the sectors to be digitalized. So the COVID pushed us to ask ourselves an important question, which is it the time to adopt technology in judiciary to improve the justice infrastructure in many countries as a UN Sustainable Development, one of the UN Sustainable Development Goals? Yes, of course, because here, according to this survey, to measure the trust in justice and the satisfaction of the user in the judicial system, we can find that most of the actors of the justice system are not satisfied about the court's performance. And here the Consultative Council of European Judges mentioned that information and communication technology should be a tool to improve the administration of justice, to facilitate the user access to the courts, and to enforce the safeguards laid down in Article 6 of European Convention of Human Rights, access to justice, impartiality, independence of the judge, fairness, and reasonable duration of proceedings. Of course, the motivation for change exists, represented mainly in achieving the efficiency, accuracy, and also cost saving. There are many challenges and that the court is facing to adopting tech. For example, the technological learning curve, also data privacy and security, and also the regulatory compliance. Here also the budget represents one of the obstacles that face the technology in courts, because according to this slide, we find that most of the judiciary budget is going to the salaries of the actors, and only about 6% only for technology. So to achieve the efficiency in the judicial system, we need to deal with justice system as a product. So we have a consumer and the producer. The consumer could be represented in litigants and the claimant who seek to get a decision with less costs and as soon as possible, and also the producer represented in judges, for example. And both of the consumer and the producer are seeking to achieve the efficiency. Here, according to our research worked on last year at Hamburg University, we did a regression model for about 40 countries, data analysis around the world to measure the effect of the technology on the efficiency of judicial system, especially the effect of the technology on the clearance rate and disposition time. Here CR the clearance rate, ICT represent the technology, NG represent number of judges, here's a budget and the disposition time. According to our data analysis, we find that the technology affected positively on the clearance rate in the courts in the period between 2016 and 2018, according to data analysis available on CPAJ website. And also it affects positively on the disposition time the court could take to resolve the dispute, as we can see here in the first degree courts. The second model of our project was about the effect of the technology on the access to justice, taking the incoming cases as a variable represent the access to justice. And also we found that the technology could affect positively on the access to justice, because last survey did by HEAL, we find that about 11% of population are able to partially resolve their disputes, and only 31% have an ongoing justice problem, and unfortunately 22 find no resolution for their legal disputes or legal questions. Also, the technology has a positive side on the rights of people with disabilities. Here, Article 13 of the United Nations Convention on the right of a person with disability deal with this question. And the Global Initiative for Inclusive Information and Communication Technologies ensure the application of this article to ensure that person with disability must be able effectively participate directly or indirectly in all legal proceedings. And here I would like to give this example, which is the first case before the Equality Court in South Africa, was a disability discrimination suit. Ms. Muller, a South African lawyer who uses a wheelchair, which tried to enter the courtroom, but it couldn't to go through the stairs using her wheelchair. So the court found itself obliged to postpone the court session twice, and finally the court decided that it's a case of disability discrimination. So here, the lack of a free legal aid available to persons with disability, here technology can help. There are many key success factors to improve the adopting technology in courts. For example, collaboration, investment in infrastructure, training and upskilling for justice actors, and also data security and privacy issues. Here to conclude, in the second part and last part of my intervention, I can say that there is a significant relationship, positive relationship between using the technology and clearance rate, disposition time, and facilitating access to justice in courts. However, we can see that it's not necessary that the courts spend more on technology, are those who has the highest level of efficiency in courts, because there are many other factors that affect us also in the efficiency. For example, the budget could affect indirectly in the court's efficiency. Also, we found that laws and regulation need in many countries to be more recent and also to be more inclusive, to include all harmonized people, marginalized people, and people also with disability and otherwise. There is success presuppose a major investment in terms of training and the governance, initial and contentious, to enable all actors to access, use the new technology tools, and to promote the harmonization between them. Also, we found that one of the results is that in criminal cases, in criminal trials, it's better to be in person, the criminal trials, it's better to be in person, it's more effective, because the judge in the courts could use the criminology science to understand the expressions of the criminal during the court session. So it's better to be in person. Also, there are the language obstacles that we should take also into account. So digital justice must remain human above all, because many of people are fearing that their jobs being substituted with after using the technology. And now we can say that it's not a matter of if virtuality will be used in our lives and in the courtroom, it's a matter of when. And overall, we can say that digital justice shouldn't be feared, but it must be managed. We must know how to manage it successfully. Thank you so much for your listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think the digital part is also particularly interesting. I noticed the penultimate point is digital justice must also be human after all. And I think so rightly encapsulate some of the points. And I think we will now move on to our next speaker, Dr. Gaston Canfac-Dourgeny. Apart from his introduction by the MC, I should also mention that he and I met on TV, as it were, when we had the 59th session in Hong Kong, where I was elected the president and he was also the vice president. So it's a great honor to have you here. Gaston, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. It's my pleasure to be here today. And at the outset of my presentation, I wish to thank Mr. Nick and all the organizers of this important event. So I'm expected to share some new development concerning judicial assistance in arbitration, particularly in the OHADA territory. And what is OHADA? OHADA is the French acronym of Organization for the Harmonization of Business Law in Africa. And this organization was created by the treaty signed in Port-Louis, Mauritius, in October 1993, with the purpose to promote development of the contracting states by elaborating a business law which is simple, modern, and adapted in order to stimulate and secure investment in the OHADA territory. This treaty was modified in Canada, Quebec, on 17 October 2008. To date, OHADA is made up of 17 contracting states that are as follows: Benin, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Comoros, Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ivory Coast, Gabon, Guinea-Conakry, Guinea-Bissau, Equatorial Guinea, Mali, Niger, Senegal, and Togo. OHADA has 5 institutions. There is first the Conference of the Head of State and Government of the contracting parties. Then the Council of Ministers, which is made up of the Ministers of Justice and the Ministers of Finance, and it is the legislative body of the organization. Then you have the Common Court of Justice and Arbitration, which is the Supreme Court of the contracting state concerning OHADA business law, but at the same time, it's an international center of arbitration modeled on the ICC Court of Arbitration. Then you have the Regional Hard School of Magistracy based in Benin, which purpose is to ensure training in business law of judges and other lawyers from the contracting state. And finally, you have the Permanent Secretariat based in Yaoundé, Cameroon, which is the headquarters of the organization and is in charge of the administration of the organization. To date, 11 Uniform Act, this is the material law adopted by the Council of Ministers. To date, there are 11 of them that has already been adopted and that are in force. There are general commercial law, commercial company law, surety law, debt recovery law and enforcement law, bankruptcy law, arbitration law, together with the CCJ rules of arbitration. CCJ stands for Common Court of Justice and Arbitration. Accountancy law, carriage of good law, cooperative law, mediation law, accountancy of non-profit organization law. Now, concerning the new development introduced by the OHADA legislator, I would say that taking into consideration the fact that intervention of the state court in the arbitration process is only effective when it is swift, the OHADA legislator has set time limit within which the state court called upon to cooperate in arbitration within the OHADA area is required to rule in the case in the time limit consistent with the with the celerity of arbitration. And in this regard, I wish to mention three provisions. They are respectively Article 6 of the Uniform Act on Arbitration, Article 31, and Article 27. Article 6 deals with the case where a party fails to appoint his arbitrator in the deadline indicated by the Uniform Act on Arbitration. And it also deals with the situation where the two arbitrators already appointed do not agree on the name of the third one, which has to preside over the tribunal. And in this context, Article 6 of the Uniform Act on Arbitration states that the competent court in the state in which is located the seat of the arbitral tribunal must appoint an arbitrator within 15 days unless the law of the state party in which the said seat is located provides for a shorter period. And to prevent dilatory appeals that would unnecessarily lengthen the arbitration period, Article 6 of the Uniform Act on Arbitration provides that the decision by which the competent state court appoints the arbitrator is not subject to appeal. With regard to Article 27 of the Uniform Act, this text provides that the state court with jurisdiction to rule on application to set aside an award shall rule within 3 months of the date on which the matter was referred to it. The text specifies that when this court has not given a ruling within this time limit, it is relinquished of jurisdiction and the appeal may be brought before the Common Court of Justice and Arbitration within the following 15 days. By acting in this way, the OHADA legislator discloses its desire to see the competent state judge cooperate in the arbitration within time frames that are consistent with the speed that should characterize arbitration. Now, concerning Article 31 of the Uniform Act, this deals with the recognition and enforcement of arbitral award. And the text provides that the competent state court seized for recognition or enforcement of an award must give its decision within a period not exceeding 15 days from the date of its seizure. And the text also precises that if by the end of this 15 days period, the competent court has not given a ruling, the exequatur is deemed to have been granted. And it was said that these provisions institute an automatic exequatur when the competent court fails to give a ruling within the 15 days period conferred to it for this purpose. In any event, the text provides that when the exequatur is granted or in the event of silence of the part of the part of the court to which the exequatur application is referred within the aforementioned 15-day period, the interested party shall refer the matter to the chief registrar of the court in question or to the competent authority to fix the formal exequatur upon the original of the award. I must stress that the Common Court of Justice and Arbitration has already had to apply Article 27 on 2 occasions. In the first case, in the context of a labor dispute between employees of the state of Niger and the latter, the said employees took the state to arbitration in accordance with the contract binding them. An arbitration award dated 15 March 2020 ordered the state of Niger to pay various sums of money to the plaintiff employees as damages for unfair dismissal. On 20 April 2020, the state of Niger appealed to the Niamey Court of Appeal to set aside the arbitration award made on 16 March 2020. And while Article 27 of the Uniform Act on Arbitration provides that the court says of the action for annulment has a period of 3 months in which to dispose of the case, failing which it shall relinquish jurisdiction. The Niamey Court of Appeal, by a judgment of 21st April 21, declared the action for annulment brought by the state of Niger inadmissible as having been brought out of the term. Stating on this case, the CCG, the Common Court of Justice on the Common Court of Justice and Arbitration, stated that under Article 27 of the Uniform Act on Arbitration, the Niamey Court of Appeal had to render its decision by 17 September 2020 at the latest. After that date, the case was no longer open to it and it could no longer render any decision. Therefore, judgment of 21st April 2021 rendered by the Niamey Court of Appeal should therefore be declared null and void. In a second case, this case was taking place in Cameroon. The Court of Appeal also gave its ruling after the 3 months foreseen by the Uniform Act. And again, here, the Common Court of Justice and Arbitration said this decision should be null and non-existent. So, with these 2 rulings, we understand that when the national court within the OHADA country are solicited during the arbitration procedures and do not rule in the deadline conferred to them by the Uniform Act on Arbitration, the Common Court of Justice and Arbitration is there as the Supreme Court of the OHADA contracting state to recall them that when solicited in arbitration matter, they not only ought to rule, but must do it in the deadline consistent with the speed that should characterize arbitration, this deadline being precised in the Uniform of Arbitration. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Gaston. The time limit is of great interest. whilst speed is, of course, a very important concern, one can also perhaps see that if the whole process or the whole litigation or setting aside was then rendered null and void, it gets a bit worrying too. So I think there are pros and cons of all that. We will perhaps look at that when we come to the Q&A session. Now we will come to our last speaker today, Catherine Sanger, based in Hong Kong, and she will be updating you on the latest positions in Hong Kong. Catherine.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's really great to be here at the AALCO Annual Arbitration Forum in Hong Kong and to have an opportunity really to look at it through the Hong Kong lens and looking at through recent cases that have come out of the Hong Kong court. Hong Kong has a specialist arbitration and construction list, which I think is another reason that gives us a real advantage in having specialist judges look at arbitration-related court proceedings. Like Dr. To, I have not yet quite been here all my life, but I've been a practitioner in Hong Kong for over 20 years, and it's a place that I'm really proud to say that I practice international arbitration law. Perhaps 2 points of context. On the way in, my husband was driving me in this morning and said, "You're wearing a jacket. What are you doing today?" He is also a lawyer, an in-house lawyer. And when I mentioned that I was speaking at AALCO, he said, "Nick, oh, you're speaking with Nick Chan." I was hoping to be a speaker as well because he does lots of sanctions-related work. And I would say that would be the first time in 20 years that we have ever spoken at the same conference. So perhaps that's something we can aim for next year. And I was also pleased to see that Dr. To, in his 10 commandments of arbitration in Hong Kong, pleased and perhaps slightly dismayed that the 3 cases I want to focus on today are all cases that he went through very quickly, and they are really, I think, sort of landmark cases, and they're all very recent in the last 12 months that have come out from the arbitration court. At the front end, I would say that the Hong Kong court is very quick to protect and to uphold the parties' agreements to arbitrate. And we see this in multiple decisions, in decisions looking at the scope of the arbitration agreement, in decisions looking at what is arbitrable and what is not. And there was recent development a few years ago that with changes to the arbitration ordinance to make it clear, for example, that IP disputes are now capable of being resolved by arbitration. But that's really just the tip of the iceberg. There's a flurry of cases coming out from the insolvency courts about the interplay between public third-party insolvency proceedings and private consensual arbitration. But the case that I want to focus on is the C&D case. It's a 2023 decision. It went all the way up to the Court of Final Appeal. And I'll come on to looking at the appeal process. But that in itself, because it was seen as a question of real importance, my colleague Simon Chapman-Casey actually acted for the successful respondent in that case. And really, we see it as a really good example of not only the innovative way in which the Hong Kong courts approach perhaps slightly tricky issues relating to arbitration, but also the fact that I think Hong Kong is really at the forefront of international arbitration practice. At the tail end, we have enforcement, of course, often looked at through the lens of set-aside cases here in Hong Kong. And I'll look at one leading set-aside case that Dr. To touched upon, and also an enforcement case, and hot off the press this morning. And we have a decision coming out of the court of first instance in relation to the court having refused leave to the parties to appeal that decision. My team messaged me on the way over this morning. But that really, I would say there's been an uptick of set-aside cases. I think parties increasingly use set-aside as a tactic, perhaps, in their matters. But also, as Dr. To said, although the court has consistently upheld the policies of minimal curial interference and preservation of the finality of arbitration awards, which, of course, is also enshrined in our arbitration ordinance, the court is really concerned with the structural integrity, and you see this phrase come up frequently in the cases, and it's the integrity that really is at the heart of this. But as Dr. To said, that's not to say that the court will never intervene. And there are many examples where the court has intervened and has either refused enforcement, and we'll look at one of those cases, or accepted an application to set aside an award or to remit the award back to the tribunal where the court feels that there has been an issue in the integrity of the arbitration process. So I'm going to start at the back end first, dealing with enforcement and set aside. The leading case on this, I think one of the leading cases is a 2022 decision, the decision of LY and HW. And you'll notice that most of the arbitration court sort of cases in Hong Kong are anonymized in some respect because of the confidentiality that attaches to the arbitration proceedings. So most of the cases are identified by initials rather than the names of the parties themselves. In this case, the set-aside was premised on, the application was grounded on 3 core grounds. First, that the tribunal failed to deal with key issues. And this is a common ground that's raised by parties in relation to set-aside cases. The second ground, which is often linked, is that the tribunal failed to give insufficient reasons in the award when dealing with arguments raised and issues presented by the parties. And the third was that the award was in conflict with the public policy. And this is the public policy of Hong Kong, and we'll come back to this in a minute. The Hong Kong Court of First Instance, this is the judge, Mimi Chan. She dismissed the set-aside application. In doing so, the court took the opportunity to set out, really, again, to give a recap of the legal principles under Hong Kong law of dealing with set-aside cases and really looking at a wrap-up, I would say. It's a really good case because it goes through all the leading decisions and the way in which the Hong Kong approaches those decisions in other leading common law jurisdictions, in particular England, Wales, and Singapore. On the general question of whether a ground has been established under Article 34, and that's Article 34, the model law, which is given effect by Section 81 of the Arbitration Ordinance. The court cited the leading case of Grand Pacific, which is a 2012 decision, and confirmed that the grounds for refusal of enforcement are to be construed narrowly, which means that their existence is accepted in serious cases only. The court also found that to establish a serious case, there must be, and I quote, conduct sufficiently serious or egregious that one could say a party has been denied due process. So that's a fairly high bar. The court also emphasized that the public policy ground must not be used as a catch-all provision. It is limited in scope and it is applied sparingly. And the court cited the very well-known decision of Hebei Import that this must be something which is contrary to the fundamental conceptions of morality and justice. So again, setting the bar very high. On the question of whether the tribunal had failed to consider an issue and or to give reasons, the court also gave a series of guidelines, again underscoring the limited circumstances in which the court should or indeed can interfere in the arbitration process and the way in which the tribunal presents the award. The approach, first of all, like the approach of reading court judgments, the court said that the approach to reading arbitration awards should be the same and that awards should be read in a reasonable and commercial way and in proper context. And the court emphasized that it's not the court's job to go through the award with a fine-tooth comb looking for irregularities or looking for criticisms. It must be something that's pretty obvious on the face of it. For example, where the court has failed to deal with an essential issue in dispute between the parties, then the court may have power to intervene, but the court is not tasked with combing through and second-guessing how the tribunal structured the award or indeed the proceedings. The court said that there was a clear distinction between issues which are presented to the tribunal and then arguments or points made by the parties. The tribunal may feel that it's not necessary to deal with a particular argument in the award because of the way the issues have been decided, and that the court should distinguish between the two. And the court emphasized really, and again, this is where we started, that the court should have in mind the objects and principles of the arbitration ordinance. including the policy of minimal judicial intervention in the arbitral process. So that case really gives a good snapshot of the way in which the court approaches not just set-aside cases, but also when parties resist enforcement in Hong Kong of an arbitration award. The next case that I wanted to talk about is another case that Dr. To had in his slides. He mentioned it in the context of the court confirming that arbitrators have immunity from being called to give evidence in relation to cases where an application has been made either to resist enforcement or for set-aside, when a party tried to get a particular arbitrator or arbitration members to come before the Hong Kong court and give evidence. And the Hong Kong court, in an earlier decision, said that arbitrators had the same immunity in effect as judges, and that arbitrator could not be compelled to give evidence. But in a later decision in the same case, is the Song Li Hua and Li Chi Hon case. This case is about setting aside an order granting leave to enforce in Hong Kong a Chinese arbitration award. The facts, I would say, are somewhat unusual, but the applicant who was trying to set aside enforcement trying to set aside the award, complained about the conduct of a particular arbitrator who had attended the proceedings by video conference. And in the course of the hearing before the court, evidence was given about a particular arbitrator wandering around without appearing to take much attention to the arbitration proceedings, talking to other people, etc. And the court considered that this conduct was sufficiently serious to refuse enforcement. The court said that there was no apparent justice and fairness when a member of the decision-making tribunal was not focused on hearing the parties in the course of the trial. And the court said that it was not only important for justice to be done, but for justice to be seen to be done. And this is a quote from the court: "An objective and reasonable third-party observer should see that there was fairness and impartiality in the process. Only then can there be confidence in and respect for a system whereby a party and his case is judged." And this is really emphasizing the structural integrity of the process. And the court was prepared to intervene and to refuse enforcement on this basis. The facts are unusual, and again, Dr. To referred to another case, the Sky Power construction case, where the court ruled that the holding of a fully virtual hearing, despite the opposition of one of the parties, did not provide a ground for refusal to enforce. So it's not the fact that there was a virtual hearing, which of course since COVID is increasingly common in arbitration proceedings, but it was the fact that evidence was put before the court that one arbitration member was not paying attention throughout the proceedings. And this morning I heard that the court has refused leave to appeal that decision. Now in Hong Kong, if a party wants to appeal a decision of the lower court where the court has essentially dismissed an application to set aside, for example, then the party that wants to appeal that decision has to go to the court of first instance and make the application to seek leave to appeal from the judge that dealt with the earlier decision. And that, of course, can be quite difficult to do. Leave is sometimes given, but then it's been held by the courts here that it's a one-stop shop. If leave is not given, then that is the end of the road, and that has been held to be constitutional, and again in line with the finality of the arbitration process and the policy of minimal interference by the courts in the integrity of the arbitration. This brings me to the final case. This is the case that Dr. To talked about, the C&D case, which is about escalation clauses. As Christopher said, it's not uncommon. In fact, it's increasingly common for parties to have escalation clauses in their contracts. Before they can go to arbitration, then the parties have to follow a process that gets the parties together amicably before they are allowed to file for arbitration. Now, in this case, C&D had a pretty standard escalation clause. It provided that if a dispute arose between the parties, they should attempt in good faith promptly to resolve such dispute by negotiation. either party may, by written notice to the other, have such dispute referred to the CEOs of the parties for resolution. And if that dispute could not be resolved amicably within 60 business days of the date of a party making a request in writing for such negotiation, then the party could file for arbitration. Now, a dispute arose between the parties, and D, raised with the chairman and board of directors of C, wrote and said, in a final effort, let's try to resolve this dispute and avoid legal proceedings. The matter was not resolved, and D commenced arbitration proceedings. Now, in those proceedings, C challenged the jurisdiction of the tribunal on the basis that D had not properly complied with the escalation mechanism because the dispute had not actually been referred to the parties' CEOs. At the end of the day, the CEOs did not meet to discuss the dispute. The tribunal rejected the challenge. It found that the escalation clause had been complied with, and then went on to rule in favor of D on both liability and ultimately quantum. So C sought to set aside the award on the basis that the escalation clause had not been complied with, and it asked the court to conduct a de novo review of the tribunal's decision in relation to compliance of the escalation clause, and said this is a matter of jurisdiction, and if it's a matter of jurisdiction, this court has the power to go behind and to look at it again and make a fresh decision on jurisdiction. And the two questions before the court was, is this a question of jurisdiction or is it a question of admissibility? If it's a question of admissibility, then really that only the tribunal can decide that, and the court has no power to intervene. And at first instance, the court rejected the set-aside application. The court have found that the generally held view of international tribunals and also national courts in other jurisdictions is that non-compliance with a precondition to arbitration is a question of admissibility and not a question of jurisdiction. And this meant the court had no power to intervene at all, and the court went no further. And we said this really, I think, achieves the objectives that we've been talked about under the arbitration ordinance. And as Teresa said also, not just the court's minimal interference, but also this fair and speedy and swift resolution of the dispute. And it's brought Hong Kong in line. In fact, we now have the highest court decision on this issue, really in line with leading international arbitration communities. I'm conscious of time, so I'll go a bit faster, but the Court of Appeal essentially agreed this leave was given to appeal because this was seen as a question of real importance for a matter of Hong Kong law and the international policy for arbitration in Hong Kong. So leave was given to appeal, and I think, again, that's a good reflection of the way the court looks at this when it felt that it was important to send this up to the higher court. But the Court of Appeal agreed with the Court of First Instance. It found that the objection that's been raised by C was targeted at the claim and not at the tribunal. And of course, this distinction is important. There was no question that the tribunal had jurisdiction and that there was a valid agreement to arbitrate. The question was, is the claim premature? Because you first have to go through the escalation clause, and that's a question that only the tribunal could decide. But the Court of Appeal went one step further, in fact, and said, even if there's no distinction between jurisdiction and admissibility, it is clear that a dispute between the parties of the question of fulfillment of the pre-arbitration requirements is a dispute that falls within the submission to arbitration, and therefore it's a dispute that the tribunal should decide and not the court. And then this went all the way up to the Court of Final Appeal. And as I said, I think we are the only jurisdiction that has a decision from a final appellate court on this question. The Court of Final Appeal equally endorses the distinction, at least by majority, endorsed the distinction between admissibility and jurisdiction. The court noted that this distinction had been widely recognized in many other leading common law jurisdictions, England and Wales, Singapore, New South Wales, as well as in leading academic texts, and held that the parties' disagreement over compliance with the escalation clause fell firmly within the submission to arbitration. So we are very proud of C&D, and as Dr. To said, very proud, in fact, of the way in which the Hong Kong courts approach every arbitration case that comes before them. They are extremely busy. Our cases coming out every day. I encourage you to read the HSF blog. We try to blog on this as much as possible. I hope this shows that Hong Kong courts are in line with international arbitration communities, and I'm grateful for having the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. A very good review of 3 of the most important cases in the past 12 months or so. Now, I believe we're open for questions and answer, and I'm going to abuse my power as moderator to ask the first questions while you continue to decide what to do. Can I just go through the various jurisdictions? Do we have Christopher here? Yes. I would like to go through the various jurisdictions and see whether your court would also grant interim measures in aid of foreign arbitrations. So Hong Kong arbitration, for example, but going to Nigeria court, we start with Christopher first. Would the Nigerian court give such measures in aid of foreign arbitration?
Yes, they would. As I said earlier on, in the past, there was the old Act of 1988. There was no direct provision for grant of interim measures. But under the new Act, which came into force in May this year, there's a specific provision, actually Section 19 of that particular Act, that allows the courts to grant interim measures, whether domestic or international arbitration.
Thank you. And Egypt?
Yes.
Similarly, you would grant judicial assistance in aid of foreign arbitrations?
Yeah, of course, but the situation in Egypt is improved in the last years. However, we can find until now some of invoking the national jurisdiction by the national courts, especially in administrative disputes in which the state is a party or the government is a party. And I can give here an example of the Plateau case, the Pyramids Plateau case occurred in Egypt, and this is unfortunately cost the government millions of dollars because here the judicial intervention and of national courts invoking jurisdiction in spite of the existence of arbitration clause. Yeah, this leads to many of cases in front of the international arbitration courts around the world, and finally those courts decided against Egypt with millions of dollars. Yeah, but the situation is improved a little bit in the last decades in Egypt. Yeah, to adopt judicial assistance in many of arbitral cases.
Thank you. Thank you. Cameroon?
Yes, Cameroon, not only Cameroon, but the 17 countries I've mentioned, and that constitute the OHADA territory. And particularly when the seat of arbitration is located in that area. But if the seat is not located there, and if the parties have not opted for a particular law, it's according to the uniform act that this measure will be granted.
I see. Catherine?
Yes.
Thank you. Right, now I'm going to open up to the floor before I ask my next question. Any questions from the floor? No, I will continue to ask my questions. This time, perhaps we start with Catherine on the admissibility and jurisdiction point of the C&D. One of the views that may be said about such an approach would be that the parties' agreement in an escalating clause is thereby ignored because you can go straight to arbitration. What do you say about that?
I say no because the tribunal, first of all, if there's a dispute about the about whether or not the parties have jumped the gun by not going through the escalation clause, and that's a question which the tribunal first has to determine. There's a question mark about what the tribunal does with that, whether if it found you had not complied, does it pause, does it terminate, etc. But that question is still a question that's open for resolution, but it's just the tribunal that decides it, not the court. I should just one point, the Court of Final Appeal said that the parties can, of course, contract out of that. They can make it clear that the pre-escalation clause is really a question of jurisdiction and not admissibility, but unless the parties say that expressly, the presumption is that they intended for that dispute to go to the tribunal, not to be reviewed de novo by the court.
And that decision, that sort of approach, I think, is mainly in the common law jurisdiction, where the seat is in a common law jurisdiction. Am I right?
Yes.
Right, okay. So I think that's very important. If you are choosing a seat and you want to have mediate first before you go to arbitration, you will have to, if the seat is in a common law jurisdiction, you have to expressly dealt with what the Court of Final Appeal has said. Otherwise, your pre-arbitration mechanism may not necessarily be enforced. Does our other speakers have any comments on this point?
Just to stress that when the OHADA arbitration was updated in 2017, one of the innovations was precisely to focus on the importance of the mediation before arbitration. And there is a new provision according to which if during the arbitration process a party deems that the mediation process didn't take place before arbitration, the arbitral tribunal is obliged at the request of a party to send the parties to this pre-mediation. And at the end of this, and for that, a time limit will be granted to the parties. And at the end of this time limit, the parties must come back to the arbitral tribunal with the result of their investigation or of what they did.
Very interesting, very interesting. Now, we're on the question of jurisdiction. Let me move on to Egypt. I think some of the jurisdictions, or perhaps even most jurisdictions, would deal with a challenge on jurisdiction that goes to the court under Article 16 of the model law and do a de novo review. Now, the question is always a split position, whether when you go and set aside the award on the question of lack of jurisdiction, do you still do a de novo review, or would you be stuck by the decision of the tribunal if they did not take it to the national court under Article 16.3? What's the practice in various jurisdictions?
Yeah, as you mentioned, in such case of jurisdiction, we are ruled in Egypt by, of course, Article 16, as you mentioned, and also by the rule of jurisdiction per jurisdiction. So the question of admissibility or invoking of jurisdiction or case of lack of jurisdiction also is decided by the arbitral committee. Otherwise, it will be subject to the jurisdiction of the Court of Appeal in Cairo, which has the jurisdiction to decide on this matter. And this is upon the request of the parties in this regard.
I see. That's interesting. Cameroon?
Yeah, Cameroon and OHADA as a whole.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the Uniform Act has a provision concerning this particular question, and I think it's one of the grounds to set aside the award. The award must be set aside because there was the arbitral tribunal who had no jurisdiction, either because there was no arbitration agreement or because the arbitration agreement has already expired. So these are some ground to set aside the award, and it depends on what the party says on and also on what the file contains in this regard.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we'll go to Catherine and then Christopher, and I think we will end then. Catherine, please. Hong Kong's practice, do you think?
I think Hong Kong's practice is you get a second chance. That you can raise in the context of C&D. I think it wasn't suggested that because there hadn't been an Article 16 challenge if it was truly a question of jurisdiction, then it could be brought before the court under Article 34, the model law, and then put into one of the buckets that Gaston said that you sort of it would be tantamount to a de novo review if the court thought that there was a question of jurisdiction they had to grapple with. So I think you can go again, but it isn't clearly spelled out. You're right; it's a tricky question, but I think you can under Hong Kong law.
Yes, there are differences in positions. Can we hear from Christopher, Nigeria? What's the practice?
Yes, well, under the new Act of 2003, Article 56, like I said in my presentation, makes a provision for an arbitration review tribunal. Now, the parties must, agree to go to that review tribunal. And that tribunal has to render its decision within 60 days from when the parties come before it. But the worrisome part is that once the tribunal decides to either allow or dismiss an application brought before it, the parties, any party that is unhappy can still proceed to the courts to continue the challenge. So you wonder sometimes whether or not it is worth your while to go to the review tribunal when at the end of the day you still end up on the courts. So that is the situation in Nigeria.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that's very interesting. Now, I think we have to stop now. You have lunch. So I think, may I ask you all to join me in thanking our excellent panelists in sharing their experience in these 4 jurisdictions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the valuable insights, which we learned a lot. Now, may I invite the moderator and sharing speakers to have the group photo together, and also guests from the Zoom. Please proceed to the front of the stage. For Christopher, please look at the camera, it will be great. And then we'll have a photo all together with the guests from the Zoom too. So I will count. Photographer, are you ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much, and please be seated. So the discussion of the panel session 2 ends here. We have now comes to the end of our morning sections. We now have a lunch break, and please enjoy the lunch in the room S423 and S424. Our staff will show you the direction to the luncheon venue. It is just the room next to the foyer. For those online participants, please use the same live stream link for the afternoon section. We will see you again at 2 p.m. See you. Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Our forum will resume shortly. May I invite you all please be seated. And don't forget to turn your mobile phone or electronic devices to silent mode. Stay tuned and see you in a bit. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon section of the Asian African Legal Consultative Organization Annual Arbitration Forum 2023, resolving differences in a changing world by staying true to the Bandung spirit. Now let's begin our discussion of the panel section 3, sector focused discussion, opportunities and challenges of international e-commerce, fintech, and IP disputes in Asia and Africa. If you have any questions to our speakers, please scan the QR code just on your table and leave your questions to our speakers. The participants joined by Zoom can submit your questions in the Q&A box during or after the presentation. So now, please join me in welcoming the moderator of this section, Mr. Andrew Liu, SC, Senior Counsel of Andrew Liu, SC's Chambers. Mr. Liu, please. And also, please welcome the speakers to join Mr. Liu further discussion. Ms. Cindy Ho, General Counsel, AliExpress, Tmall, and Taobao World of Alibaba Group. Let's continue because Mr. King Lin, Head of Financial Services and FinTech, Invest Hong Kong. And also, Mr. Chen Wai Ling, Barrister at Law, DeVoe Chambers. Mr. Ernest Yang, Partner and Co-Head of International Arbitration, Asia Pacific, DLA Piper, Hong Kong. Please come to the stage. So now, moderator and speakers, the floor is yours. Big hands to our speakers.
Thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's great pleasure to welcome you to session 3. And today, I'm very glad and honored to share the stage and rub shoulders with 4 very outstanding individuals who are our speakers today. This session is all about resolving differences by arbitration in a changing world. Now, the theme of the forum is resolving differences in a changing world by staying true to the Bandung spirit. This session is all about resolving differences by way of arbitration in a changing world of new business methods and models like e-commerce and fintech by the use of new technology in the spirit of mutual respect, peace, and equality. Quoting from the Chief Executive's opening speech this morning, Hong Kong has a long and established tradition of the rule of law and is one of the world's top seats for arbitration. I'm very pleased to participate as the moderator in this session and shall be delighted to introduce to you the 4 speakers in due course. Now, we'll start today with the Mr. King Leung. He will start this session by sharing with the members and joining today the latest opportunities in fintech. He will cover wealth tech platform to more easily distribute alternative asset investments to broader customer segments, from HNWIs to mass affluent. Then he will speak about tokenization of RWAs, the real world assets, tokenized real estates, tokenized gold, tokenized IP, digital collectibles of mainland art and antiques, etc., followed by his discussion of Web3 development in Hong Kong and its expansion globally. Finally, he will speak about the movement of mainland capital and funds to Hong Kong to invest in our new economy sectors, and internationally, like new energy, new material, life science, and fintech. Now, King is the head of the financial services and fintech of Invest Hong Kong. And just on my way up here in the lift, we suddenly realized that we've known each other for a long, long time, but we haven't seen. He was a kid, so he remembered me. That means that I haven't quite changed over the years. He definitely has changed a lot. That's why I could not recognize him. And very great pleasure, I think it's the bonus today that I come here. I must thank Nick for that, to actually facilitate this reunion of 2 individuals I've known for a long time. So, without further ado, may I invite King to present his subject.
Great. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, Andrew. Now, I at first tried to prepare some slides for the audience, but I realized that if I have to explain all the topics that Andrew kindly mentioned, it would have taken 50, 100 slides. And I realized perhaps a better way to do it is just take a more storytelling approach so that you can hopefully experience and feel the passion that the Hong Kong government has in promoting Hong Kong and elevate us as an international financial center. Now, so perhaps in the interest of time, I'd like to use 3 broad categories to illustrate to you about what are the latest developments in fintech. Now, naturally, when we look at Hong Kong, as you often talk to the senior officials in the Hong Kong governments, if you ask many of us, what is that one KPI that will define Hong Kong? Well, one of them is the AUM, the asset under management for Hong Kong as a whole. And we are just very proud that in a recent BCG study, that Hong Kong actually stood at number 2 in the world, just behind Switzerland, as the 2nd largest, what they call cross-border wealth management market. And by the year 2025, Hong Kong will surpass Switzerland as number 1. Now, so naturally, we'd like to build on that foundation by creating and inviting more AUM to come to Hong Kong. Now, the question is how? Now, so naturally, we take a very sort of humanized approach. If we were to invite more capital to come into Hong Kong, then what needs to take place? Now, in the interest of time, just highlight two things. Number one, I think many of you have probably seen in media numerous events where the Hong Kong government, led by our Finance Secretary, Secretary Christopher Hui, and many other leaders, the Family Office is a very major initiative spearheaded by the governments. Now, and naturally, we've been going all out, including a new dedicated team at Invest Hong Kong to just talk to a lot of the FOs around the world and invite them over. Now, so that's, you can argue, let's just say that's the buy side. Now, but what do we have to offer as a market on the sell side to make it worthwhile for these FOs to come to Hong Kong? So then we thought to ourselves, now, besides the usual suspects, the funds, the equities, the bonds, you can argue you can buy any of those financial products in any parts of the world. So then we have the thing even harder. So what are those things that are so unique that the investors have to come to Hong Kong? So then we basically narrow down, and we see that alternative assets is a great place to focus energy. So there are numerous studies from consulting firms and so forth that have already identified the blue ocean in alternative assets. So that can be private credits, it can be the tokenization of other assets, it can be the IRS, insurance-linked securities, and yesterday I was at this aviation events, it can also be aircraft leasing. So by having a multitude of opportunities and be able to offer them efficiently, we believe that those are the foundation that we are now laying to attract more capital to Hong Kong. So this is like a quick synopsis on some of the thinking behind wealth management. So maybe I'll quickly touch on the second bit, which I briefly allude to, and that is tokenization. Now, back in the October 31st of 2022, the senior leaders of the governments actually announced a very bold and assertive policy statement where Hong Kong is now standing behind and embrace Web3 and digital assets. So that's why I think for the past year, you have seen quite a lot of media attention on this. Now, and sometimes when the people we talk to, who may not be in the Web3 virtual asset space, they may think, oh, wow, is the government trying to encourage people in speculating on Bitcoin? Well, the answer is absolutely not. Now, in fact, our aim is much higher. So purely from a market sizing standpoint, essentially we look at digital assets. The market size is roughly 1.3 trillion US at the moment. So as an international financial center, we have much higher goals than that. In fact, we are really aiming at the tokenization of all the assets we see on the planet. That can be financial products, it can be real estate, it can be anything you can think of. Arts, intellectual property, data, anything that can be tokenized, we are interested. Now, but in order to do so, then I would say the foundation need to be laid out. And that is, again, also in the interest of time, let me just highlight two things. Number one, you have to pay for it. So because I think as many of you know, all these digital assets, they kind of reside on the blockchain, which is kind of like a different environment. So to pay for these kind of assets, you need the digital native currency. So this is why we have been talking about CBDC, the stable coins alike. Now, and that's a very exciting piece of news that you might have come across, and that is the imminent launch of the stablecoins issuance license that will be launched by HKMA sometime next year. Now, and why is this important? Now, again, without getting a lot of details, but if you do talk to the so-called crypto native, the digital asset native, they will tell you that this is a massive game changer. If Hong Kong can play our cards right in having the right, I would say, framework in issuing the stablecoins, then we have the foundation to so-called take over the future digital economy. It's that kind of magnitude. Now, so that's why we've been working very closely with our friends at HKMA, the policymakers at RCEP, to try to make sure that we talk to all the brightest minds around the world based on suggestions from the industry players, so that when we do launch that regime, we're going to be so conducive that we're attracting the brightest companies to apply for a license and help us to foster that stablecoin developments. So that basically kind of symbolizes the payment side together with CBDC. Now, so then if you pay, then pay what? And that is the asset side. And the assets is what I just mentioned, the RWAs, which Andrew just kindly mentioned. So it stands for real-world assets. Now, I think I just want to use one example that you may not normally would come across in the mainstream media, but this is equally important. Now, obviously, nowadays, within the unprecedented world, where a lot of countries or even major banks, corporations are under a lot of stress because of high interest rates. So they have been holding a lot of, let's say US debt, treasuries and bonds and whatnot that have depreciated quite a lot last year. And as a result, what do the central banks do? What they've been quietly buying up a lot of gold as a way to diversify their balance sheet. Now, actually, I did talk to people in the treasury space regarding whether or not they have a similar kind of plan to diversify their balance sheet. And interestingly, they said, you know what, we would love to do that. But then what else can be so liquid, like the US treasuries, that we can hold? And they said, well, how about gold? Oh, we can't do that. Your gold is just too bulky. You can't easily transfer one place to another. And then we asked them, well, have you thought about tokenized gold? If we're able to tokenize gold, in which the digital representation of the gold can trade freely with high liquidity, then we're in a different conversation in terms of asset diversification. So that's why, again, without getting a lot of details in other areas, we are very excited about the new possibilities enabled by tokenization of real-world assets. So this is the second broad category. Now, and last but not least, this is really the sort of foundation of Hong Kong. Obviously, the financial services sector accounts for 20% of GDP. So we definitely would like to help the whole industry to elevate ourselves. So therefore, if you look at the strategy from HMA back in 2021, they have launched this, what they call the FinTech 2025 strategy, of which there are 5 objectives, and I just want to highlight just one in the interest of time. So the first of the 5 objectives laid out by HMA was all banks go FinTech. So that is essentially a major and bold statements to try to encourage the banks to embrace digitization. Now, fast forward by a year and a half, 2 years. In fact, earlier this year, HMA also had another announcement in which HMA and SFC and the Insurance Authority, 3 of the largest financial regulators in Hong Kong, are now joining hands in this pursuit to encourage the financial sector to embrace digitization. Now, at the end of the day, the purpose for that is to help us to elevate the efficiency and competitiveness globally so that we are able to offer the same service like cheaper, faster, and better. So this is essentially behind a lot of the things that you have seen in the media, the FinTech subsidy scheme, the things that Singapore is doing, Invest Hong Kong is doing. I mean, these are all-out efforts across the governments and the partnership with the private sector to try to hopefully help and encourage and with some supports, help our entire sector to elevate themselves. So with that, I just want to perhaps just pause here and then save some time for the other interesting discussion led by Andrew. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, King, for introducing to us alternative asset investment, digital representation, and so on. So we'll come to the discussion later on. Meanwhile, I would like to invite Ms. Cindy Hui. Cindy is General Counsel of AliExpress, Tmall, and Taobao World, the Alibaba Group. She'll introduce international e-commerce scene. Cindy, to you.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm Cindy. I'm very pleased to be amongst everyone to discuss a little bit about the core e-commerce offerings of Alibaba Group. Before going into actual disputes, I think it's quite essential that we get an update on what is e-commerce, right? I think when the internet started, there's a lot of vision on what it could do, and communicating across borders and connecting people and then facilitating the supply chain, of course, was one of its core proponents. And when Alibaba was set up in 1999 as sort of like Yellow Pages, and then as it evolved, it was very much an e-commerce company. And now today, as you know, the latest iteration of Alibaba is that we are a group of 6 main pillars But nonetheless, the two main pillars, one is core commerce in China, and the other is international commerce of all the B2C and B2B offerings and where I sit. Then talking about e-commerce, I think everyone obviously has done shopping for yourself or for your parents or even your children from time to time online. The old players, eBay, Amazon, has been around for a long period of time, but then there is really this explosion of different countries, including in the African region and Asia and other developing countries, of their own e-commerce offerings. So what distinguishes us is that we essentially want to create a cross-border network. So the kinds of law, speaking to all the lawyers here, is that we're dealing with multiple sets of law at the same time in our offerings. So from the user perspective, as a consumer, of course, I just want to buy a light bulb. I can go down to my corner store, or I can go online and see who gives me the stuff cheapest and the quickest. This is essentially what you want. And it is a matter of faith, you know, stepping back and looking at our business, is that you're essentially just buying through talking to your own computer or talking to your own mobile phone. And you have a lot of faith that there is a company behind that mobile phone that will transmit your order and your payment to another company, which will process the data securely and then place the order with another party, which happens to a seller, who happens to a party who will be walking down to the closest market, his corner shop, to buy that light bulb, and then somehow send it to you. So there's a lot of faith involved in all these milestones, or what we call in Chinese 节点, in our whole e-commerce chain. One direction from the seller to the buyer, and also very much the reverse for refunds and returns and exchanges. And so as an e-commerce platform like Alibaba, AliExpress, or Tmall, Taobao, where I'm in, is really to build that trust, to make sure every buckle and every belt and whistle will be working through that. Otherwise, dispute will arise. There's some sort of dispute that is going to come up, and what I'll go into is to talk about some of the stakeholders that we deal with, which may create scenarios of dispute that we encounter from time to time. And so in order to facilitate this trust, we need to make sure that the whole supply chain is working, the cloud services, the data security, all the approvals, the customs, the levies, the taxes, the displays, the advertisement, even the guy who sends it to your door for signature, they're all working. If not, the typical user complaint coming back will be, I didn't get it, it was late, or it wasn't what I asked for, or I got this voucher and I don't know how to use it. These are the typical user complaints that we deal with. Does this require a court process or arbitration? Maybe not so. So in a commercial operation or e-commerce, I think the challenge is absent a class action, God forbid, and this is what we deal with on a day-to-day basis. 99% of what we deal with in terms of conflicts is to try to de-escalate and then deal with the user experience and operationally finesse the whole chain so that every step of the way is a matter of building trust. So this is sort of my first part of the introduction, but we also deal with more corporate stakeholders and entities in our business, such as much larger organizations, search engines like Facebook and Google, no one can escape them, or we work with payment institutions, all the card schemes like Visa and MasterCard, all of these mammoths of their businesses that we, of course, enter into service contracts on in our different business cycles, and the governing law and the arbitration provisions are very standard negotiations that a lawyer will have to handle, and our preference is really to always use Hong Kong law and Hong Kong arbitration. As I base my team here, and this is our commitment to Hong Kong as a hub, the international hub for Alibaba Group. Of course, before we have used Singapore as a backup because we also recognize the challenge that sometimes there is a stigma to a certain extent that if you put this in Hong Kong, is it China law? Like we will explain that this is not China law in the seat, and then the parties can agree. But I think in terms of the understanding by non-Hong Kong, especially international parties that we deal with, of how they understand that this is a world-class and very international body which will be able to handle this level of conflict. This kind of mindset would continue to be need to broadcast it to international parties that we deal with. And finally, I think in terms of challenges on the next phase, what I have been contemplating is about artificial intelligence. Because we're looking increasingly into generative content. King has very kindly talked about tokens and blockchains and all the fundamentals which support a high computing power. Where we're looking at now are the usage scenarios where AI and a more complex data set, which are much higher competency in generating content, how these generative content, because it's automated decision making, will come into play in terms of evidence and liability. I have to confess that we haven't had any case in this region yet, and we're still making up our template agreements as we go in terms of how to assign liability between user and the system services provider, between the hardware providers and to us, and how to best on a platform marketplace offering to disclaim certain liabilities if possible, just by stating that independent advice is required, or certain content offering are on the test basis or requires an interactive approach. These are all still very conceptual, but I think really in the next 2 years, the law and the market will start to catch up on really understanding the boundaries of liability of what we call artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy, for introducing the business of e-commerce of Alibaba to the audience. I think we'll come to discussion later with the remaining 2 speakers as to dispute resolution. Now, the third speaker I shall call on is Mr. Ling Chen Wei. Sorry, the order we are doing now is slightly modified as we go along after consulting the speakers, because we practice democracy. So, Mr. Ling, he is a barrister at law, and he received his legal education in England, and he obtained a first-class degree from University of Cambridge. And since then, he joined the bar in England and Hong Kong, and has been practicing in a broad range of civil and commercial matters, but with a focus on IP and tech-related matters, including arbitration, litigation, and mediation. Now, without further ado, may I invite Ling to speak to us about the growth of tech-related IP in China, the role of Hong Kong and GBA, and maybe to, if you have time, to speak something about the regional IP trading hub business of Hong Kong. And finally, how do you use arbitration to resolve IP disputes? It's quite a bit, but I think you have to decide on which one to go first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. So I've prepared some slides. So this is me, bit of self-promotion, shameless. Now, today I will focus on dispute resolution, and I will want to focus on arbitration in particular. But before going there, my job is to explain what is IP and what opportunities that Hong Kong and China can offer in that field. So just looking at the statistics published by the World Intellectual Property Organization on the slide, now you will see that in 2022, of all the filings for patent applications, most of them came from Asia, and nearly 50% came from China, the State Intellectual Property Office. Now, on the face of it, this doesn't look very surprising, but only 5 or 6 years ago, the position as between China and the US was the opposite. So therefore, we have to understand that China is now the leading technology powerhouse of the world. And I'll explain to you how this came about and how in Hong Kong we are able to benefit from that. But before I leave this slide, perhaps the figures here show something deeper than just who files what and where. Because, I mean, why does somebody choose to file a patent in for example, China and not Europe, all right? I think the driving force behind patent applications is where people see their market will be, then they will go there and file a patent. So this reflects a view taken by technology innovators that China is the next, or is already the biggest market for intellectual property, in particular in the sphere of inventions. Now, so how does Hong Kong, how can Hong Kong capture this explosive growth of tech? Now, we are very lucky to be part of the Greater Bay Area, as you all know. Many people ask me from other countries, where is the Bay in the Greater Bay Area? And I struggle to find it. But anyway, so this is a name given to a collection of cities consisting of Hong Kong, Macau, and the mainland. So we all have our own different legal systems. And right next to Hong Kong is Shenzhen, of course. And then what is shown on this slide is the GPD figures back in, I think, 2021 or 22. So Hong Kong is not now the region or the city within the GBA with the highest GPD. Now, we have been overtaken by Shenzhen. And why? So as you, or some of you who go to Shenzhen for weekend trips and so on will know, Shenzhen is now the tech powerhouse of not just the Greater Bay Area, but of the whole entire China. So I have found some of the companies that are headquartered in Shenzhen. Among them is Huawei, which incidentally is responsible for a very large number of patent filings every year in relation to its 5G, and in due course we'll see 6G technology. And then we have DJI, which is the world's largest producer of drones, also based in Shenzhen. Then we have BYD. BYD, I'm told, stands for Beyond Your Dreams. Okay, you may not know that, but it is one of the leading developers of electric cars, electric vehicles, based on renewable energy. And you can imagine how much technology there is in just a mobile phone or an electric car, right? In order to support everything that it does, interconnectability and so on. Then, of course, we have Tencent. What does Tencent do? And I think you all know, I think it's the company behind WeChat and all the allied applications. And in China, mainland China, I mean, if you've been there or if you come from there, you know that nobody uses cash anymore. They all use digital wallets, and that one of them is supported by WeChat Pay and Alipay and so on. And finally, as a final example, we have a company in Shenzhen called SenseTime. What it does is facial recognition and artificial intelligence, things like that. So that's something Cindy mentioned previously. The role of artificial intelligence is going to become more and more prominent in our daily lives. And with that, of course, there will be IP disputes in terms of the training of data mining, and that's a subject for another talk. So, in answer to Andrew's question, now, so how can we commercialize or take advantage of all this intellectual property around us? So let me just, for those of you who are not in this field, just go through briefly what kinds of IP rights we commonly encounter. So apart from patents, which is something that you can get for an invention, it's a monopoly for the inventor to have for up to 20 years to enjoy the invention that he make. and then to license it to other people who may want to use the technology for a fee, right? So copyright is something that protects the expression of a creative idea, such as a drawing, such as a piece of music, and also literary works like a book and so on. Then we have something called industrial designs, which most countries have, which is a system of registered or unregistered designs for industrial products based on their novel appearance. Then one of the most important IP rights is of course trademarks, as we all know. All the logos that we saw, each of them is a trademark, and by way of example, some of the well-known e-commerce platforms like Alibaba and Amazon, if you look at the balance sheet, the most important asset, the most valuable asset, is not the land they own, it's not the money they have. It's actually their trademarks, right? So then, apart from plant variety rights, there's more important, for practical purposes, is something called trade secrets. So this is something that is involved very often when technology becomes transferred from one party to another. So for example, a Chinese company gets into an agreement with an African company to build a power plant or to build a chemical factory. Then in the process, there would be an agreement. An agreement would specify what are the commercial secrets that have to be maintained and how. Now, so given all this range of IP rights, we will then have to think about how to exploit them to the advantage of the IP right holder. And there are a number of ways of doing that. The most common way is through trading. Okay, so this is the idea that Andrew mentioned of a trading hub. So trading simply means buying and selling, okay? So all these intellectual property rights can be bought and sold, okay? Other than that, short of selling my IP right, I can also license it for other people to use it. So an example would be, for example, 7-Eleven, okay? So 7-Eleven franchises its trademark to other operators to open a convenience store, and there's one practically on each street, right? And that's so one way of exploiting a trademark. Then another way of commercializing IP is by way of securitization or mortgaging. So IP rights can be mortgaged in the same way as a house or a flat or a car. And that's a way of raising capital based on the assets that you own. Research collaboration. Now, Hong Kong is also quite well placed in this area because we have a number of universities that have cutting edge research. So, for example, in the areas of medicine and in the area of material science and so on, and fintech, of course. Now, the last idea, which was briefly mentioned by King on my left, is that of tokenization. So this is quite a new idea. I'm not going to go into it, but King has mentioned this is something that we can do to any, theoretically, any IP right, to tokenize it and create a new form of ownership rather than owning the actual assets, okay? And so that's there's a lot of room for innovation, a lot of room for, the sky is the limit. So I come to answer Andrew's question. Now, is Hong Kong, or what makes Hong Kong a good place to become a regional IP trading hub? So I would now highlight 4 of the factors which I think are crucial to answering this question. The first is that Hong Kong enjoys a reputation as an international financial center. And so this is a place where people can raise the capital very easily. Our capital markets are well regulated as well as very mature. And people can raise money in a vast number of ways, not least by IPO and so on. Then the next advantage we have is the rule of law, which is something that we have, and as a result of our tradition in the common law. And a lot of people are attracted to do business here because of that, because they know that when something goes wrong, the courts will come in to help them and protect their investment. Now, the third factor is the fact that we have a very lean and efficient tax regime, or user-friendly tax regime. I mean, not only the tax rate is very low in Hong Kong, something like 15% or lower. It's very simple, right? So businessmen find it very easy to do a business projection and calculate how much money they need to pay to the government at the end of the financial year. So last but not least, those of you who have heard of China's latest 5-year plan, so within this plan, the central government has pledged this promise to give support to Hong Kong to develop itself into an IP trading hub. And IP trading includes all the things that we mentioned, maybe except tokenization, okay? But in terms of licensing, trading, securitization, etc., that's all within the national 5-year plan. So those are the reasons why which in my opinion, make Hong Kong a great place to trade IP rights. And now I will go to the key topic that I am supposed to talk about today, which is arbitration. So with all these partnerships, all these deals and buying and selling, so it's inevitable that there will be some disputes. So one of the ways of resolving disputes, IP disputes, is by going to arbitration. Now, why is it a good thing to do? Now, arbitration, there are 3 main features which to my mind, make arbitration very attractive, all right, in general, not just to people who are engaged in an IP dispute, but any kind of commercial dispute. First of all, it's as a process, it's confidential, right? So you go into an arbitration, everything, including the names of the parties and the contents of the proceedings, as well as the award itself, right? The ultimate decision. All these things must be kept confidential by the parties and cannot be revealed to the outside world. Now then, the other feature which makes arbitration very attractive is that it is a final. So there's basically no appeal. Sorry, it's a one-stop shop. You win or you lose, and that's within one process. And relatively speaking, compared to litigation, usually it's quite fast. And finally, enforceability. So the outcome of an arbitration is an award, right? It's an arbitration award. And what makes it very useful is the fact that Hong Kong and about 150 other regions or countries in the world are all signatories to the New York Convention, right? So as a signatory to the New York Convention, the courts of Hong Kong are obliged to recognize and enforce any awards that come from another signatory region or country, and vice versa. So with an arbitral award, you can essentially go to any of the 150 countries covering over 80% of the world and enforce it there, wherever you can find the debtor's assets. And the courts there must help you do that. So those are the three attractive key features of arbitration. And how do they apply to the resolution of IP disputes? Now, in Hong Kong, we have a very pro-arbitration or arbitration-friendly court system. So that means the courts here tend to enforce and uphold arbitral awards, okay, unless something goes very, very seriously wrong. And I think we have a recent example of something going very seriously wrong in our discussion earlier with the other panelists, involving an arbitration between Nigeria and a private company who had a contract with Nigeria. So they went to the arbitration, and the award was for $100 billion, something like that. But then, in the judgment, this is something that went to the court in England. The court said that the underlying contract was procured by corruption, and it refused to enforce the award. So that's an example of something going very seriously wrong. But the flip side of that is that unless it is very seriously wrong, the court will not intervene in the arbitral process or the outcome of an arbitration, generally speaking, right? Now, there is something peculiar about intellectual property disputes, which is to do with the technical concept, and it's called arbitrability, right? So arbitrability means that according to the laws of some countries, the validity of an IP right, so for example, copyright or trademark right, is not capable of being arbitrated, okay? So you have to go to the courts, you have to go to the National Trademarks Registry or the Patent Registry to sort that out, right? So it's beyond the power of the arbitral tribunal. So according to the laws of these countries, whenever you have an IP dispute that involves challenging the validity of the underlying IP right, you can't do that in the tribunal. Now, those countries, I'm not sure, are they in the minority or majority, but China is such a country. Now, Hong Kong, on the other hand, passed a law in 2017 to remove that obstacle to arbitrating IP disputes, and that was done by an amendment to the arbitration ordinance. And so since then, if arbitration is seated in Hong Kong, the award will be recognized and enforced by the Hong Kong court, and likewise, any other foreign awards will be recognized and enforced likewise in Hong Kong if they come here. So that's very good news for people who are keen to resolve that dispute through arbitration. Now, another key feature of IP arbitration is the fact that if two parties agree, right, there must be an arbitration agreement. So if two parties agree, they can agree to bring all the disputes into one reference. So in one single tribunal, one single arbitration, they can take care of all the disputes in China, Singapore, Japan, USA, everywhere. So they can resolve it in Hong Kong. And I think one example of that is a FRAND arbitration, which maybe the next speaker will talk a little bit about. So talking about that, you may think, oh, well, what's special about that? Okay, well, what's special about that is that normally...
CW, shall we wrap it up?
Yeah, sorry, okay. I wasn't looking at the clock. Is that arbitration can put all the multi-jurisdictional disputes under one roof. I mean, that's what I wanted to say. Okay, so I'll leave those other points on the slide for you to read, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So I'll pass the mic back to you.
Thank you, CW. I know this. You have quite three very heavy subjects. So I will come to questions later and answers later. And now may we have the last speaker, Mr. Ernest Yang. Ernest is a partner and co-head of the international arbitration at DLA Piper. Yeah, so would I now like to invite Ernest to give you some live examples of the actual experience he had in arbitration, which may interest you as an audience. Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And thank you, Nick. Thank you, Dennis. And thank you to AALCO for giving me this opportunity to be here. Now, you've heard about the framework, which was very clearly outlined by CW. And what we hope to do, as Andrew has said, is that we want to put some flesh onto the bone so that you actually understand what we're talking about when we talk about these legal concepts, how they actually take place and how they relate to actual cases in practice. So yes, I do have 5 cases. These are cases that we have handled, so they are real-life cases in recent years. Well, for confidentiality purposes, we have sanitized and we have made these facts a bit simpler, but at the same time, we still need to have this disclaimer so that all characters and other entities appearing in my presentation, they are fictitious. Any resemblance to real persons, dead or alive, and other real-life entities is purely coincidental. Now, I have a short period of time to go through these 5 case studies, so take a deep breath and run with me. So the first one involves mobile device technology. So you have Company A, which is the owner of patents in relation to camera technology used in mobile phones. And you have Company B, which is the manufacturer which assembles these camera modules for putting into these mobile phones, for mobile phone companies to put into these mobile phones. Company B entered into an agreement to pay license fees to A, and you've just heard from CW what is the license agreement and what it entails. And this is calculated on the basis of the number of camera modules used, which uses the patented technology of Company A. Now, a dispute arose as to whether B actually used this camera technology covered by A's patents. Now, A, of course, said, well, Company B, you actually used our patented camera technology, so I'm suing you for outstanding license fees, and they have commenced arbitration in Hong Kong. In fact, all of the 5 scenarios, all the 5 cases involves arbitration in Hong Kong. So I've obviously made this very simple, but that is the essence of the case. Now, one of the issues or the key issues that has arisen is whether the arbitral tribunal is entitled to determine the validity and the scope of the patents which were registered in various countries. So there were some patents of the camera technology registered in China, some were registered in the US, and there needs to be a determination by the arbitral tribunal as to whether there was an infringement of such patented camera technology. And you've heard CW talk about arbitrability, and of course, one of the disputes from Company B was that, well, as an arbitral tribunal, you're not entitled to determine whether what I used actually infringed your patent, because this should be determined by the Chinese courts, should be the US courts, or wherever these patents were registered. But what the arbitral tribunal, and this demonstrates the benefit of arbitration, especially arbitration in Hong Kong, is that there is clear legislation, and the arbitral tribunal in our case made it very clear that he is definitely entitled to make a determination as to whether B actually used technology which belonged to A and actually infringed such patented technology. And all of this actually could be decided in one venue in Hong Kong. So there was no need to sue for patent infringement in China, in the US, or other places where they were registered. Everything could be resolved in one place in Hong Kong. Scenario 2 involves electric vehicles. Now, this Company A is a brand owner of a number of supercars which uses EV technology. Company B is the investment arm of the local government in country X. Now, A and B agreed to set up a local entity to manage such EV supercars. A would provide the know-how, B would provide the funding, and officers from A and B would join the local entity as directors to make this a success. So everything seems hunky-dory, seems brilliant, but then COVID hit, and this caused a lot of disruption, and the venture became loss-making and broke down. Now, what then happened was that A commenced arbitration in Hong Kong, B then commence court proceedings, its litigation in the local courts of that particular country X, although you might probably guess what that country X is, to declare that the JV agreement and the arbitration clause was void and alleged various fraudulent conduct. Now, this issue actually highlights another one of those benefits of arbitration, because what then happened, and it is a reported case in Hong Kong, which we handled, is that we were able to obtain what is called an anti-suit injunction. This is an injunction which prevented Party B from either commencing or proceeding or continuing with the court litigation in country X, which would have interfered or made less beneficial the arbitration that we were handling in Hong Kong. So we did not want them to continue court proceedings, which could make life difficult, make it maybe more difficult to enforce any successful arbitration award in that particular country. But because there was arbitration and because the Hong Kong courts were hugely supportive, you heard about in the morning how interim remedies are granted in support of arbitration in Hong Kong, that we were able to obtain such an anti-suit injunction to restrain the court action being undertaken by B, and to make sure that the dispute is and continues to be handled in Hong Kong. Scenario 3, semiconductors. So Company A, sorry, one more click. Yep. Company A is a large semiconductor foundry based in country X. Company B is a designer of semiconductor chips based in country Y. Now, B agreed to assist A in improving the fabrication process based on certain milestones in exchange for various fees that would be payable once these milestones are reached. Now, again, COVID caused disruption, and A took the view that B were not able to improve the process and actually refused to pay the fees, and B started arbitration in Hong Kong. Now, this gave rise to another issue in relation to data security, and we were talking about it as a group earlier, about the importance of data and the sensitivity, because data and whatever in relation to the alleged performance or non-performance of the contract, what was the process, that was considered sensitive data in country X, and it had required, so if it was court proceedings anywhere, including in Hong Kong, it would have been extremely difficult, because that evidence would simply not be able to be brought in open court. But because it was arbitration, there was still sensitivities, because there was an issue as to whether the evidence was able to be exported from country X to Hong Kong. But then, given that this was arbitration, there was a lot more scope to consider flexible or sensible arrangements for taking this evidence, and there were discussions, we're not going to go into it too much, but there were discussions as to whether it was possible for the parties and for the arbitral tribunal to actually, for the purposes of taking this evidence or hearing this evidence, to go to country X, just so that they can go and hear and the data would remain in there and then come back. Whereas if it was court proceedings, one can imagine that it would be quite difficult to have that flexibility. Cybersecurity as case study 4. Now, Company A, in this case, sold products to Company B under a sale and purchase agreement. Now, Company B received an email from a fraudster who also had an email similar to that Company A, but slightly different, and asking for future payments to Company A to be instead made to a different bank account. And I gave an example just to highlight the point. Of course, I wasn't the party that sent the fraudulent email, but you can see that it is very easy to commit cyber fraud if you're not quite sure who the recipient is and you don't check, because you think that you might be receiving an email from ernest.yang@dlapiper.com, but it is instead ernest.yang at d1apiper.com. Now, this, again, was resolved in Hong Kong arbitration, and there was, there was evidence presented by a technical, very detailed expert evidence as to what is, the right amount of protection, what kind of firewall, what kind of measures you need to take as a normal company to safeguard each other from data fraud, and the kind of the confidentiality that is offered by arbitration was really beneficial because obviously no company want to see themselves exposed in public, want their computer systems, how good it is or how bad it is exposed in public. But the fact that all of these proceedings were done privately and confidentially was a great benefit, especially to the clients who eventually won that case by demonstrating that their protection systems were good. Finally, fintech. So you have company A who sold cryptocurrency mining equipment to company B under, again, a sale and purchase agreement. And there were alleged defects in the crypto mining equipment that B argued had reduced the number of bitcoins mined and caused it to suffer loss. Now, again, hugely simplified, but a lot of new important issues arising in that case, and a lot of evidence was taken in relation to whether it was actually certain that you would actually be able to mine bitcoins, or whether that was actually a loss of a chance, you lose a chance to mine bitcoins rather than an actual certainty. And perhaps this last case is a demonstration of perhaps one of the disadvantages generally of arbitration, in the sense that cases in relation to these issues are probably long overdue in court, but because these are in private arbitration, there's not going to be that much guidance provided in relation to important issues like how damages would be calculated in relation to cryptocurrencies and breaches in relation to that. So this is a very quick run through, but I hope that just a snapshot. These are just a selection of cases that we've handled, and this is only one team in one law firm in a place in Hong Kong with so many law firms, and this goes to show the amount of cases, the amount of experience that Hong Kong has dealing with technology disputes within arbitration. So all looks very interesting, and we hope to be able to share more in the years to come about these type of disputes. For those who are interested, I've got my QR code on screen. Happy to continue the conversation with all of you. But thank you very much for the meantime.
Thank you, Ernest. Well, I think we seriously overrun because of the subject matter. Obviously, you can see it involves technology because the subject matter itself, because technology, the way business is done, and then technology, the way arbitration should be conducted. I think because of the time, maybe I should allow 3 questions, and then maybe the speakers can provide some short answers, maybe. Anyone who's interested to raise any questions? Nick? Yes, of course, you're smiling.
A question for anyone on the panel. Which is your favorite place, dispute resolution forum?
Quick answer, please. Yes, Ernest?
Hong Kong.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Where we are.
CW?
AALCO.
And then, yes, King?
Well, I guess I would take a non-legal, contrarian view.
Right.
I just hope that there will not be any disputes, because with smart contracts and the way that, for example, DeFi is designed, then there's no dispute. It's either A or B. I mean, the algorithm just trigger and get to the results, be it liquidation or something else.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Hong Kong for us too, and if you take
Yeah.
us online, we'll be even happier to do it because we're a cross-border business.
Right, thank you. Yes. Any CK? I see that you're sitting alone there. You better ask a second question.
When was the dispute arose in the second case? Was it before 1st of January 2018 or after? The second case about the IP dispute.
It is around that time.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Andrew, we have some encouragement that the Hong Kong legislation, Arbitration Ordinance 2017, was put to good use.
Yes, thank you. I must add, CK was the person instrumental in pushing for the amendment of the corporate ordinance, right? The arbitration ordinance, sorry, firstly. To actually say IP disputes are arbitrable. As a matter, it doesn't offend public policy and all the rest of it, because as Ernest had raised the first question about arbitrability in the case about patent validity, we actually have looked at this, because when you look around the world, you can do it in the US, you can do it in a lot of jurisdictions. It really depends on whether the parties agree to it. So, as you all know, intellectual property, particularly patents, involves question of sovereignty. Only the patent office of a particular jurisdiction could declare whether it's valid or not valid. But that's against the world, what we call in lawyers' term in rem, as to whether it's a valid patent or not a valid patent. But inter parties, it doesn't matter. If parties agree to be bound by that award, so whether the patents are valid or not would not affect the third party, and it will not affect this sovereignty of the patent office. But that can be resolved. It's a question of agreement between the parties, right? So that is the answer we have, to that, which we have already amended the law in Hong Kong to follow. I think Singapore also followed suit, right, afterwards. Yep. Okay, right. Thank you. The last question now. Anyone would have a question about technology, connected dispute resolution? Well, if not, I think it remains for me to thank the speakers who have actually tried to provide, to share with you as much as possible. Because of time limitation, we can only do as much as we can. But I think, thank you so much. Every one of them have come with some fresh thinking. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So may I now invite moderator and speakers, please step forward to have a photo together. Yeah, together we can have a group photo. So now let's get ready and then have a look to the front. Okay, let's have a look to the front camera. Thank you so much for insightful sharing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. So I believe everybody learned a lot from this section. And then before we go to the next session, so just a warm reminder, don't forget to scan the Q&A QR code. Then you can leave the questions to our speakers. And also, now I would like to ask your assistants, in order to get updates of AALCO's information, may I now invite you all, can you please take out your mobile phone? Can you please take out your mobile phone? Open the Facebook app, and then type AALCO, like and follow our page, please, so that you can get in touch with us and also get updates from us. So please stay tuned with the Facebook. Yes. Thank you for following us. We hope to get in touch with you anytime by updating the Facebook. So now, we are going to move to the next panel section, which is panel section 4. And the topic is online dispute resolution, ODR, and use of technologies in a post-pandemic world. Now, please join me in welcoming the moderator of this section, Mr. Dennis Chai, Deputy Director of AALCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center. Mr. Chai, please. Thank you. So now, please also welcome the following speakers to join Mr. Chan for this discussion. Mr. Amanadi B. Nazir, MHJP, Vice President, the Law Society of Hong Kong, Co-Convener, Technology and Law Committee, the Commonwealth Lawyers Association. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you very much. We can give a round of applause to our speakers to welcome them. Thank you. Dr. Thomas So, Chairman, EBRAM International Online Dispute Resolution Center. Dr. So, please. And also Professor Zhao Yuan, Professor and Associate Dean, Mainland Affairs, Faculty of Law, University of Hong Kong, Representative of Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific of the Hague Conference on Private International Law. Professor Zhao, please. So now I will leave the stage to our moderator and speakers. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Danny Chai, and I'm not going to repeat the introduction to our outstanding panel. We have all the key players in the online dispute resolution and legal industry. And instead of introducing each of them, I would like to share a little bit of the very short story with each of the, between me and each of our distinguished panel member. And first of Professor Zhao Yuan, when I was a student in CTU, Professor Zhao was my teacher, and I got an outstanding academic paper award, and which is regarding my thesis on online arbitration. That was dating back to 2006 and 2007, a long time ago. And the second speaker, Mr. Thomas So, was my chairman when I was working at EBRAM, and I learned a lot on ODR in particular, and it refreshed my mind on what is the real ODR, what is the highest standard of online dispute resolution. I'm expecting Mr. So will share us more about that. And Mr. Amalari, we first met also at EBRAM. Mr. Amalari is also a chairman of the technical law tech committee, InnoTech committee. Thank you for correcting me. So there's a very, a lot of knowledge that I'm expecting that our outstanding panel will share with us. So without further ado, may I invite Professor Zhao Yuan to share with us the legal framework of online dispute resolution in Asia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dennis. I think it brought me back to the year of 2007, 2008. I think just before I moved from CTU to Hong Kong U. So I think that's the best result that I got. I think Dennis got the highest grade for the dissertation, and very importantly, on online arbitration. So I think we can already start discussion about the ODR. Today, I would like to talk about the regulatory framework for ODR. So first of all, I think I'm very grateful to the organizer, I think AALCO, and of course, I think Nick and also Dennis for inviting me to this very important events. And it gives me a great pleasure to talk about ODR. We already know that ODR is really a very hot topic already, in particular during the pandemic period. Fast development and expansion of e-commerce in the 1990s asked for ODR, which is expected to help to resolve disputes in a cost-effective and efficient manner. I still remember when I first started doing research on dispute resolution, I think in the 1996, 1997. At that time, I was looking around. At that time, I think e-commerce developed very quickly. I think one topic that arose was about the online dispute resolution. How can we use the high technologies to facilitate the dispute resolution process? During that period of time, in 1996, the United States started with some experiments. Two universities, they came up with research projects on coming up with two platforms to help to resolve the online disputes, in particular for copyright disputes. It's a very good initiative, but unfortunately, these two platforms closed down very quickly within around 2 years. So we were thinking, what's the problem? What can we do to improve the ODR situation? So that is a very mimic situation that we have mentioned that the community has taken a very cautious attitude towards the use of ODR. However, we noticed that in the last 3 or 4 years, the COVID-19 pandemic has served as an important impetus to push for the wider use of the ODR. The ODR is the way forward. That is always something I kept in mind. I remember, I think, the last 2 years, people always ask you, oh, what will be the future for ODR after the pandemic? I said, well, ODR will continue to develop. We will really have to think about how to make use of ODR. How can we further promote the use of ADR? We note that there are wide use of ODR already by various arbitration commissions. Now, when it comes to the definition of ODR, I'm not going to exhaust all the definitions. I would like to simply use one definition that was put forward by the UNCITRAL, United Nations Commission on International Trade. It gives us a very broad definition regarding the ODR. It is defined as a mechanism for resolving disputes through the use of ECT, electronic communication and other information and communication technology. To ensure the healthy development of ODR, there's a need to come up with a regulatory regime so that the users, or more specifically, the consumers, are willing to use the ODR. They have more confidence and trust in the ODR. So the UNCITRAL took the initiative in 2010. The UNCITRAL is the first organization really looking to this issue. After 6 years of negotiation, they successfully, in a way, I use successfully, they came up indeed with something, the technical notes on ODR. It is not a binding document. We know in 2010, the member states were very ambitious. They tried to come up with a binding document or kind of convention. But after negotiation, they realized the difficulty in coming up with a binding document. Moreover, there were different views regarding the use of arbitration agreements that were concluded before the dispute arises. So the pre-dispute arbitration agreements, if that caused a great difficulty. So that's why, in the end, they adopted the 2016 technical notes on ODR as 9 binding documents, only putting down the online negotiation and mediation, leaving out the arbitration. So this is a little bit disappointing. On the one hand, it's successful in coming up with a document, but on the other hand, we have left out other important mechanisms. So that means more work needs to be done. So then we have to look at APEC, the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, continues the work. By borrowing the experience from the UNCITRAL, the APEC properly defines the scope to come up with a framework for businesses, in particular MSMEs in participating economies, to provide technology-assisted dispute resolution through negotiation, mediation, and arbitration for B2B low-value claims. APEC has some advantages. When we look at the different views or different positions regarding the pre-dispute arbitration agreements, the EU and the United States have 2 different regimes. So now when we move to the APEC, of course, EU is not a member economy, so it's not easy to move forward. So under these circumstances, the United States, Japan, and Hong Kong, China, the 3 economies, work together to push forward the work. They have defined a very good scope for the future documents. MSMEs as a main target for the framework is reasonable. As we note in one survey that was conducted by the APEC, more than 99% of the enterprises belongs to MSMEs. Another survey also shows that 35% of the MSMEs identify effective and consistent dispute resolution is a major problem. Accordingly, the APEC rightly picked up the issue of dispute resolution for MSMEs as an existing dispute resolution mechanism for cross-border disputes proved to be a major barrier for the success of MSMEs. A B2B ODR framework would undoubtedly be important for and useful to MSMEs in cross-border trade so that concrete steps should be taken without delay to start building such as ODR pilot platform in coordination with interested dispute resolution bodies and to work out relevant procedural rules. After a few years' work in 2019, the work started in 2016. So 3 years of work led to the adoption of the collaborative framework and also procedural rules for ODR. This time, the document includes not only negotiation, mediation, but also arbitration. So this provides clear pictures for us to know about the ODR here. But we also notice that these documents try to promote the B2B cross-border confidence by providing quick electronic resolution and enforcement of disputes across borders, languages, and different legal jurisdictions. The APEC continued its work on ODR after the adoption of the 2019 collaborative framework. Earlier this year, in January 2023, we are very pleased to see that APEC already made its excellent work regarding the best practices in using ODR. Some major points include the ODR must include a platform allowing the parties to resolve the dispute electronically. All communications should take place via the ODR platform. The ODR platform should include technical tools to help parties find a resolution without the help of a neutral third party. ODR should include the use of advanced technology such as AI. Last but not least, this document also mentions that ODR design must be user-centric with the following major principles: flexibility, efficiency, accessibility, affordability, usability, and capacity building. Apart from the UNCITRAL and APEC that I have just mentioned, we should also need to mention another very important organization, International Standardization Organization. ISO started work in coming up with a document regarding the transaction assurance in e-commerce, guidelines for ODR. The work has started, but still under development. So we do not have the final documents yet, but it's very important to note that the ISO indeed have put in a lot of efforts to produce some standards for ODR. It intends to give guidelines on ODR for e-commerce transactions, including basic principles of ODR, technical conditions and operational manuals for e-commerce operators, which aim to develop their own ODR services and ODR service providers that are outsourced by e-commerce operators. Another initiative was done by the International Council for ODR's standard. It provides that ODR platform and processes must be accessible, accountable, competent, confidential, equal, fair and impartial, legal, secure, and transparent. When it comes to national level, I would like to use China as an example. China's standardization administration produced two documents. The two documents basically touch upon the standards for e-commerce, and the documents basically mentions about the process guidance for the overall process involved in ODR. The platform access process, application submission process, etc. But if we look at this document, it's rather technical. It shows that what we need to do and how can we come up with a good platform for ODR purposes. So we have come up with a regulatory framework as a first stage. Now, what can we do? Or should we really continue the work? So in this, I think I would like to quote elaborations by a professor who mentioned that a clear definition of ODR and carefully prepared standards can not only encourage and guide the development of trustworthy ODR, but also educate and warn users concerning ODR systems that may be problematic. This is because technology can be confusing, and when individuals are invited to use or choose an ODR platform, they may have no idea where to begin. Therefore, clear standards will be tremendously helpful for identifying which ODR practitioners are not adequately protecting users' interests. So, to conclude, an ODR framework will provide rule-based ODR framework to ensure the healthy development of ODR. It can provide MSMEs with tailored procedures for dispute resolution so that they can compete and flourish on the same footing. The framework will also build capacity for economic growth in general, and more importantly, accelerate and extend real access to justice for all. Of course, now we are talking about access to digital justice. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Very good time control. I have learned a lot, and Professor Zhao's sharing is very inspiring, and cost saving and a lot of benefits that ODR can offer. Now, may I invite Dr. So to give us a presentation on how eBrand has done for the community.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, AALCO, Nick, Chairman Nick, for giving us this opportunity today for sharing with all of you our views on ODR and use of tech in dispute resolution. And thank you, Professor. Professor Zhao Yin has just given us a bird's eye view, from the top as to what ODR should mean and a regulatory framework for ODR. What I propose to do is to take you all on the ground level as to what people do and what people think that they do and what they think that they are using as ODR, or we call it DRO, right? Dispute resolution online, which is different from online dispute resolution. So without further ado, maybe we should now get on and take a look at what do we mean by ODR, on the ground level. ODR is in fact an end-to-end solution for digitalizing an alternative dispute resolution mechanism, specifically to move the entire process of dispute resolution proceedings to be conducted fully online. With the use of ODR, it is possible that the parties may never need to meet in person or physically be at the same location. From the commencement of the case to the management and exchange of documents to holding a hearing and the issuance of an award, ODR allows all these processes to be conducted online. Of course, parties are not forced to necessarily move the entire process online if they wish to conduct certain parts of the proceedings offline. This is what we see, day to day. Parties can utilize portions of ODR to support their hybrid proceedings. For example, parties can choose to just use the video conferencing and transcription functions of the ODR system for conducting virtual hearings. However, as a law tech firm, we, of course, encourage the usage of the entire ODR platform because the features of the ODR platform are integrated with each other, and the benefits that can be derived are greater than the sum of its parts. For example, traditionally, the filing of an arbitration case is divorced from the arbitration record. Parties may file the notice of claim and response to notice of claim by email, but this does not automatically appear on the arbitration record until the parties later agree on the hearing bundle or a document exchange and sharing service of an e-bundle. With ODR, because of the integration of the case commencement with other parts of the process, once the notice of claim and response to notice of claim are filed, these documents automatically appear on the arbitration record contained in the document exchange and sharing section of the ODR platform. In addition, the fact that the ODR platform integrates multiple law tech tools under one system means that users save on administrative and logistical time and cost overheads that would otherwise have been incurred if the users had to procure the services separately. For example, when suggesting the use of law tech tools to clients, lawyers would often first have to explain to clients the utility of the law tech tool, justify why it would save on time and cost, and then obtain the client's preliminary approval to use the law tech tool. The lawyer then has to write to multiple service providers to explain the user requirements to obtain quotations. You can imagine that this would take quite some time and many rounds of correspondence before the disputing parties would come to an agreement on which LawTech service provider to use. In multiple LawTech tools or services are to be used during arbitration, for example, separate providers for video conferencing, transcription, interpretation, etc., then the lawyer will be required to repeat this process for each of these service providers, so the time and effort involved are multiplied. However, if all these services were placed under one roof, such as with the ODR platform, as long as the parties have agreed to use, for example, EBRAM's mediation or arbitration rules, then they have automatically agreed the usage of the EBRAM ODR platform. Alternatively, if the arbitration is administered by a different institution or it is an ad hoc arbitration, they can still easily agree just once to use the EBRAM ODR platform and then benefit from all the included LawTech tools. According to the ICCA report number 10, which was prepared by the International Council for Commercial Arbitration, short form ICCA, with the assistance of the Permanent Court of Arbitration Peace Palace, The Hague. The report concludes with a short survey from several arbitral institutions on their sentiments regarding the future of use of remote hearings once the pandemic is over. And I quote from a few institutes for your reference. One institute say, "We do not believe remote hearings will remain prevalent, although they will have a significantly higher incidence than in the pre-pandemic period." Another institute says this, "It is not likely that remote hearings become the norm, but it should become the norm for parties and arbitrator to consider remote hearings." And then another institute says this, "While we see more complex arbitrations with heavy reliance on oral evidence slowly gravitating back to the old normal, we anticipate the entire caseload to stay fully remote." EBRAM shares the same sentiment. During the pandemic, whether willingly or unwillingly, many arbitration and mediation cases had to be either postponed or conducted online. There was no other realistic option. People who had previously planned to wait out the pandemic before continuing with their case eventually realized that there was so much uncertainty over when the pandemic would end that it was a better idea to go ahead with the dispute resolution process through virtual means. This is not unlike many other aspects of life during that time where work continued from home and deals were done remotely. ODR addresses challenges that were prevalent during the use of virtual hearings during the pandemic. In regular physical hearings, arbitrators were used to having a transcriber to record the hearing in real time, which was normally a very expensive service. Parties would also have large bundles that they had to exchange with each other and the tribunal. They also wanted to present evidence during the video conference and cross-examine the witnesses and experts. These were all separate services. Some of them were electronic services, some of them were digitalized versions of the offline services, and some of them remained as offline services, which hindered the full utilization of those services during a virtual hearing. There were logistical challenges as well. Even though some of the more sophisticated parties had already started to transition to the regular use of electronic bundles, the electronic bundles were often very large in size, and it was not possible to attach the bundles to emails. Parties often had to upload their bundles to specific file hosting and exchange servers where the opposing party and the tribunal would receive a link to download the files. Alternatively, the parties would put the electronic bundle in a USB thumb drive and courier the thumb drive to the other party and the tribunal. Sounds familiar, right? If the parties had offline bundles, it was even worse,
because now they had to go through the exercise to digitalize their documents in order for the documents to be more easily transferable to the other parties during the pandemic. Ideally, there would be one central location where the parties could file their case, then conduct their regular document exchange and electronic bundle, building on one online service without the need to employ the use of various services, with various lock-in details and various payment schedules in order to run their case. The built electronic file can then ideally be used directly in the virtual hearing for electronic presentation of evidence, and the transcripts generated from the hearing should be inserted into a designated section in the bundle automatically. As mentioned in the beginning, ODR is meant to be this one-stop solution. As an end-to-end process, ODR is meant to allow parties to commence the case directly online. The communications and files that they exchange should remain on the record on the ODR platform and can be built into an electronic bundle upon which the rest of the case is run. ODR is not meant to be used only when the virtual hearing is needed, but it is meant to accompany the entire life cycle of the dispute resolution process. ODR should integrate the use of virtual hearing, machine transcription, and machine translation alongside other administrative tools, such as procedural timetables and calendars, case information, and cost summaries, etc., to provide a more or less self-contained system that users only need to sign up for once. The pandemic gave EBRAM a very good opportunity to test the ODR concept. EBRAM was established in 2018 as a not-for-profit law tech company and arbitration and mediation institute. By the time of the pandemic, a preliminary version of EBRAM ODR platform was just about ready for launch. We launched some of the early features under a specific set of rules under the complementary COVID-19 online dispute resolution scheme. As a silver lining of the pandemic, the development of ODR did benefit from the fact that parties and their lawyers had little choice but to try to adopt virtual means of running their cases. Given the conservative nature of the legal industry, it was a much-needed push to even get disputants to even consider ODR at all. Naturally, the end of the pandemic also meant that this incentive did not exist anymore. However, this does not spell the end of the road for ODR development. After the pandemic subsided and business returned to normal, EBRAM continued to develop ODR, and we launched the EBRAM arbitration platform and EBRAM mediation platform in February this year as two of the three main platforms where we support the use of ODR. The third platform being the EBRAM APAC platform, which was launched earlier under the corresponding EBRAM APAC rules. You have heard about APAC just now from Professor Zhao's presentation. EBRAM's ODR platforms now include features that help reduce the cost and ease the logistics of running an arbitration, such as the inclusion of machine learning-based transcription to transcribe video conferences in real time, machine learning-based translation to help translate both documents and transcriptions, and a document exchange and storage facility. While there is no doubt that a lot of hearings have reverted to in-person hearings after the pandemic eased, the momentum for the transition to ODR as a viable option alongside traditional methods of dispute resolution remains strong. Even as some hearings have reverted to physical hearings, the full range of tools available on the ODR platforms remain useful for parties. With further development of the ODR system, EBRAM's ODR platforms can be complementary to proceedings, no matter whether such proceedings are conducted online or offline. With continued effort to tailor the tools on the ODR platforms to users' needs, and with further integration of new features that are demanded by users, we think ODR can continue to bring a lot of value to arbitration and mediation proceedings, even in post-pandemic times. There are many routes for taking forward ODR. Indeed, we often get asked that given the recent popularity of generative AI technology, like ChatGPT, whether ODR would integrate ChatGPT. we think that certain aspects of ODR can benefit from generative AI technology. For example, there is a potential for mediators to prompt the generative AI tool to generate further appropriate questions or discover additional relevant concerns for the mediator's consideration before the mediator approaches the parties. Another use case would be that generative AI tools can be used to generate portions of arbitral awards, such as the first draft of the procedural history section. However, we are also aware that there are certain concerns with using generative AI in these ways. We are aware that some arbitrators are of the view that all sections of the arbitral award, even the mundane part, should be the full responsibility of the arbitrator, and generative AI should not have any influence over the process, even for generating first drafts. We certainly welcome more discussion in the areas as we gauge user sentiment over these issues. Meanwhile, we do know that users want to continue to simplify the use of law tech tools in mediation and arbitration proceedings. There is always room to make the process more economical, easier to navigate, and less time-consuming. We can do that by improving the data flows within our integrated tools, making more relevant features and options available to users, and enhancing the user experience. We hope you will continue to support our efforts and make use of EBRAM's range of dispute resolution services and ODR platform. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. So. Very inspiring speech. I just wanted to echo what Dr. So has mentioned, that the pandemic has accelerating the use of ODR. And in fact, ODR is my hobby since early 2000, when I was assigned to handle domain name dispute, because domain name dispute resolution process were purely online since early 2000, and I was trying to promote the use of ODR to traditional or conventional arbitration and mediation for a decade, but received very limited success before the pandemic. So when the pandemic comes, the whole world's arbitration center suddenly become online dispute resolution center. So as Dr. So mentioned, willingly or unwillingly, they have to do that. So that's a very good development. And even after the pandemic, ODR is still very attractive and very useful. So that's a very good positive development. So next speaker is Amalali. Amalali will provide us a very practical experience as a practitioner in terms of using online dispute resolution. Thank you.
So Professor Zhao and Dr. So have talked about COVID. And this is my take on COVID. You can either take it as a negative or a positive. We've all lived through COVID, but this is what COVID is. I take it as change of values initiated by disease. We've had that. It was a change of values which changed the way that we looked at technology. Now we have long COVID, which is change of values initiated by design. Design of ChatGPT, design of AI, and all the others. And I think that's what's accelerating this COVID going forward. So these are just some of the current issues. Many speakers have already spoken on many of these. I'm just going to take specific things about confidentiality, the contract issues in arbitration, and it's becoming more trendy because people wish to keep their commercial secrets secret. There's also a trend, I think, moving away towards the availability of arbitration for parties, and of course saving time and the need for technology, as you have heard from EBRAM, and as it develops, you'll see more opportunities for arbitration and mediation. What we have now is, with EBRAM, if you look at EBRAM and other services, you have efficiency, you have e-signatures, e-filing, video conferencing, and this is what we tend to use. But in the future, what we should be looking at, physical hearings which calibrate to physiologies and psychologies of the parties as well. Looking at intermittent physical hearings as well. Looking at transcription of documents, but also analysis of documents at the same time. And also looking at innovative ways of thinking about the arbitration process as well. Recently, I had a mediation, which the introduction part was the parties were introduced to the concept of innovation and not limited by the areas of dispute. And actually, based on the innovative ideas of both parties, they were able to actually achieve a resolution within 15 minutes, although the whole half day was resolved. Why was that? Because you gave them the idea that this was mediation. It was broader than the area of the dispute that they were looking at. And so their minds expanded and they started thinking about things which are not dispute related, but they would be interested in. And that created an opportunity for not necessarily resolution of the dispute, but thinking of designing something new. And that's quite important. There's also issues moving on about predictive justice and arbitrator selection, just as you get in USA as well. And those are also probably positive or negative ways. If you have funding of litigation, funding of arbitration, then these large companies are going to be looking at selection of arbitrators, looking at AI to look at predictive justice, maybe looking also at selection of arbitrators. They might also decide to use AI because there is a need now amongst businesses not to enter into long litigation or arbitration. They want a quick resolution so they can carry on with their business and save money. So these are tools that they would be looking at. And the first company, organization, or country to allow these are going to be internationally the ones that will be accepted by the business community. Not moving. See if it's moving. Okay, yeah. So are the lawyers going to be prepared for this, including the arbitrators? Well, I think it looks at, where the law side is looking at increased learning in different areas, including a different type of thinking of applying law and applying dispute resolution skills. And it's going to change, and these conferences are ways where one can look at ideas. We also have an increasing worry and fear amongst lawyers, but fear is basically false evidence appearing real, because it is, in fact, a boon. It will save time, and it'll allow the parties to look at dispute resolution in a broader way. So looking at the opportunities, we have larger repetitive data, auto-detection, auto-transcription. We already have that. But we can go beyond that. We can have the haptics, voice, gesture, thought, eye movement on display, and even 3D image displays, which are already being used anyway for engineering disputes. And of course, parties have interest in looking at data and also the way witness statements are looked at as well. So all of these, when you introduce AI within the arbitration process, it means they're going to be looking at it from a different perspective. You can also have parties, as an example I give you just now, informing the arbitrator of the areas of agreement and the areas of dispute, and the parties' option to allow an AI to identify areas of dispute or alternatives to resolution of disputes. So that requires a different type of thinking. You can also have, I've already talked about third-party funding models and how they will be looking at AI. There's also the issue of new counsel looking at cross-examination with the assistance of AI tools, which would be another form of development of skills. Moving on to skills, we already have practice management programs, conflict management programs, contract review software, legal assistance software, and outcome prediction as well. and you've seen some of those there, and you're going to get a lot more. You also have other areas, which is AI research, choice of experts, as I've said, you can see those there, and procedures for translating and summarizing different documentation, and I've given you tools that could be used there. Others are sort of rule-based learning, machine-based learning, and all of these are going to be developing at a rate that the profession or the countries are not yet able to handle. What we think has been developed so far since last November is accelerating, and countries are going to have to adapt to not just the change, but the rate of change as well. So we can look at opportunities, arbitrator assessing facts and data, parties and arbitrators accepting specified protocols. You can have arbitrators producing questionnaires with the use of AI within the factual matrix. And of course, as Professor Yao has already spoken about, UNCITRAL model law allows third-party AI tools anyway. And so we can develop on those. And our UNCITRAL is, again, an important area which parties can use, because for each country to develop its own protocols, it's going to take a long time. Whereas if you have UNCITRAL, then it's a faster process to be able to deal with it. We have one case, which is Pyro Investments and MWH, 18 million documents, and the court allowed AI to be able to use as a tool. So that's one of the first cases you have. In Hong Kong, we have PDSL 1.2, and if you look at it, I'm not going to go through all of it, I've extracted some of it. There's a lot there about the type of documents, the type of data, the type of it. And that in itself, if you put that with AI, with a few amendments, that could in itself be used for allowing AI as a tool within the discovery process in Hong Kong. So that's, I'm not going to go through all of them. It gives you an idea, and you can always look it up, because our website on judiciary.gov.hk has got practice directions. You can look it up, practice direction PDSL 1.2, and that will give you an idea. So does an arbitrator have to be a natural person? The 1958 New York Convention states that an arbitrator must be a natural person. Does the SID Convention require a natural person? Question that. Can a company, suggesting, has a company incorporated under company's ordinance or by statute having a sole asset of an AI, right? That's the only asset. Could it conduct arbitration as a natural person? Or what further developments are required? And what are the public policies in different jurisdictions which would allow that? As again, which country gets ahead of this would be the jurisdiction where parties will tend to go to. And I think it's not just the laws, but countries, the way they formulate policies which will allow forum shopping in a way for those that wish to consider dispute resolution quickly. And the rate of pace of change and the rate of pace of business, if you have a business that's investing in technology, after 2 years is thinking, well, that technology is not going to work anymore. How can you afford to get into a dispute which may last 3 to 4 years? It's not feasible. So they're going to be looking at innovative ways to resolve the dispute quickly and move on with the next business, because by that time there'll be new technology. Again, UNCITRAL are key players for this joint consideration of sort of issues at an international level. So arbitration practice and judiciary requires innovation in thought, innovation in design, and innovation in its application by all parties concerned. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Amarari. I think Amarari's presentation is very much thought-provoking, and which give us a lot of ideas at how with the future development of AI and online dispute resolution. So actually, after hearing 3 outstanding panelists' presentation, I myself have a lot of questions, and actually it represents, oh, yes, maybe I give my priority to my friend from long, far away from Cameroon first, and May I invite Gaston come back to present his question or comment?
Okay, thank you, Dennis, and thank you for all the panelists. I find this session very interesting. First, Professor Zhao, you began by evoking the difference between online dispute resolution and dispute resolution online. Can you tell us more about it, please? This is my first question. And my second question for all the panelists. I come from Africa, where digital divide is a reality. Do you think that online dispute resolution can be successfully experimented in Africa? Otherwise said, in a continent where insufficiency of energy is a reality, do you think online dispute resolution can be effective there? These are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the first question, I think, very interesting, but also very important question. When we talk about the online dispute resolution, I think it's rather difficult to come up with a definition. In my PowerPoint presentation, I basically used a very broad define, the ODR, which was put down in the technical notes on ODR by the ANSI trial. That basically means that we, as long as we make use of ICT to resolve the disputes, that will be ODR. But of course, that could be broader understanding, but also that could be some narrow understanding of ODR. We are not simply looking at the hearings to be conducted online. That's too normal or too regular. We are really looking to some reforms that need to be done, or innovative use of the high technologies to assist the dispute resolution process. So that's an online dispute resolution is kind of a dispute resolution mechanism or kind of option to the parties when they have disputes. We try to use ODR. But when it comes to the dispute online, so I think those really came up I think in the 1990s or mid-1990s. A lot of disputes came up because of e-commerce. So we are trying to think about, oh, there are quite a lot of disputes online. What can we do? Because normally the dispute online involves very low amount of money, so value. They think it's not worthwhile to go to traditional arbitration or litigation. It's not worthwhile. Probably the litigation fees will be much higher than the value in dispute. So that's why we are thinking probably we can come up with an ODR to help to resolve the disputes. And ODR, in a way, was introduced to try to protect the interests of the parties. So the consumers will say, okay, now we have ODR, which can really help us to resolve the disputes. Now, I think if that's my basically understandings of ODR and the dispute online. ODR can be used to help to resolve the disputes that arise online, but also, of course, can be used to help to resolve offline disputes. So that will be the ways, I think, to look at the relationship between these two. When I move further to the situation in Africa, I believe, I think this is a rather relevant issue because in a digital era, we are talking about the digital gap. We are not only really looking to one perspective of the digital gap. That means, I think, some countries, they are more technologically advanced. Some countries are least developed or not that advanced. So that's a gap in the use of technology. That one part, I think we have to admit, indeed, there are some gap. And what we can do, if we are trying to come up with an ODR, we try to make it very easy to access. In a way, we are put forward a principle we call it KISS, K-I-S-S, KISS principle. I'm not talking about the KISS in normal sense. I'm talking about keep it super simple. Keep it straightforward and simple. So I think that KISS principle, which can be applied for ODR, to be applied not only in those areas with high technologies, but also those are still developing their technologies. So I think that will be rather important. That's one perspective. The other perspective is that
even within same country, we can see different people, different group of people might have different capability of using IT. Some can grasp the technology very quickly. Some group of people will be lagging behind. So there's also some gap that, again, we can use the KISS principle to try to help to resolve the issue. That means every people knows how to use the ODR platform. We are not going to make it too difficult. Everyone knows how to use. So that kind of a transparency, easy to access, I think these are all the principles that should be promoted in the online or ODR environment. So I think that's my understanding. Thank you very much.
For my part, I would say that innovation is key to answering on whether or not the digital gap is there. Because taking Africa as an example, they've resolved this issue about banking through using simple text. And I think that company's been sold to in London. So they were able to keep it simple as far as bank was concerned and banking transactions and still use, and so Africa in itself has the answer. When they went to the moon, the computer that they used was, far less powerful than even the most least powerful handphone, say, 10 years ago. And that's because they kept it simple. So innovation doesn't mean that you have to have technology that's very advanced. You can keep it very simple at the level that's available. And that's what technology and innovation must be. It must bring the technology down to the user's level rather than expect the technology per user to come up to the level of a PhD or professor. He must be able to access technology for his purpose, and that's what a good innovator must do.
I cannot agree more with Marelli, and thank you for the question. From a service provider's point of view, let me share with you some thoughts, because EBRAM, when we prepared every year, we prepared our business plan looking ahead as to what we need to develop. We look at different areas, and particularly what you have just raised just now. The figures show, because after all, when we are talking about dispute resolution, we talk about dispute between individuals or companies, and the principle of parties' autonomy must be respected. And this parties' autonomy also applies to how, or the mode, how they are going to solve this dispute, including whether they would like the whole process to be online or just partly online. Because our research, just now I have quoted a few surveys from a few institutes. They all say that, pandemic is now over. Some cases are now moving back to the traditional way, but the use of tech shall remain. Now, because of the party autonomy principle, we respect that, although from EBRAM's perspective, we would like to see ODR means one-stop shop, start from first, the whole process are online. But we appreciate that when you take some sounding from lawyers and clients, the higher amount of the dispute involved, the amount of money involved, the larger amount of resources they are prepared to put into the case, and hence they are more willing to spend more money to use human resources to resolve the case rather than to rely on technology. So, and that also brings us to the APEC scenario just now. The entire OTR platform is very, very suitable to MSME dispute because of their size, of the limited resources, and relatively speaking, the amount of the disputes are not huge. So when you look at that angle, the one-stop shop online dispute resolution at present most suitable to deal with medium or small-sized dispute where parties' resources are limited. But when parties' resources are not limited and the stake is high, if you do a survey, people are more willing to put more money into human resources, but they would also be prepared to pay money to use AI technology to help those human beings in running the cases. So that is the finding that we have. And I agree with Amirelli when we were doing all this use of tech questions and brainstorming and all that. Ultimately, I think the question is how easy your product is for your target users. You know, as you can see these days, even old people were provided with tech high phone, which is much more easier to use than the phones that we use in order to cater for their need. It is very welcomed. So ultimately, I think the tech product, the ODR services, how successful they will become in replacing the traditional way of dispute resolution depends on how efficient, how cheap, and how user-friendly those services will become.
Thank you very much, Gaston. And I also just a quick sharing on your question on about whether we can, whether ODR can be successfully implemented in African country. I still recall my memory and experience when I attended UNCITRAL ODR working group on working group 3 on ODR. I joined the Vienna section in 2010, and I joined as an observer on behalf of Asian Domain Name Dispute Resolution Center. And at that time, I recorded many African countries, they proposed, they responded that they are not technically ready for implementing such a binding legal instrument. As Dr. Zhao Yun mentioned, it was disappointing that the UNCITRAL did not come up with a legally binding document as a non-binding technical note. So maybe that's one of the reasons. And the answers from our panel, we keep it simple. And now it's not a question whether it should be successfully implemented. It is a question on how to successfully implement ODR in Africa. I think with the help from EBRAM, I think we can do that. And we are proud as AALCO. We are, with the assistance of EBRAM, we have developed our own online dispute resolution. I think this is a very successful collaboration model that can be replicated in other arbitration institutions in Africa, maybe in other world, in other jurisdictions as well. So that's my brief comment. Any other question? Yes, I saw for that. Charles, yeah, please, from our friend from Shanghai. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis, and thank you for the panelists for your discussion, which was quite thought-provoking. I'm a lawyer from mainland China, and I believe that a lot of my colleagues are quite enthusiastic about how AI can be integrated into our practice. So, as we are legal practitioners, I'd like to ask some practical questions, maybe to Mr. Amirelli and Dr. Thomas. Assuming in a real case, maybe in AALCO, arbitrator who is also have interest in using the AI, maybe the ChatGPT or the API key by the OpenAI. Assuming this arbitrator is seeking the parties' contents for telling them that if I use AI, if I do not use AI to draft this award, it may take me about 60 hours to finish this award. But if you allow me to use AI, maybe I just need 10 hours. Then a party raised a challenge saying that, I understand, as Mr. Amirelli introduced, under UNCITRAL model law, you have the right, you as the arbitrator, to conduct the arbitration proceeding in a way you deem appropriate. But why we choose the arbitration? Well, to start with, is that we want confidentiality, and we do not want data leakage to the OpenAI or any other AI companies. So how do you solve this problem? Do you want to have the parties to sign another agreement saying that you as arbitrator, you can use AI and give data to the companies like OpenAI? That's my question.
Let me share, because I'm also an arbitrator. If I'm faced with this scenario, to play safe, I would rather not use AI. I mean, if there is any objection from any of the parties to the way I'm going to handle the case, right? And if this new way is unprecedented, and that there is a risk that the award might be set aside at the end. After all, it is not the arbitrator's convenience that takes priority. It is the top priority is whether the award that you're going to deliver, that you're going to issue, is watertight and legally enforceable. And if there is a risk, and this risk is generated obviously by the arbitrator himself or herself, by hoping to be able to use AI to help the arbitrator to finish the work quicker, then I think that is a point that the arbitrator need to consider seriously if he or she wants to go ahead with what he wants to do. Just from a practical standpoint, unless you see when the arbitration started, the arbitration rules empower the arbitrator to do things like that. Otherwise, I think the risk is there, and I personally would avoid that. I don't know other arbitrators.
Looking at futuristically, I think it depends on the AI used. Obviously, in arbitrations, the parties that agree, as in the Pyro case, the parties had the court allowed the tool to be used, but then there was a system that they adopted within the court system. They said you could put in certain parameters, humans would check it. If they didn't like it, they would put it back into the system. If you're looking at present AI, present GPT, I don't think, from what Thomas has said, you can get over the privacy issue. But later on, I use the different AI systems which are closed. When AI systems are developed to certain states that they don't necessarily need data except the data that you introduce, or you're happy to have a limited AI which looks at the data only that is within its framework that's introduced, then I suppose futuristically on that AI, you could have a closed AI, GPT, that will produce, and this is what I think ChatGPT does at the moment. It produces different alternatives. I mean, if you were to design something, it will take you ages to look at different alternatives, but this one will keep producing different alternatives. And the parties will look at it, and again, it's a faster process. So if you have a closed AI system, the parties agree, it's something, again, that would increase different designs and different options for parties to agree quickly to a resolution. Because the more ideas you introduce to arbitration, the more likely that the parties are likely to resolve the dispute and get on with business, which is what we as lawyers want them to do. So yes, I mean, at the moment, probably not. But in future, if you use the right AI system, I think it's a tool that would be useful. And then we're not looking at 5-10 years for this, I think. We're only looking at 12, 15 months, 2 years. So we're not looking at 5 years from my perspective.
Yes, please.
Thanks, panel, for your excellent speech. I'm Roger Xie from the Grand All Shenzhen Law Firm. I'm an arbitrator of the CTEC, also arbitrator of the Shenzhen Center of International Arbitration, and also Hainan International Arbitration Center, and some other local, and some other arbitration commissions. I think the online dispute resolution during the pandemic time, as the most major arbitration hearings, yeah, we have to take we have to take online, yeah. But after the pandemic time, I think I don't want to, yeah, take the online hearing. I always reject the requirement from the party online hearing. Why? I think the online hearing, its advantage is just make just save the cost of the party, yeah, and its economy, and can process the arbitration efficiently. or quickly. Yeah. But the disadvantage is, I think, is because, the arbitration should be confidential. Sometimes you cannot control the party on the other end of the, I think, of the screen. You don't know, yeah, he can keep confidential or not. Yeah, where he is and what kind of situation he is. So, not confidential. And also, I think it's very difficult to test the evidence, to examine the evidence. So, if the party want to apply for online hearing, I saw you first, you have to agree with the authenticity of those evidence. Otherwise, you should be attend the hearing. And so also I think it's very, only both parties attend the hearing is easy for us to mediate the dispute. Yeah. So sometimes, yeah, I think this is our practice in China. And I just, my question to the panel is just how to, if there is online distribution resolution, yeah, how to resolve the problem about the evidence, examination of the evidence or deposition, yeah. How to resolve this problem? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you identified, several, commissions, arbitration commissions. Also, I'm also the arbitrator in all these arbitration commissions. So I can share my experience. After the pandemic, this year, at least I have 2 cases conducted online already. One in Zhuhai, one from Shenzhen Court of International Arbitration. Zhuhai case, is quite straightforward. That I'm the sole arbitrator. For Shenzhen case, the one party requested to conduct the arbitration online. Then when I received the request, then I asked the secretary to see whether we need to seek the consent of the other party. According to the amended rules, they said no, there's no need. But again, I still insisted, to try to check the positions of the other party. So that's one aspect noted. Even after the pandemic, we noted the use of ODR, is still there. For me, I'm quite happy with that. Now, you mentioned about the evidence, issue. Of course, nowadays, if we have the online hearings, normally we ask the parties to show to the camera, all these evidence you can prove. And to make sure, the authenticity of all these documents, of course, we will try to ask the arbitration center to arrange the meeting physically. The 2 parties have the chance to see whether all these evidence are authentic. That's one issue. The other issue, I've already concerned about the presentation, the ways of presentation of the evidence, because in the past few years there was already some discussions. Some skillful lawyers, they will be able to present the evidence online in a way to their advantage. So how can we resolve the issue? So that also shows that probably the ODR cannot resolve all the issues. We do need to, on the one hand, rely on the high technologies, which we hope to resolve. But on the other hand, we also currently rely on the physical world, to try to make sure, there will be less mistakes, etc. Another point I would like to put forward is that not all the cases, I would argue that not all the cases are appropriate for the ODR. Although we say that ODR is good for all types of disputes, sometimes for high-value disputes or transnational national corporations, they probably prefer not to use ODR. And also for some highly emotional cases, they probably prefer to do the mediations face-to-face. The online environment might not be able to resolve the issue efficiently and effectively. So that's a way to look into the use of ODR, how to present evidence, etc. There are various ways for us to think about and how to first improve the ODR. Thank you.
So thank you for the question. So that's why the AALCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center rule provides the flexibility for parties to opt in or and opt out ODR subject to their case. And I believe if international parties are involved, it is not easy for them to travel. So ODR still have quite advantages. I'm not sure what the type of cases you handle, whether they are domestic in mainland China or international. If cross-border parties are involved, maybe ODR still have a lot of advantages in eliminating the different the distance, because in some situations difficult to get visa to enter into jurisdiction to serve as a counsel or serve as an arbitrator. There were cases when the arbitrator or the or the lawyer came in a jurisdiction without a proper visa, that could result in serious matter. So that ODR can eliminate this kind of risk. Otherwise, that might be even an arbitrator came to a jurisdiction and decide a case and get paid. And what happened is that he forgot to pay the tax, and the award might not be enforceable. So ODR would not have that kind of problem.
Also, I think the Hong Kong judiciary has got a system whereby when they're listening to evidence from somewhere else, they have a system whereby there's a 360-degree camera looking at both around the surrounding as well as what the witness is looking at. So the court has a 360-degree view to make sure nobody is tampering with the witness. So that's something that I think during COVID they already developed that. And on emotional, Dr. Zhao, is that sometimes the problem with emotional issues is that when one person sees the other person's face, all the emotions come up. The advantage that technology can provide is you can create an avatar which is totally different from the other person, and that takes out the emotion in a way. So there are other ways that you could actually remove the emotional aspect which disturbs the dispute resolution process by introducing an avatar, for instance, which does not have those same emotion things that trigger a response from the other side.
Thank you so much. I think we have used up all the time, and I believe that technology are the key solution. And even though we have some uncertainty or some question from the users, that is very good to have our forum to communicate, so that we can know what are the needs from of our users, that eBRAM may provide better services or to address the needs. And Marari is sharing his very practical experience, and so does Dr. Zhao, and Professor Zhao is also arbitrating online quite oftenly. So may I invite all of you to give a big applause to our distinguished panel for the excellent sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We invite our moderator and sharing speakers proceed forward to have the photo together. Please stand closer and then have a look to the front camera. Don't forget to have a big smile. Thank you so much. Thank you for the inspiring sharing. Thank you. The discussion of Session 4 is end here. We now have a refreshment break before starting the Session 5. Please enjoy some refreshment at the foyer, and the next session will start at 4:50. For online participants, plus stay online with us. Stay the same link will be great. See you at 4:30. Thank you. Just a warm reminder, our next session will start at 4:50. We will see you again at 4:50. Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Our forum will resume very soon. May I now invite you all, please be seated. Meanwhile, I would highly recommend you to sit closer in front of the stage. Then you can have a closer interaction with our guest speakers. 我们的活动即将开始，请各位可以坐的靠近我们舞台一点，可以跟我们的嘉宾直接的交流。So I would like to invite you all to sit closer in front of the stage, then you can have a more interaction with our guests later on. Stay tuned and see you in a bit. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So now we'll begin the panel section 5, sector-focused discussion promoting and resolving ESG-related disputes. Now I would like to invite the moderator of this section, Mr. Michael Dinan, Executive Director of Corporate Finance Division, Securities and Futures Commission. Michael, please come to the stage. And also, I would like to invite the foreign speakers to join Mr. Dinan for the discussion. Mr. Chao Lijun, Equity Partner, Zhonglun Law Firm. Mr. Chao, please. Mr. Jeremy Bollett, SC, Barrister and Arbitrator, Prince Chambers. Thank you for joining us today. Dr. George Lam, BBS JP, Chair, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, Sustainable Business Network. Dr. Lam, please. And also Mr. David John Siemens, Chief Strategy, Sustainability and Governance Officer, CLP Holdings Limited. Thank you so much. Thank you. So our moderator and speakers, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You might be wondering why somebody from the Securities and Futures Commission is talking to you today, and to be honest, just at the moment I'm wondering the same thing. The title for this, I must admit, I only just noticed, was Promoting and Resolving ESG-Related Disputes. I'm not sure that anybody should be promoting disputes, but to the extent anybody is promoting disputes, arguably it's the regulator, because they come in and introduce rules that require companies to do things, and other people, and that generates the fodder for other people to dispute. I was asked to give a little bit of information about what's going on in Hong Kong as far as climate disclosure requirements are concerned as part of ESG. I should also possibly point out right at this stage that I generally dislike as a label ESG because it covers so many different things, and people have a tendency to focus on either the E or the S or the G. Very few people are experts in all of those. As far as Hong Kong listed companies are concerned, the SFC with the exchange sets the rules in terms of disclosure, and through the listing rules sets the rules in relation to governance. I should say we fail immediately as we're not hugely diverse group of people, all being the same gender, and not one young person amongst us. But it's nice for the oldies to have a bit of a turn. As far as climate disclosure is concerned, those rules are awaited. As a result of the International Sustainability Standards Board not finalizing their standards until quite late in the day, it was decided that what we would do in Hong Kong is we would put back our rules in relation to disclosure because we wanted to make sure that we were aligning with the final version of those rules. They are unlikely to be cut and paste. They are likely to have variations. One of the fascinating features of the Hong Kong market is that we are producing rules for companies that are listed in Hong Kong, but almost 80%, I think, of market cap is certainly coming out of PRC. And so therefore, having rules that PRC companies can't immediately meet would cause us huge problems. So we're trying to have a foot in the sort of international side of things and meeting international investor expectations, whilst also making sure that we do things that align with the requirements and the rules in PRC, and trying to effectively bridge both of those two sets of requirements can be something of a challenge at times. Now, I wasn't going to do the typical thing of introducing each of the members of the panel. Take it from me, they're very good at what they do. You can read about the CVs later in the pack if you're really that interested. Because I wanted to make sure that we had a hard stop at 6 o'clock, because I know some of you are going for dinner then, so I didn't want to interfere with that. But hopefully we can be illuminating and possibly even entertaining before the end at 6 o'clock. So I will ask each of the panelists to give a sort of small presentation. I was going to start with you, George. Can you give us a sense of the overall picture as you see it?
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very pleased to be here. I think ESG is now taken like a given. Right? Everybody say, well, it's popular, it's recognized, it's acceptable, it's welcome, it's best practices, and so on. But actually, the debate is still going on as to why we put ESG together, and why in that order, E, S, and then G. And then whether the cost effectiveness of ESG reporting is really good or not yet, whether it can reflect social impact or impact on the environment. And there also has been criticism about an overemphasis on investor required kind of information, rather than stakeholders, and much more emphasis on E rather than S and G. Of course, S is more subjective and broad, but I think E is now the so-called easier to measure kind of aspect, particularly with new technologies such as Internet of Things and blockchain and smart solutions and so on. So it's really like a debate, and you cannot even find too much in literature as well as in practice about why ESG and how. Also, the standards are quite convoluting, different versions, and no common conceptual kind of framework yet. But I think this is also an opportunity for Hong Kong. We are trying to be the green finance hub, so I think we can do something here, because we have a very strong foundation, infrastructure. And then, of course, meanwhile, China is doing very, very well in terms of adopting ESG direction. So if we don't do something, then you see the size of the capital market and the number of unicorns coming from China and the number of new sectoral champions from China. They're going to be global leaders. So I think we got to work together and see how we can deal with this, not a problem, but an opportunity. The fact is, nowadays, there are so many funds, sovereign funds included, private equity funds, everybody. They say they are ESG investors, and they have a lot of ESG funds ready to invest. But the fact is, only a tiny little bit of that has been invested, maybe anywhere between 15 and 20%. But that total funds of ESG may be 4 or 5 trillion US dollars already and piling up. So we do have a problem here. We need more ESG guidance or radar in order to channel more ESG fundings faster to ESG projects. And in that journey, we also have to deal with problems such as greenwashing and also data integrity, because to do ESG, you need to have fintech solutions. And that means you need, to deal with a massive amount of data processing, management, and analysis. And so that you can provide solutions, applications such as, certification, disclosure, monitoring, tracking, red flag reports, and so on and so forth. It's a lot of data and a lot of ratings we will produce. So bad ratings or questionable ratings may lead to bad decisions, and then people say, this is a green project, but it's not. Then a lot of data problem, garbage in, garbage out. So the integrity of data is very important. So in the future, the data solutions and the quality of the data, the integrity of data, and data governance is a big issue. So there'll be a lot of disputes for sure, and people will argue about what is good data and why I made that decision based on such data, because it will be a very important decision. It will be real money being invested in projects or companies. So I think at this juncture, I like to say that no matter what, it's too late to debate. Now, ESG has arrived. I think we have to deal with it, make the best out of it. And I'm sure the legal talent in this room will be able to turn this into a Hong Kong competitive advantage and something good for regional economic development as well, because we do need that ESG fund coming more and more into green projects fast. Thank you, Michael.
Okay. Now, I'd like to pass to you, Li Jun. I mentioned the challenge of aligning with international expectations and the mood music coming out of PRC. So how do you see the situation specifically in PRC?
Thank you, Michael. Let me start by thanking AALCO for inviting me to speak at this session. It's the first time for me to speak at any AALCO event. Honestly, I have a natural interest in AALCO because I got involved with Corsica, which is a sister organization of AALCO, also established by AALCO, right? It's also my first time to ever talk about ESG, so I will try my best, Michael. Well, the first time I heard about ESG, this concept, was probably 5, 6, 7 years ago. I don't quite remember. But it did take a long time for me to remember what E, S, and G represents. So I share, Michael, your sentiment. This is not the best idea, putting so many things together, making it so broad. In China, I think everyone knows about environmental protection for obvious reasons. But in terms of awareness of ESG, I would say it's still growing. But if you take a look at the government document, SASAC, that's a state-owned assets supervision and administration commission. If you do China-related work, you know how important this government agency is. This SASAC issued 2 guidelines and measures in 2018 and 21, respectively, 22. And if you read the regulations, there are provisions saying that state-owned enterprises, they should focus on anti-bribery, environmental protection, labor and production
safety compliance issues as important compliance areas. There's also requirement for SOEs to monitor and investigate their business partners in terms of their compliance performance. So in my view, there's sort of a contractual cascading. In the engagement letters or engagement agreements that we sign with our SOE clients, there's always contractual clause saying that law firm should meet the compliance requirement of SOE in terms of integrity commitment, anti-corruption, anti-bribery, etc. And the SOEs, they do the same thing for other vendors or suppliers. So in that sense, CSEC and SOEs, they are the promoters of the concept of ESG. This year, I think about 1 month ago, I went to Paris for the IBA annual conference. There are a lot of discussions on ESG and AI as well. For ESG, the arbitration committee of IBA prepared and issued a report on use of ESG contractual obligations and related disputes. It was issued during the conference of the IBA. So if you read this report, they basically talk about a few specific categories of disputes that are resolved through arbitration. It includes supply chain disputes, merger acquisition transaction disputes, and loan agreement disputes. So all those agreements may potentially or already contain ESG clauses in the form of rep and warranty clauses, due diligence clauses, compliance clauses, and remedy clauses. According to the report, the institution IBA already accepts some cases, including one called Solvay versus Edison case, which was a dispute arising out of a transaction in which the seller warranted itself and its subsidiaries to be in substantial compliance with the applicable environmental laws. So that case went through arbitration process and become reported for some reason. Then coming back to China, I asked my associates to do some research about whether we have ESG cases in China. But my colleagues only was able to locate a few reported court cases, not arbitration cases. Well, there's basically it's a breach of a rep and warranty out of MA transactions. And the breach of warranty may not be in relation to a clause called the ESG clause. It's in general a warranty, not to warranty to comply with applicable compliance standards or any particular standard in relation to, for example, anti-bribery. So I think China is a very important place for supply chain. Lots of MA transactions are ongoing, and China is also a major source for outbound investment. So in the future, because of the requirement of business partners, or because of the increasing awareness, lawyers becoming aware of ESG obligations that they may put into contractual clauses, some ESG rep and warranties. So I'm pretty sure it's only a matter of time for China to have more ESG arbitration cases. Is there still any time? Well, last session was on ODR. It's very interesting. My understanding is ODR is important in that it saves a lot of time and cost. But one aspect in relation to ODR is that it also very environmental friendly. So there's some discussion in the arbitration circle on interrelationship between arbitration per se and the ESG. So basically, people are saying we should make hearing virtual. So there was a study, I think, by Herbert Smith last year on the comparison of the carbon footprint between virtual hearing and in-person hearing. For ordinary arbitration, based on a few assumptions, right? For a week-long hearing, the virtual hearing consumes 6 tons carbon dioxide. By comparison, the in-person hearing may consume up to 111 tons, which is 18, 19 times higher than a virtual hearing. And if you take a closer look, a large part of the carbon cost was caused by travel to the hearing, air flight, trains, but also stay with the hotel during the course of the hearing, and also printing hard copy of the hearing bundles. So with this in mind, this actually inspired me to think, what can we do to make arbitration more environmental friendly, more ESG compliant? So things such as virtual hearing, that can certainly help. But we understand, you can understand from last session, not a hearing can be virtual. So sometimes people prefer to have an in-person hearing. But my understanding is that at least you can make the hearing partially virtual, in that not everyone has to be attending the hearing in person. For those non-key members of the legal team and the business team, you don't have to come to the hearing room. You can participate online. For the transcribers, interpreters, you can participate online. Sometimes I sit as a PRC law expert in overseas arbitration. For the law expert, I think definitely you can participate online. You can do hot tabbing with the other expert online. So I also think there should be efforts tried to make the submissions shorter, right? So maybe the tribunal can impose a page limit on the number or the page number of the submissions. For some procedural documents, like in the production of document phase, we have usually the reference schedule, but reference schedule can be very lengthy because some of the columns were left blank, so it's a waste of paper as well. By contrast, I think recently I've seen a Stern schedule. Stern schedule, because it's a layout is more reasonable, not so many columns, so it can save quite a number of pages. In my personal observation, at least 50% of the pages can be saved. So those kind of documents or instruments can be implemented. Overall, I think the entire arbitral process can be paperless. We don't need the the hearing bundles. We can have electronic bundles. For those who are familiar with arbitration hearing, the hearing bundle can really consume a lot of trees, a large part of the forest. By doing that, we can really be friendly to the entire environment. So I better stop here. Thank you for your patience.
I must admit, I hadn't anticipated. Round of applause. That's people basically saying, yeah, I hate carrying around lots of paper because it's very heavy. That's why lawyers always have the big briefcases. I hadn't anticipated getting into double materiality quite so early in the discussion. The accountants in the room won't understand that. So we haven't really covered disputes yet. So Jeremy, can you take us through some examples of shareholder activism related to ESG? And he also asked me to ask him a question about employment ESG, which I'm very interested to know the answer to because I have no idea what that is.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, AALCO, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I just want to echo something Li Jun said about the arbitral process, because shorter submissions, electronic bundles, this is something that we all want. I think one thing as decision maker, a virtual substantive hearing is not ideal from the decision maker's point of view. I think I'm sufficiently old school that I want to see the people being cross-examined in front of me and to read the signs and the reactions and their evidence live rather than on a screen. I think that's one area that should remain sacrosanct and not succumb to the virtual world. But thanks, Mike. Turning to just generally, I think we're all aware that the risk environment globally is shifting, and organizations around the world are facing increased pressure on all fronts to integrate ESG measures into their core business strategies and improve ESG transparency and performance. In Hong Kong, we see increasing awareness of and proliferation of ESG issues. It's clear that there will be increasing regulation in the ESG space. If you create new obligations and rights, then inevitably this will increase the potential for disputes to arise. If you build new regulatory structures, then risks arise regarding non-compliance and disputes will follow. So to borrow from that film, A Field of Dreams, which was about building a baseball field for an imaginary team of baseballers, if you build it, they will come, and this will certainly be the outcome, a proliferation of disputes. Within the ESG space, climate change disputes in particular have seen an unprecedented rise. I think the Grantham Research Institute on Climate Change and the Environment records several thousand ongoing and concluded climate change cases around the world. And increasingly, of course, these claims are brought against corporations, not just governments. On the social front, there's increasing focus on discrimination issues in employment disputes. Recent years have seen the introduction and implementation of modern slavery, human rights, and supply chain due diligence legislation around the world, which presents a legal requirement for companies to assess the risk of modern slavery across their supply chains. Governance-related issues also remain a high priority, particularly around the ethical practices of companies. Now, compared to the environmental ESG area, the potential for increased disputes in the social ESG area in the employment context is perhaps not so large. Businesses will either adopt good ESG policies or they will not, and the failure to adopt good ESG policies will likely impact a business's ability to attract and retain top talent, but may be unlikely to give rise to a large range of disputes, or at least disputes on a large scale. Operating from green buildings, in other words, ensuring the building is sustainable and minimizes negative impacts on the planet, will be a significant factor in attracting talented employees. That's a particular issue in Hong Kong. Buildings here account for 90% of electricity consumption in Hong Kong, so the real estate sector is a significant source of carbon emissions. Areas that could see increasing disputes relating to social aspects of the workplace are those designed to promote diversity, fairness, inclusion, and well-being. And there's already, of course, legislation which covers part of this, giving employees protection from discrimination and harassment and providing a path for court action. For example, Sex Discrimination Ordinance in Hong Kong, Equal Opportunities Commission. Apart from age and gender, Disability Discrimination Ordinance in Hong Kong also provides statutory protection. And so it's not immediately clear how disputes in these areas would have arbitration featuring strongly. However, of course, arbitration is a matter of contract. And if an employer puts clauses into the employment contract, then it's quite feasible that these matters will be arbitrated. As to that, I have probably two comments. Of course, the private contractual arrangement is not going to displace the statutory protections which are already in place and which an employee has the benefit of. And secondly, that in terms of a relative preference for arbitration or litigation, it might well be that employers have a greater interest in arbitration because it will keep these disputes private and confidential, while conversely, employees may have an interest in the matter going to court because it may create greater leverage. It's not always the case that employers want the privacy. I can share a war story, if you like. I was involved in one dispute where the employer wanted the benefit of greater publicity through the courts. I was acting for a Hong Kong law firm in a dispute with a former partner. The dispute involved the typical inequality of arms in the sense that there was a substantial law firm and an individual partner. And the law firm exercised its financial muscle, taking all points, appealing all points, appealing all negative decisions right the way through the layers of the court system. And of course, the employee was obliged to incur considerable expense to stay in the game. And I remember a conversation I had with a partner in the law firm about this feature of the litigation. And he recited to me a Chinese saying, which approximately the translation was, if we hold a banquet and I bring chicken to your soy, still I will strain you. In other words, I will pay for all the entertainment and all the food. You just have to pay for the soy sauce. At the end of the day, I will be standing and you will be bankrupt. So it was almost biblical in its harshness, but it was at that point that I knew I was on the side of justice in that case. Shareholder activism, I can perhaps share some insight into that by reference to a recent case in 2022. Again, this is litigation because at the pointy end of the law, where law is developing, it's generally going through the court system rather than going through private arbitral processes. And this case gives a foretaste of a probable proliferation of activist shareholder type claims looking at a company's investment decisions. The English case of McCoggy and the University Superannuation Scheme Limited, it involved two claimants who were members of the superannuation scheme, and they sought leave from the court to bring a derivative action. Now just without going into any detail, they were forced to take that path because the scheme itself was not bringing claims against its directors, so the pension scheme members asked the court to give them leave to effectively bring claims on behalf of the scheme. The claim was that the directors should be liable to all the pension scheme members for the pension scheme's continued investment in fossil fuels without having devised any plan for a divestment or retreat from that sector. It was alleged that the directors put their own views about fossil fuels above the interests of the pension scheme members, and that was said to be in breach of the statutory duties of the directors, which were to promote the success of the company and to act for proper purposes. And it was alleged that the pension scheme suffered a loss as a result. Now, the claim was dismissed, as was a subsequent appeal to the Court of Appeal. It was held that the claimants were unable to show breaches of the power of investment on the part of the directors, because in this case proper investment advice had been sought and there was the appearance of proper diversification in the investments. The claimants were also held to be unable to show actual losses arising from this, and the court had comments about the appropriateness of the derivative action as a vehicle for climate-related claims. Not a related case, but a similar case was Client Earth against Shell, also dismissed there a claim that the directors had failed to prepare for transition to net zero emissions. So on one level, you might think, well, that's quite comforting. Both the claims were dismissed. And here I'm talking from the perspective of corporates and multinationals. Many people might say that's a shame they were dismissed. But from the multinational perspective, that's probably breathing a sigh of relief that those claims are dismissed. But they foreshadow increasing claims to come, whereby investors or shareholders will compare investments against ESG targets or statements and will hold directors accountable for any perceived failure in compliance. Mike, that's all I was proposing to say at this stage.
That's absolutely fine. That leads on nicely to the victim on this panel. They're usually the target of all this sort of activity, and so therefore I left David till last to give the sort of right of reply from the corporate perspective.
Thank you very much. I feel almost uniquely placed on this panel to talk about this topic as a lawyer and also in my role as head of sustainability for a power company. And I just responding to George's comment at the beginning about the label of ESG and what it means. I personally prefer the term sustainability than ESG. It's a much better lens, I think, through which to look at the sort of issues. And when you think about it, there is sustainability is about sustainability of a company, and you can't have a sustainable company unless you have a sustainable planet and a sustainable community in which that company operates. And there is no larger issue for sustainability that exists today than climate change. And so when I think about the risk of ESG-related disputes ending up in arbitration, I think climate change-related disputes is the area where you're most likely to see the action. And I say that for a number of reasons. The first is that there is no company anywhere, I think, today that can afford not to take climate change seriously. There's obviously the direct physical impacts of severe weather events. There's the impacts on supply chains. There's the changing consumer behaviours, attitudes of staff. It's very difficult to recruit staff these days if you're not paying attention and your company doesn't have the right posture in relation to climate as an issue, and so on and so forth. And when you look at the evolving international regulatory standards, it's no surprise that the International Sustainability Standards Board has chosen climate change and climate-related risks and opportunities as the first of the issues that they're tackling from the rollout of a sustainability standard. And if you move on from there, as we've already heard from Jeremy, we've seen a laundry list of cases around the world in the courts where usually NGOs or activist groups are bringing climate-related cases to the courts. So the law is beginning to take shape in that area. We have a case on foot in our Australian subsidiary, which is brought by parents of school kids in relation to claims around one of our consumer products in Australia being carbon neutral. It is very much a case around whether the standards that are applicable in the Australian market around the use of that term are appropriate or not. We just happen to be the victim, to use Michael's term. But if you move on beyond that and think about why the disputes might arise, we've seen a sea change in attitude from investors in their attitude to customers, to the companies that they invest in, rather. And capital is moving according to where they believe the risks are in relation to climate. And so for us, as a power company, several years ago, we were the ones that were raising climate as an issue and how we were managing it with our investor base. Today, how we're dealing with climate as a risk is, one of several 1, 2, 3 type questions we get from almost every investor that we have. If you go beyond that, you can see that for staff, it is almost impossible to win the war for talent in a very tight labour market with a young workforce if you are not having an appropriate position in relation to climate, as I mentioned earlier. It was once thought that for customers, there was a view that it was important, but that people weren't prepared to pay for the difference for a climate-friendly product. That has changed. We're now seeing customers much more willing to pay a higher price for a product which is carbon-free. And you can go on and on. There's a laundry list of reasons beyond that, which I could refer to, but in the interest of time, I won't. But I think that the final significant point is that in response to all of these sorts of changes, companies are themselves making a whole range of public statements, not just in their reporting, but either to attract staff, to attract customers, to attract or to appeal to investors. And they're setting targets around how they will evolve their business to deal with that as an issue. And there is the whole ecosystem that is relying on those targets, those representations, those statements that are being made by companies. And it's not hard to imagine then a circumstance where if those statements, targets, commitments are not brought to fruition, that you could see disputes. And a lot of those will be commercial. A lot of those will be contractual in nature. I mean, if you think in particular about Scope 3 emissions and supply chain decisions that are made, as a purchaser, you want to know that your supplier is dealing with this issue in an appropriate and responsible manner, because I, as a purchaser, am relying on that to make my own commitments and to meet my own commitments. And if I'm let down by my supplier in relation to that issue, then it could have real serious consequences in the future. And it's not just supply chains. We're seeing it from banks with green finance. It's got covenants in there that require companies to meet certain climate-related attributes or targets. Insurance companies require representations along a similar line, particularly for us at the pointy end for the coverage of the legacy coal generation assets that we have in the portfolio. And so over time, I think you can see the atmosphere and the environment created for disputes that arbitration will be a logical forum for a resolution of those. I'll leave it there, Mike.
Okay, thank you. It actually leads on to the first question that I had, because on the basis that this is a conference about resolving disputes, it seemed not unreasonable to ask the panel where they thought those disputes might arise. Now, obviously, the focus has been on information to investors, because the tool used to require companies to disclose has been listing rules and other sort of regulations, and that information is ostensibly for investors, but can then, once it's public, it can be used by anybody, and is used in a kind of derivative way by rating agencies and others to assess scores and environmental scores and so on and so on. So I was interested for everyone's views on where they think there are the biggest risk, if you like, of disputes arising in the future once the litigation has sort of set the tone, if you like, to go on from there to the sort of disputes that would be susceptible to arbitration. Who wants to jump in on that one?
I'm happy to have a go first, if you like, since I'm still holding the mic. I mean, when we first looked at arbitral disputes in this area, those under bilateral investment treaties were kind of a feature, because as countries evolve their laws and requirements in relation to, say, for instance, the introduction of carbon taxes or restrictions on emissions, that could lead to claims under those investment treaties that are actionable in arbitration. So that was an interesting first exposure that we had to that thought process. But beyond that, I do think most of them will be in supply chain, to be honest. There is, we hear it from our customers who feel under increasing pressure from the environment that they operate in to make the pledges, the commitments, the targets for reduction in their own carbon emissions and portfolios, and us as a supplier of electricity to them are a key component of that. So they're looking to us in quite a meaningful way to be able to understand how their emissions will come down over time. So if we're not giving them what they want, or if we're not giving them what we said we would, then it's not hard to imagine those ending in a dispute that is resolved through arbitration. And if you multiply that over all of the supply chains that exist around the world, then you can imagine it has the potential to be quite some level of disputes. And whilst I've focused my remarks on climate, because I think that is the obvious first area for it, the human rights is another area, because it's again, you only have to think back to the experience that Nike has had in the past with the forced labor or slave, what would be considered as slave labor today, claims that have been made publicly against them in the past. That there is now a huge amount of effort put into making sure that those companies like that don't find themselves in that situation. And so they are relying on the claims and representations that are made by companies in the contracts that they're signing, and again, another area that I think is ripe for arbitral disputes.
Jeremy?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Just touching on what David said there, the bilateral treaties. It's quite fascinating when one looks at investor state and bilateral treaties, that the enormous amount of direct investment into Asia in recent times, into all manner of things, including enormous infrastructure projects, that there are so few arbitrations on the investor state front, and also under bilateral treaties. Hong Kong, I think, is yet to be named as a defendant. Japan has had its first investor state claim only recently lodged. China has been a member of ICSID, which is a body that you can choose to utilize for your investor state or disputes. And yet there are so few claims. So it may be that it's a cultural thing in Southeast Asia that there are and Asia, that there are so few of these claims against government. It may be that it's just a better thing to sort it out quietly, and thus one doesn't see a lot of arbitrations in this area, despite the potential for it. But other than that, I would echo what David said, that environmental and climate areas are going to be really taking off like a rocket. So at the moment, because of a couple of English Supreme Court cases, which we might discuss later on, lawyers and litigation funders are enormously active in the UK, putting together claims, because it's not a unique fact situation to have an environmental disaster. The two quite well-known cases which we might talk about are unusual in the way the law is being explored, but on the facts, they're not so unusual. One case involved over 1,000 Zambian villagers who wanted to bring proceedings because of pollution from a copper mine. Another case involved a large number of Nigerian people because of oil spillage. Now, and there's another case to do with the Fundão Dam in Brazil. Those disasters are not unique. They're regrettably more commonplace than we'd all like to see. So the door has been opened somewhat for these class actions, and that will be, I think, an enormous growth area.
The question I would have is a growth area in Hong Kong?
Well, a plug for Hong Kong here. It's unlikely to be a growth area here, right? Because we the cases, Vedanta was one case, and Okabe another. They were class actions. In other words, the law, and they were brought in England because the claimants wanted to make the English parent company liable. And English law permits a class action where you have a single plaintiff and representing 1,000 or more other plaintiffs. And it obviously makes the bringing of the proceedings, the funding of the proceedings, which are going to be complex because the counterparty is an enormous entity, whether it's Shell or BHP or Vedanta that owns copper mines. So you need to be lawyered up, and you need to have a good funding to be able to see that through. Hong Kong does not permit class actions. They are not recognized in the courts here. So multinationals that have their corporate head office in Hong Kong are not going to be troubled in the same way by those sorts of class actions, which I'm sure have a lot of multinationals in the environment sector shaking in their boots. We also don't have, we also have a couple of medieval aspects of law which are still in place, maintenance and champity, which make litigation funding very difficult. You can have litigation funding in the arbitration side, but not in the litigation side. So those aspects, and the fact that the government here is probably highly unlikely to want to encourage class actions, probably make Hong Kong an excellent jurisdiction to have your head office. As far as whether the disputes will get resolved by arbitration or litigation, I think that all the class action disputes in relation to environmental damage, they're not going to be arbitrated because there's no contract there between those Zambian villagers and the parent company they're trying to sue. They're suing on a tort of negligence. There's no contract. There's no arbitration clause. And as I think we all know from experience, if you don't have the arbitration clause in place in a contract, people are unlikely to want to agree to it ad hoc when the dispute has already arisen. For investor-type claims, namely an activist shareholder holding a company to task for its investment policies or failure to meet ESG objectives, there are contracts. There's a there's the memorandum and articles, a contract between the company and the shareholders, and there may be other contracts with the directors. So it's possible that arbitration clauses could operate for those disputes. Right.
Okay. Legend.
Well, I agree with what Jeremy and David has said. There are likely to be many supply chain disputes. In particular, I think for supply chain dispute, there's a possibility of a contractual cascading, in the sense that when you have a purchaser-supplier dispute, sometimes there's also a dispute between supplier and a sub-supplier. So you want to have a consistency in those decisions. So there's a possibility of joinder or consolidation of arbitration proceedings. So for that purpose, arbitration does have an advantage. For the ISDS or treaty, bilateral investment treaty disputes, I think nowadays some BITs contain provisions on ESG provisions, including the Netherlands model BIT and the Norway model BIT. They have such provisions. For China, most of the BITs involving China does not have such a provision, but there is China-EU BIT, which was finalized but not approved by the European Parliament. It contains several provisions in relation to, in the preamble part, the desirability to encourage investors to respect corporate social responsibility and attach importance to climate change and labor rights. There are a few specific provisions on adhering to the principles in those international conventions for labor rights, human rights, and climate change. So far, I didn't see any China-related case involve ESG. I mean, the investor state case involve ESG, but in the future, this may become a topic. For investor state dispute in general, I think ESG is a quite interesting topic for the government side, because nowadays we are always talking about investor bring up cases against the state, but there has been some discussions on whether the state can bring up claims against investor or bring up counterclaims in the case brought up by the claimant, the investor, in the first place. And I think violation of environmental protection laws may be a good ground for the state to file counterclaim. So I think that will be interesting development to note in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. I think all good. I think my fellow panelists' points. I try to bring up the new economy aspects, where we have a lot of startups and tech companies seeking venture capital and private equity investments. In the process, we see there's a lot more expectations about covering ESG aspects in feasibility study, valuation report, due diligence process, and I have seen investors checking the data room checklist to see whether there are ESG content and so on. So it has to do with representations made by the investees, and also even the investors. If they approach the potential investees as an ESG investor, and that startup, for example, may be in a happy situation of choosing between investor A, B, and C. So, and they choose investor A because it's more ESG, for example, fitting their business model. So I can see a lot of that in the process of M&A transactions, in fundraising transactions, and also in even joint venture and collaboration agreement, because you profess to be an ESG player operations, and therefore we partner to do something. But, you know, it's misrepresentation or misleading information leading to unhappy endings, possibly. So I think this is where disputes can come up as well. In the new economy, particularly, you know, we call it now the green economy. So in Hong Kong, we have about 200 green tech companies and growing, and we have you know, a couple of hundred fintech and ESG companies as well, and they are all doing all sorts of M&A transactions, joint venture, collaboration agreements, and constantly raising funds. So this is where potential risk may come from.
Okay. I've been a very poor moderator and left time for Q&A from the audience. I don't know if there is the possibility for people in the audience to actually ask questions. Would anybody be interested in asking a question? Otherwise, I'll ask the final question. Oh, that might be a challenge.
Thank you. No, I support ESG, okay, because we have to protect the environment. I have been asking this question for more than 10 years. Maybe this question is not related to arbitrage, the subject of today, arbitration of subject of today, you know, but I think that you have enough knowledge to answer that. You know, to protect the environment, we have to pay. I ask always, what is the ROI of the ESG, the concept? So now, the ROI will increase my cost and decrease my competitiveness. And now there is the issue of a rich and poor nation. Same as the issue of the chicken and the soy sauce, okay? The rich man say that I have enough chicken to drain out your soy sauce. Okay, actually, Chinese meaning is like this. So the poor country say that I have only the soy sauce. I don't have the chicken. Easily drained out by your rich country, okay? So how can I justify to follow the ESG? How can? Because why I'm a poor man, but you are the rich man. You speak like a rich concept. You know, you are from rich country. You speak very great. But I'm a family business. I have a little money. I have a disinvestment. So I just want to know how you can justify that. And is there any policy to help the poor country to implement the ESG? Okay, how to balance that? Thank you.
Okay, that's a number of questions, I think, built into that. Speaking as a regulator, I'll be the poor man on the panel, and so therefore I'll pass it to the rich men alongside me. Who wants to pick up that?
I'm happy to have a go at that. I mean, there is no doubt a heated conversation going on in Dubai over that topic as we speak. And, you know, it is, there's many layers to the answer to this question. But undoubtedly, part of it is for a problem as complex as something like climate change, the transfer of wealth in one form or another, whether it be direct cash or whether it be in technology, or the means to evolve is from rich to poor countries has got to be part of the answer to that. But if I look at it from the standpoint of a company and say, what does sustainability mean, and what's your ROI on sustainability investments? I would say it depends on what your time frame is. But if you want to stay in business, then having a mindset of addressing issues of sustainability that are material to your business is an essential part of what you should be doing in running that business. And if I look at a company, what's happening in the automotive sector as an example, the major Western vehicle manufacturers have been left on the fly because they've been clinging on to oil and internal combustion engines when China, for instance, has been rapidly transforming its industry to electric. And you couldn't say that that's a rich-poor issue in that case, because the Western auto manufacturers had all the tools at their disposal to do it. They just didn't. So I think it's more complex than just rich and poor when it's the broader sustainability question. And from a business angle, I think the reason why I support ESG and sustainability done properly is that it should be addressing those issues, those risks and opportunities that are material to the business.
If I may, Michael.
Okay,
very,
very quickly.
I think that's why there's a debate about just transformation or transition financing. And the COP28 meeting just now also talked about how to help. But I think we need to use more technology, innovations like green, renewable energies and so on. Energy is a key problem. And for example, China is now supplying more than half of the, new solar and wind and all the other so-called renewable energy, leading the world now. That's an example of hope. So technology and innovation, and also I think we have to do a bit of helping, because PPPs and all that, if you don't take longer term, then capital, cannot be deployed. So a combination of long-term capital plus green energy solutions and green transport and all of that. Otherwise, Asia-Pacific region is the biggest polluting country in the world. We will be accountable for more than 75% of all the emissions soon. So it's a very difficult question. I think we have to work together, and I think the private sector has to take the lead in that, as what David has been doing. Yeah, I think that's a good example.
Jeremy.
Yes, I'm having deployed the chicken and soy. I think I should. There is a good story associated with these recent Supreme Court cases in the UK, because this gentleman's question, they address that very topic, the disparity and inequality of arms. One of the main reasons that the Supreme Court stated that these sorts of claims were arguable, these group representative actions brought against the parent company in respect of a subsidiary's actions and negligence somewhere on the other side of the world. One of the main reasons that the Supreme Court allowed it, and also gave a number of comments about the future of these sorts of actions, was access to justice. Their concern was that if the Zambian villagers were left to litigate in their own country individually, they would not have access to justice, because individually they were all very poor. They could not fund proper legal teams to fight a giant multinational. And so the ability to come to England, bring a representative action, get litigation funding, was regarded as an important part of it. And that is now an incredibly active litigation space in the UK. So it is the other side of that chicken and soy coin. The other point I would just mention, what does ESG do to profits? Of course, it impacts profits. And I think the only answer one can give is that if you either believe in sustainability or you believe you can't avoid it, then you have to evolve somewhat as a corporate and take on board the fact that compliance with new regulations, properly monitoring and doing due diligence on your ESG aspects is going to introduce additional costs, and that may affect profits, but that is the path that you either should take or you will have to take in any event.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's always the job of the regulator to stop the fun when it's just started to get interesting. So given the fact that we're supposed to be finishing 5.5 minutes ago, I will bring it to a close and say thank you very much to the panel. I would also give a plug for the regulators, because actually I think part of the answer to your question actually is the regulators will have to step in and deal with essentially the market failure, which is that every company will look after itself, whereas the regulators will have to look at everybody. You would have thought that the extinction of the human race was enough of incentive for everybody, but apparently not. So on that note, I would like to say thank you to the rest of the panel, and I hope you found that interesting.
Thank you so much for insightful sharing. May I invite the guests on stage, please proceed in front of the stage and have a photo together. Thank you so much. So please stand closer together. And then guests get ready and then have a look to the front. Don't forget the big smile. Continue have a look to the front, and then please remain on stage. In order to show our appreciation, we have a tote bag with some souvenirs for your insightful sharing. Now let's have one more photo together. We hope you will like the souvenirs inside. There is a notebook bag with a Hong Kong style, and also the travel adapter. Hope you will like that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the first day of Asian African Legal Consultative Organization Annual Arbitration Forum 2023 has come to an end. On behalf of Asian Africa Legal Consultative Organization, a big thank you to our excellent speakers and moderators, and of course our participants here, and also those watching the live broadcast. Thank you so much for joining us today. Before you leave, please help us to complete the evaluation form by scanning the QR code displayed on the desk. And also please remember to return the headsets. Online participants are also invited to fill out the evaluation form. Tomorrow, the second day of the forum will start at 9 a.m. And our registration counter will start at 8:30. For the guests who will join our networking dinner tonight, our staff will show you the direction to the dining venue. Thank you and see you tomorrow. Thank you. For those who will join the networking dinner tonight, because it takes some time to go there, we would like to guide you. Please gather at the backdrop in the foyer. Please gather at in front of the backdrop at the foyer. We will guide you to the dining venue. Thank you.